not the sun. Why she says, why she shrouds her light away, or why she hides her glowing gaze when night turns crimson gold to gray. For silent falls the guilty sun, as day to dark does turn. One simple truth she dare not speak. Her light can only blind and burn. No mercy for the guilty. Bring down their lying sun.
Let's get into the lineups. It's going to be Avant Gaming starting on the blue side. Pabu is their top laner. Only is their jungler. Frey will be their mid laner. And Blinky and Jake make up the two halves of the Bash Bros. Most physically intimidating bottom lane in the league.
Yeah, agree.
Charlie Wraith is their coach. See what they have in store for us today. Of course, they're going up against Order. Tally is their top laner. Spooks and Swiffer. The Spooks and Swiffer duo lane in the mid. It's going to be FBI as their AD carry and Rogue as their support. Of course, Bland Z, Choo Choos, is going to be their coach for the second time in a row. One of your ex-teammates. What do you thought of his draft?
Oh, I mean, it's very hard to say. We've only had a sample size of 2 games, and not to mention...
100% win rate, by the way.
Yes, he has, but I think drafts are more about the team. Well, that's it. Like a lot of people think of coaching in League of Legends and like, oh man, like he messed that draft up. Like it's Path's fault the TSM lost at Worlds, things like that. But it's not really how it works. You don't know the ins and outs of players' champion pools, and obviously as a coach, you can definitely struggle with that. If your mid laner doesn't play Zoe, then that can just, especially in a meta like the one we're in now, that can completely throw you off.
Yeah, it certainly can, and I think that we actually have one of those mid laners today. Frey, Galio, and Ryze only.
Yep,
a little bit of Orianna, but not much else at the moment. See whether he... There it is. Blue side Zoe ban.
Yep.
Very topical, Bryce. I like that. Very topical.
They just fed right into the narrative, Jake. Thank you, Avant, here for banning that one away. But we do have to talk about the mid lane so far. Swiffer had a rough couple of weeks, but then yesterday had a really good performance. And I feel like Frey
did not die yesterday.
Yeah.
And game 1 had 100% KP.
He was popping.
That's huge.
Absolutely popping off. But then we look at the other side, and it is Frey. He's a player that I feel like AV haven't relied on him at all, and he hasn't really stepped up for the most part. He hasn't done a whole lot. In his first couple of weeks, played the Galio and was kind of secondary to the fights in the top lane to get Pabu his leads, but wasn't even necessary, I feel like, for the most part. That was the Pabu and only show, and I feel like he's kind of just been an even or negative laner for the most part.
Yeah, certainly agree with you. Triple mid lane ban at Order's captain Swiffer in the mid lane. It's going to be Ryze as well as Kalista and Gangplank taken away by Order. Of course, Gangplank, as we mentioned, is very strong. And a first pick Skarner.
Yeah. So, no jungle bans, and they do just take away the Scorpion there, but they obviously have something in store. Yeah, Ali Ezreal, Zyra Khan, all of these things are open.
I think they have favored Alistair Ezreal a little bit. Actually hovering up Braum right now, which we haven't seen for a little while out of Order. I think that they're one of the teams that has nearly 100% ban rate on Orn.
But, I mean, all honesty,
Braum.
But the big thing is, in terms of Ali, I feel like into Skarner is actually like not too useful. I feel like the Skarner has the choice. If you get a headbutt the Skarner away, he can just ulti you during that duration, and he'll just like lock you up, and then you obviously have your ulti, but then that's gone. I mean, like it's decent, but I feel like Braum can kite the Skarner a lot better, and in terms of that's all you've seen from Avant's composition so far, so kind of makes a lot of sense. Not to mention if they don't want to opt into Zyra Khan, there's a big chance that they play against it, and then Braum is obviously one of the best support answers into that.
It certainly is. Braum also probably the best defensive support, but if you play him aggressively, can make it work, jumping to minions, punching people, getting those stats up.
That's what you expect out of FBI and Rogue. All they've been doing is dashing forwards, other than that one singular Caitlyn Jana game.
And then Talia picked up for Swiffer. I mean, mid lane champion pool has been decimated so far.
Yep. by Avant as well. Order have not touched that one. I guess they did ban the Rise, so that's 4 mid bans, but Talia is kind of touted as the best of the rest. You said that one, so it's going to be picked up here.
Ezreal will be priority pick for Blinky. Actually, he's had some good Ezreal games.
Yeah, he has, absolutely. And interesting to see if they do match the mid lane pick here or do go for the support. I have to think they're going to hold that support because Jake has shown that he's willing to counterpick. He's played a lot of the Nami, things like that.
Unless they want to play Taric. Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah.
LeBlanc will be picked up for Frey.
Okay, this is the game. This is the game where he has to step up. He has to be the proactive one. You can't just match the wave clear of the Talia. He wants the kills. With that Skarner, it's a bit of a weird duo. You have to think pre-6 Skarner's going to struggle. In terms of actually ever getting onto the Talia. Obviously, Spooks hasn't picked up his jungler here.
Even post-6 is going to struggle.
Yeah.
If you don't flash, you're just going to get flicked away through all the pebbles, and it's going to be Tristana locked in for FBI. Saw Dream play that one to great success yesterday.
Yep, just
Rookie of the split, by the way.
Yeah, potentially. Definitely making his name for it, I think, especially after yesterday's performance. Tristana, just the basic 80 carry. Ezreal taken away. You feel like she's the next best. Kalista was banned away.
Yep.
Kalia.
That's good. I like that.
That's the Talia and Kalista combo.
Yep.
But
How does that fare as a duo lane?
yeah, I mean, it will be fairly good for the most part. They haven't picked away the bot lane. Oh, you mean Kalista and Talia? Oh, that's bad. I feel like Omni is the only solo queue player that I see actually play Talia support anymore.
Yeah.
Talia was the champion. When mid laners get released, all the supports are like, man, I'm going to take Zoe bot. I'm real cool. I'm going to be the best. And they play it 2 games. They're like, okay,
This sucks.
guys, I'm rubbish. I can't do it.
Taric getting taken away right now, and that will be Camille one more time picked up for Order. We know it's a genuine flex pick now because Tally played at game 1, Spooks played at game 2.
Yep, did prove me wrong almost immediately. So they hold that flex for their last pick.
And Kha'Zix as well as Sejuani banned away. So Zach, kind of the last tank left available. Rengar, yet to be changed on patch 8.3.
Yeah, big changes pre-buff for 8.4 there, but they're hovering a sign. That does get locked in, so just kind of a tanky top lane. They don't actually really need all that much proactivity. They've already got the sign and the Skarner. So is it the Morgana? Rosie's the only one that's played it so far, and it's very good with the Skarner. Kind of just guarantees his engage every time the flash is up.
Also very good with LeBlanc.
Yeah.
That's the old school combo where you give the LeBlanc the shield, ensure that as she's dashing around, she's not getting CC'd or knocked up by something like a Braum and immediately popped.
And it's just so frustrating to deal with because LeBlanc, you know the W cooldown on the distortion, she can get over those walls and she can poke you, and you have those little windows of counterplay. But Morgana shield basically completely nullifies that. And there we have it, the Cho'Gath into the side, the tank v tank matchup in the top lane. And it will be Camille jungle.
This is a matchup we see in the LCK a lot versus the Sion. Cho'Gath's got a lot of innate sustain and also just good push.
Yeah.
So it can match a lot of what Sion wants to do. Also, I always say this, is that if late game you wanted to either hit someone a lot in the Sion, he's not really going to do that much apart from disrupt. The way Cho'Gath disrupts late game team fights is by one-shotting you. He's Eat with Stoneplate, still does a gross amount of damage.
He does, not to mention LeBlanc, one of the squishiest mid laners, and also the silence we haven't even talked about coming out of Cho'Gath. LeBlanc, if he dashes into a team fight, if Frey looks for a pick onto Swift or FBI and he gets silenced, he can't go back to that distortion. You think any damage, if a Shiv crit or a Shiv proc even, you don't even need to crit, comes out of FBI, then he will just be chomped immediately by that Cho'Gath.
Yep.
So it makes a lot of sense here out of the top laner for Order.
In saying that, I like both teams. I think there's some good early game pressure that's going to come out of Avant Gaming. They've got some good wave push coming in both the top lane and the mid lane if you have genuine kill threat. Meanwhile, Order's bottom lane probably going to win that shove, just given the fact they've got a Tristana and a Targon's user.
Yep. Very early, but the safety of the Morgana does play a factor. Once they do get some levels, they will be shoved in the early lanes.
But it's a Q-Max Morg.
Yeah.
Not really good at pushing.
Yeah, it's just about the safety for the 80 carry to hit the wave. Less about, like, mid lane Morgana, she just W's the waves and walks away. But obviously bot lane, you want to max the Q into the E for that shield duration. Oftentimes you see people just put a few points in Q for lane.
Fresh haircut from Tally.
Yeah.
Didn't have that one yesterday.
Yeah, FBI did. So obviously the staggered base into the hair studio there. Off the rift for Order. I like it. But I do think the most of this game is going to have to rely on that mid lane. Frey, we mentioned very early in Champ Select, he's going to have to step it up, and he absolutely will here. As we're taking a look at Laura, standing behind one of the coaches. We are onto the rift, AV versus Order, and I think we will be checking in with those two, Laura and Charlie.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with Charlie. Now, I want to start by asking you about your games last week. What were you able to learn about your team from your win against Legacy, but also your loss against the Chiefs?
I think the main thing we learned last week was that regardless of what we practice during the week, we should always be willing to adapt on game day. And I think I did a really good job, and as a team, we adapted pretty well between games 1 and 2, and we were able to change our comp up entirely and win the next 2 games. So yeah, we can bring that into our weeks going forward.
Well, in this game, you put 3 bans towards Swiffer in the very first ban phase. Can you explain your reasoning behind that?
Well, they're not necessarily target bans against Swiffer. They're all just 3 strong champions, and banning those really opens up Frey's champion pool to play other things like the LeBlanc. So yeah.
Well, we have the LeBlanc coming out in that mid lane. Are you able to explain how she works with the team composition?
So she's really good at picking people. She fits really well with Skarner, so we can have a really strong mid game. Also, her power spikes come a lot earlier than other champions, so her and Ezreal both want to fight around 2 items, so we just need to fight in the mid game and then we'll win.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Frey does on LeBlanc. Thank you so much and best of luck with the
Thanks.
series.
So we have bottom side start out of AV, top side start out of Order. So the push will definitely be secured for Order. And we saw yesterday when Order started in lane, they actually didn't relent with the push in a lane that we thought was going to get shoved in continually.
Yeah, absolutely. Just had complete control of that one there. And as you mentioned, Spooks will end up down there. Frey, as we expected in the Talia match, it's only wave 1 right now, but Swiffer already has control. Q does land and they hit.
That's big damage actually coming
nice
out onto
blind.
Blinky already. You said the blind is nice, but that's third of his health gone and potion burn at level 1. Started Doran's blade. This is the second time as they actually jump in.
Q
Stun
lands.
hits again. Can they actually stun him up? They do. Big damage, however. FBI took a turret shot in response.
Yeah, he does. So he falls very low. Rogue obviously has the Ignite and matched by Jakey, but he can keep landing these bitings onto FBI when they keep continuing to go in. If they can get trades like that despite being shoved in, could be fine for them. But trading HP on this side of the lane where Spooks is pathing down and Skarner only on Skarner is pathing away could be detrimental, but they are
Not
going to play
even
the
that.
safety.
They've got a
ward that.
Doran's shield versus
Yep.
a Doran's blade. And if you don't have access to the wave, which Blinky doesn't have at the moment, you can see he's kind of trying to step up, but he's not continually auto-attacking the way FBI is. You just don't get the same amount of health back, let alone Targon sustain, as well as, you know, a bit of a Guardian proc as Frey goes in. Good trade there. We'll be able to land the root, pops back to his distortion.
Yep. That's going to be the big thing so far. We'll just be continuously shoved in. We'll have to see if Only can actually get into the mid lane. Only level 3 right now. And we do have an Infernal Drake spawning for the first dragon of the game. You have to think that favors Order on the bot side of the map.
Certainly should. Late on the rocks there was Swiffer. Going to take another big
Oh,
trade.
what?
However, he actually just picks up first blood. What was Frey doing?
Frey just didn't go back to his distortion there. Swiffer just flinging pebbles at his face. Has both flash available. And the heal still on Swiffer. So despite if he actually continued that trade, wouldn't have even won it. Questionable out of Frey. Has to burn his TP early to get back to lane.
That is so strange. Started without, I was going to mention it, but he started with a Dark Seal, which is kind of the sustain lane. And what you want to do is you want to base on like Doran's Ring and Corrupting Pot and then just come in and stay in lane forever. But he fought too early, and that's not going to be the case anymore.
Yeah, has to go back for that Doran's Ring. No Corrupting Pot and has burnt the TP already. Swiffer didn't have to burn either Summoners. But it looks like the mid and bottom lanes just continuously trading well for Order. We're only 4 minutes in.
And Cho'Gath's actually doing fine in the push. So you can see right now in the top lane, he's getting access to the wave. He's just eating it down as much as he wants. Pabu's just looking for Spooks right now. That's actually a very nice ward.
There, but Spooks just walking out of base. Has got his first recall matched by Only. Both of them just going green spot. Won't see that one after this week. But we do have to mention level 6 will be the big point for this team comp out of AV. You have to think, just like the Malzahar, the Skarner wants to get that one singular gank off, and then they can go from there.
See that Spook's actually very deep in here. Pabu's on the wrong side of the lane. Does not have any vision control for Spooks. You could potentially go up there, go for a bit of a gank.
Yep, you have to think they wouldn't be able to secure a kill here, potentially on the first one. Might just be looking to burn the flash.
Yeah,
Knockup
actually
misses.
corrals him towards the jungle. That will be a little bit of chip damage going down.
Okay.
And they're actually able to get a couple of procs. So what that does, interesting interaction. Do you know how it works?
The silence. Into
Yeah. Puts it on a 1.5 second cooldown.
Okay.
So it doesn't completely reset the cooldown.
Okay.
So you can use it again, but it's good for things like avoiding ganks.
Yep.
So very interesting interaction. It's one of the only interactions where silence doesn't completely put the ability on reset.
It's actually real weird there, but Pabu obviously couldn't find his way back into the trade. Telly and Spooks do back away. They get a nice chunk. No Summoner's burnt, but he's sitting very low mana, and he has gone for the Glacial Augment as well. Hasn't gone for the Comet we saw Tally pick up yesterday.
You'd have to say all 3 lanes right now are losing. And Only whilst he is up on farm, hasn't really yet passed towards the lane to try and swing anything here.
But I mean, like, stylistically, that's what the Skana does for the most part. These lanes are fairly hard to gank for the most part. I guess especially in the mid lane will be that big one if a chain does land. But Frey losing that 1v1 already, but only ahead in camps. Will be hitting level 6 first. You have to think.
Oh, that's
nice trade.
another Q landing from the Braum. Every single time Rogue marches forward, Blinky has to use the E to get away.
Yeah, you don't want to have an E Ezreal on your team, and Blinky is that right now, just trying to farm up as best he can. But every time he trades a Braum Q for the
That's
E.
a very nice binding. You can see Door has to go up. Rogue this time takes the bad end of a trade. It's an airy Morgana coming out.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty standard so far for the most part. Comet, obviously, unless you're able to land significant binds and you can play aggressive, you don't go for the Comet because it's not reliable to land. Obviously, you have the shield as well. Another Q lands. Blinky has to E. So low on HP, so low on mana. And I feel like Only's trying to pass towards bot side to give themselves a base, but Spooks has matched it in the river, and because of his bot lane, has control over this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what they were trying to do. They were just trying to hover for the Scuttle. Binding does not hit, and in goes FBI. 2 shots down, gets ignited. The heal is out of Blinky. Burns 2 summoner spells. Spooks also just makes a cameo down in the bottom lane. Swiffer, level 6, potentially going to look for a wall. However, is on a ward, and that should just be the disengage.
Yeah, and FBI just goes in for the 2v1. Does come out with a victory there. Frey might just be looking for something onto Swiffer, trying to contest his pink ward, but we do have Tally walking down from the river as well. They can get anything done, but will just be spotted out by a nice pink. Wards and pings are going onto Tally.
See right now, good trade coming from Frey. Both chains will land. Gets the flash out of Swiffer.
It's a big deal. Skana didn't have to invest his ulti, so they still have the flash ult available from him if they can return to this mid lane.
Yep.
Obviously, Cleanse doesn't do anything against the Skana, so Swiffer's just gone for the heal. A little bit of move speed will help, but if he can't land the flick, you have to think the next time Skana actually visits mid lane, that will net themselves a kill.
Yeah, and that's, I think, why Swiffer's just letting the lane slowly push into him right now. Knows he mucked up there, took a bad trade. So we'll just have to play a little bit scared for now. Meanwhile, top lane, Pabu back with what looks to be the making of an Abyssal Mask.
Matched by Tally as well, so fairly standard out of the top laners right now. Both just 2 big meaty tanks with a lot of wave clear. Junglers haven't gone up there for the most part. Spooks with that 1 invade, but Pabu looking like he's getting the better end of trades right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see chunks him down. However, the thing about Cho'Gath, which is so damn frustrating, is he's got such a large health pool at this stage of the game, only gets bigger from his ultimate, and if you don't kill him, he just sustains so easily.
Not to mention he's also gone grass versus
Yeah.
Blazy Log on
Oh,
another.
in jump again. That's a level 6 on both the members. Actually flashes forward, looking for the first blood. Rogue's able to pick that one up. That was a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
And it's not the first blood, it's the second blood.
Yeah, really nice play out of the order bottom lane. The Q, this is the thing about Morgana into these matchups. The Q from Braum can actually break the shield, so he uses that one early. The proc comes through and he flashes with the ulti, so the shield can't keep him safe. Burns his flash as well. Jake goes down.
I actually think he used Predator there. I think that's a misuse of Predator. Because as soon as you get Predator, you know like he's coming for you.
Yep.
And I honestly think if he just walked out of the brush without it and flash ulted, he probably would have been close to range. Obviously, Boots 2 versus Boots 1 makes that a little bit interesting. FBI takes the turret at 8 minutes in.
Solo turret gold given to the Tristana, already ahead of the curve over the Ezreal, and of course he did get that tier pickaxe base. Not the ideal of the Sheen.
Nah, that base sucks.
Yep. So, already significantly far behind. Tristana is able to pick up that first turret gold. Do they opt in for the lane swap? You have to think they're going to go back bot side. Infernal Drake is a big juicy objective that they will want.
Potentially. I mean, at the same time, we saw the fact that, you know, they're able to push him very quickly. I don't know whether the Ezreal really has all that much threat towards a dragon at this stage of the game. But it looks like they are going to go down there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you do split the map, then it becomes more about just the numbers, and you don't want to risk actually trying to contest both. You go top side, you have to walk all the way down. That's a significant time investment, but they are just deploying back to the bot side. In this mid lane, for the most part, a few trades here and there, but
Predator
lots of members
again.
here.
Swiffer gets hit by the chain second time around. Will get flash ultied. However, the rest of the lineup is here. Hextech Ultimatum goes down. That's a stun already onto Only, and that will be FBI picking up a kill.
And they not only invest the ulti into the gank, both flashes out of Frey and Only. So in a 2v4, the wall goes up from
Mid lane turret as well. You have to think it's going to go down. It's a big investment out of AV, and it bites them in the bum.
Yeah, big investment in terms of cooldowns. Not the numbers, though. Side lane still not there. They're looking for more.
Frey actually might be dead here. Gets Buster Shot. It goes down. You can see mid lane turret falls. 2 kills mid lane turret, and only 10 minutes in. This is a 3,500 gold lead.
And one by one, AV sort of walk into the mid lane, try and contest, and they do just keep going down. And this is kind of what the whole composition is built around, this Skarner LeBlanc. You heard Charlie talk about it in the interview. They wanted to ban out the champions from Swiffer. They wanted to open up the champion pool of Frey, but so far, unsuccessful.
And this is I mean, a little bit of a rant, but this is why you generally don't throw bans at people like Chippies or Swiffer.
Yep.
Because they don't play 3 champions.
Yep.
Chippies plays about 10 top laners at the moment. So Gangplank is like broken. So I can understand Azir. I can understand Zoe. I can understand potentially Azir.
Yep.
But throwing bans at someone like Swiffer just seems to be such a strange way to try and open up a champion pool because you know he plays everything.
Yep.
He even has things like Kassadin and things like that if he wants to be able to pull it out.
Yeah, and I mean, the mid lane champion pools in general
just
are
huge.
just hard to pinch because they're just huge. You always have these fringe picks. We saw
Victor, Talia,
Yep.
Orianna, Vladimir.
We've seen him play Galio already.
Yeah.
Things like that. The Malzahar still hasn't been touched this series, but Order do pick themselves up. That mid turret already broken. They get the Dragon. Traded for the Rift Herald.
It's a good trade when you're behind.
Yep.
Able to grab any objective off the map. You've got to credit AV for that.
Yeah, AV's bottom lane looking for the opportunity of a bind here, but Swiffer is rotating to the top side. Obviously, Frey has been deployed down bot. Just wants to go up against Tally. Needs some items before he's actually a significant kill threat onto the carries of Order. So
And all he's doing is forcing them off the turret because
Yep.
he's in fog of war. They know exactly where he is, but he's just threatening with that, and they're able to get one of the Tristana E's onto the turret. If that happens 2 or 3 more times,
Yep.
potentially turret will fall down.
I mean, he has the blue buff as well, so he can throw mana around willy-nilly here. If those satchels land every single wave, it's only a matter of time before this turret goes down, but only is pathing towards topside. But once again, they're trying to clear out the vision in the river on the side of Order. Swiffer and Spooks walking up the river, use that Scry's Bloom, spot out a few wards, but the Crab is still available for AV, so binding.
But the fact that you can see him doesn't really do all that much.
Yep.
Because once
Still
again,
off the
he
back.
wants to be seen. He wants to
Yep.
force you off the turret. Boots 2 rush is so annoying on Talia because she's still got good wave clear and then just zooms around.
You're essentially just getting free value. You don't even have to expend the Weaver's Wall to force them off the turret. Then you just hold on to that cooldown. You can still commit to a bot side play. If they do try and match, you take the turret topside because they back away, they go bot, and Swiffer still has that ulti. Then he can still get down there if he chooses.
Also, I'm going to say a strange deploy coming out of Avant here because we talked about this, I think, a couple of weeks ago. When you have a 1-3-1 comp, you kind of want one to be AP and one to be AD. So if the tank picks up an AP item and say that's a Z right now,
Yep.
you still have genuine kill threat. Whereas right now, sending a LeBlanc into a Cho'Gath lane, especially one that's rushed Abyssal Mask and looking for Merc Treads,
Yep.
I feel like doesn't actually get anything done down there. No kill threat available.
And I feel like AV agree with you right now because they put Frey back mid. They throw Pabu down there against the Cho'Gath, just trying to push him out, just trying to hold some of this aggression coming up. But the turret looks like it will go down with this Demolish proc and the Satchel.
Yeah, potentially. That's a big Demolish proc coming in
is
already.
here over the wall.
Looking to actually zone them. You can see they go forward. Hextech ultimatum into the Talia Weaver's wall. Jake goes over, looking for the ulti. Does get the slow.
Oh.
Spooks very low. Will have to try and get out of this one. No, Frey's going to clean him up. You can see Pabu teleporting in.
Oh.
FBI very low. That's going to be the knockup. Flash over the wall. Out of Tally, however. Where is he? Eat available. Does just get kited out. Only looking for Swiffer. Will be able to pick him up with the ultimate. Swiffer has to burn the flash. On the back end, Blinky gets knocked up and Swiffer falls down to Frey. So this is a good team fight so far. Order need to kite back. Tally just might have to be thrown to the wolves. He is tanky, but he is not tanky enough to
Braum
tank
shield's
anyone.
down.
Or is he? Braum shield no longer available. Pabu, same situation. Good double knockup going forward, and that's going to be Tally finally falling. That is a 3-for-1 right now. The Avant have won.
And early in the game, again, we see Order overcommit onto these 5v5 plays in the side lane. Only wasn't even there in the beginning of the fight, but the carries FBI just gets so low. And then as soon as Swiffer gets ulted up by the Skarner, they have no damage to their name. And with the Rift Herald, they should be able to take down this turret.
Yeah, you certainly hope so. And this is kind of what Charlie was saying. Even though they're behind in gold, their comp comes online earlier. Tristana with one item is not the best carry in the game. However, you saw Blinky able to put in work with that Sheen, with that Muramana. So, Order bite off more than they can chew early in the game, and it costs them about 2,000 of their gold lead.
Yeah, and we see the engage coming out of Spooks. The E from Morgana doesn't actually stop him from being chained to that location. So this is the start of the fight. Looks good. They get the pick. But the big thing is that bind actually lands onto Spooks. So LeBlanc comes out of this, cleans up one of the carries. That's one damage thread down, and FBI falls so low, and he has to jump away. Swiffer actually goes back in here, and FBI can't do damage. Pabu is a tanky man, and right, he just face tanks the Skarner. And Blinky, despite being so low, can just clean up the fight. He can play on the back end. Tally landed a good few knockups in this fight, but ultimately it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. He also wasn't able to use that ultimate, which is so much of Cho'Gath's damage whenever you are in the game.
Absolutely, and we just see the back end of this. They're just going to clean up a few more kills. That Rift Herald does come through on the turret, but that's a big deal. Also, Frey picked up those 2 kills, so going from 0-2 to now 2-2, has the Sork Boots, had that Dark Seal as well, so gets a nice few stacks to get himself back in the game. Also completes his first item, so that's a big swing for the LeBlanc.
Certainly is. You can see right now, Spook's a little bit of an interesting build, has himself a Tiamat. Going to be able to farm up the jungle a little bit more effective with that item. However, is very squishy, as we keep seeing.
Hasn't even finished his jungle item there. Has not got the warrior, so just back for enough with the Tiamat. Chooses that to go over the completion of that item. But everything goes back to standard so far. Frey is actually matching the mid lane. Blinky has been deployed side lane, so...
Well, he probably has a legitimate kill threat again, now that that Gunblade has been picked up. Swiffer didn't use his heal for some strange reason in that last team fight, even though he fell down.
Yep, Order looking for something. They have a lot of vision control on the bot side.
Ooh.
Jungle only might just face check this one.
Yeah, Flick just misses. Maybe a little bit of impatience.
Yeah, nice read out of Only. He knew they were there, but he just couldn't quite see them, so he throws his thing to the bush there, does check it, steps back. That's kind of one of the marks of actually a good player. You kind of face check a bush, but you're juking whilst you do it, despite not knowing if anyone's actually in there.
Yep.
You kind of respected the fact that they can be. So he's juking prior to knowing the ability is even flying at his head. Dodges out of the flick. But it does net them control the bot side of the map once again.
Order trying to get access to bottom lane wave to make sure someone has to answer that. They actually engage onto Only here. Flick back, Hextech ultimated.
Blind.
However, Spooks just falls so quickly. And now the fight's going to be a 4v5. You see Tally gets engaged onto. Bind will hit again. Frey pops over the wall. Does not get anything. And now FBI marching forward, trying to get some damage into Jake. Does not go for that hop.
And Spooks kind of in two minds there. He went to the wall and held it for a second. Didn't know if he wanted to commit. Swiffer was backing away, but he eventually does, and he immediately flashes. But Jake predicts the bind does lane, so he goes down 4v5. Second Infernal Drake has spawned. Order do this time and time again. They're looking for the bushes.
Oh, Flick misses. However, that's going to be a bind onto Swiffer. You see,
nice silence.
all of a sudden, fight will break out, and Blinky just isn't there. Pabu going down very low, will get eaten by Tally, and now the rest of them have to head for the hills. You can see Pabu trying to put in some damage. Swiffer takes a wall forward, looking for Jake. That will be a kill picked up by FBI. Reset will be there, as you mentioned. Does get ultimate, does Buster shot him away. That just takes him underneath the turret. Rogue flashes forward, saves his life. Order will have to take the kill or two and pick themselves up an Infernal.
And once again, somebody just face checks the other team there. Blinky was not at the fight, but Pabu goes down early. They couldn't quite get onto Skarner, and that seems like Order's game plan right now. They know the comp revolves around Skarner getting a pick onto a carry, so they keep sitting in vision, they keep pink warding the river, setting up, trying to flick him back, trying to insta-burst only. But unfortunately, time and time again, it's just not quite there, but they do clean up a few kills on the back end of the fight, and that's a second Infernal Drake.
And just as we were saying, the kills onto Frey have to be acknowledged. The fact that now FBI just picked up a double and he's going to be so accelerated into a 2-item spike. He's going to have that third in 2,800 gold. I mean, if you do not fight in this window right now, even though you're down by 4,000 gold, I feel like FBI will just take over this game with his range, with those crit items.
Not to mention, with the extra damage from the Dragon, 2v1 in the bot lane, but Tally just kind of clean up the wave, does the tanky thing, hits that, plays PvE, walks away. The rest of the members of AV are setting up bot side, but this does mean that Order kind of get to set up top side. Baron spawning in a minute. There is legitimate threat there, but AV are looking early for this turret.
Interesting build coming out of Only. There's kind of two minds about Skarner. You either go Righteous Glory and you catch someone, or you can Predator and then slow everyone around. It looks like that's what he's going for with something like a Randuin's Omen. Against so much crit coming out of FBI, you completely understand the purchase. He doesn't want to get 3-shot.
Yep. Absolutely here, and they do actually get themselves this turret. Order pinging on the top side of the map, so they do have all that control. Can they actually push in on the Scion? Tally has respected the 2v1. He respects the fact that there could be multiple members. Only kind of was around there, but he backs away. Do Order play it the same?
It's because didn't have any presence mid lane. However, now does get the silence to land, looking to try and save the turret. Will not be able to. Pabu doing the same on top lane. However, Demolished Proc's doing a lot of work.
Not to mention, you have to think FBI has significantly more kill threat onto the Scion than was onto Tally on that Cho'Gath there. They do. Red buff is applied.
Yeah, actually going to look for it. And all of a sudden, Only going to try and come in, going to try and save his life. Ulti's the Braum. Braum puts up the door. Will be able to just hop away here, you think. However, does get chained by Frey, and that's going to be a free kill going over to AV. Very well played. Also get the teleport out.
Yeah, they do. Spooks was looking to lock down the LeBlanc, but unfortunately the turret damage was too great. That does mean Rogue goes down, so they finally do get a pick. Numbers advantage for AV, but doesn't mean all that much. The blue still looking like it's coming out of order.
Yeah, Order pretending to go for a hard reset. Looked like they wanted to try and pick someone on this. However, they just will take the objective and back away.
Playing the bait and switch, and that seems like Order's game plan right now. They're pushing in the waves, and then they're just falling back slightly to their vision control and just looking for picks. They know if they just like full out 5v5 and the Skarner does get that pick, it's going to be bad news, so playing it fairly tentatively.
So as we take a look at the map, Sion is at a 2-ish item spike right now, is a very tanky fellow. Going to be matched pretty much exactly by the Cho'Gath. So tank versus, you know, a little bit more damage threat potentially out of Cho. Round the rest of Summoner's Rift. I mean, what do you think AV need to do right now to be able to peg this one back? Only 3,000 gold.
Well, it's really on the LeBlanc pick overall, I think, for the most part. It's actually going to really struggle. They have that Morgana shield, but I feel like Spooks has got to try and play the game that Swaith did earlier in the season when he was playing Camille. And he just tries to lock him down. As soon as the distortion comes out, you see Spooks time and time again, flings him with that ulti, and then just locks him into that location. It's just so easy for FBI. With this tanky lineup, you have the Cho'Gath, you have the Braum that he can just sit behind, and he's already ahead of the curve, has the QSS, so doesn't have to fear the Skarner.
You can see right now that he, as you mentioned, has picked up a QSS. That's a little bit of a snowball purchase. I feel like if he was behind the clock, would have just gone for more damage. So it's going to be Flick landing on Jake, but a very nice like shield. We'll be able to nullify the CC effects there. And is it as simple as, you know, Order now just got a better late game team comp, get your Tristana 3-4 items and just play the waiting game? Do they have to be in a hurry now?
I don't think they are in a hurry, actually. They're looking for something. The wall
Weaver's Wall going to come here. You can see Flash out. Camille hops onto the wall, so they get a key summoner spell out of Jake.
Yeah, we're saying they don't have to be in a hurry, but they look for a play. But that's the thing. They've got double Infernal Drake. Tristana does scale, and AV wanted to set up the 1v1. They wanted Frey to have that kill threat in the side lane. But because of the kills going over to the carries of Order, they're kind of matched right now. They're sort of looking for a 5v5, but it's really hard to actually execute.
Yeah,
they might find Tally.
Sprinting into the jungle. Is that the person you really want? You can see not yet going to ulti him up. Does now, and Tally's just still full health. We'll be able to put some work into Frey. Gets a knock up as well on the back end. Already Jake is dead, and Order corralling them. That's going to be Spooks. Hextech ultimatum onto Blinky will fall down. However, trades his life for the AD carry. That has to be worthwhile. Frey gets stunned up, gets absolutely demolished, and this is Order with 4 picks. Can now go towards Baron. Actually, it was only 3.
And if you look at the mobility on the side of AV, sure, LeBlanc can follow Viscana when he pops that Predator. He gets onto Tally, but he was actually silenced whilst the CC landed, so Tally lives for long enough, and that just gives time for the rest of Order to clean up. Both carries, Swiffer and FBI, just standing behind the Braum. There's nothing they can do. Frey gets a lot of his damage blocked if he actually tries to go through the Braum. So they just go down. The questionable pick onto Tally. Why are you going on the Cho'Gath? If you can get onto a carry, sure, but investing so heavily into chasing into the enemy jungle, they're just so far extended.
Yeah, and they feel they can do this even without the jungler just because they've got Tally's Munch. Here it goes, able to pick that one up with the ultimate. Potentially going to be a team fight on the back end here. Swiffer actually just flashes the wall and gets the heck out of dodge. I like that high percentage play.
Yeah, respects the fact that he can get caught out. The W did land, would cancel his recall there, so we see this once again. We're actually looking at the other side because Tally is caught up right now. FBI doesn't actually get hit by the binding. He hits on to the Braum, so he goes down immediately. Blinky's like desperately trying to get out, has to E over that wall, but he's just corralled. Has nothing available. Has both summoners, but this is a nice play out of Spooks. Lands the E-Flash combo and locks him down. Frey's, he's there, he's dealing damage, he takes down Spooks, but FBI is just completely untouched, and he's just doing so much.
Yeah, he's a fed Tristana. Now got himself another Zeal. Be interested to see how close that second Zeal item he is. Blade of the Royal King being worked on right now. And that's a massive wall. All of a sudden, they're just fishing a barrel. Jake will fall down onto the tanky Sion. Pabu just does not last at all. And Order now 7,000 gold up. Will pick up a 3rd Infernal Drake.
And you have to respect that AV are trying. They're not slowly bleeding it out. They want to contest. They know the triple Infernal. It's the game's not over yet, but it is a bit of a death sentence for the most part. That's a big deal there. So they're trying to contest. They're trying to get some semblance of the river control, but Swiffer locks 3 of them in. That's going to be 2 pickups for Order.
And I feel like, you know, we talk about it a lot, but if you're a Taliyah player at home, watch Swiffer's VODs, watch Triple's VODs, because they use their wall in combat more effective than any other Taliyah players in the OPL. Feel like it's a part of her kit that if you can master, takes you from, you know, a good Taliyah player to a fantastic Taliyah player.
It's just creative play.
Oh, that's a big knock-up. Jump forward coming out of FBI. That's a 2-hit. Blinky just will survive on the back end. You can see Pabu now trying to get in. Does get knocked up by that Braum ultimate. Where is the stun? There it is. Chain CC is just absolutely absolutely there for days. FBI wants to jump in. And you can see Pablo on the back end whilst he's dead is just wailing on Swiffer. And Order, disciplined thing. They don't try and pad their stats. They just take a group recall.
Yeah, after what we saw yesterday, FBI hitting the objectives, doesn't go too far forward as soon as Blinky gets himself out of there, respects that Pabu is looking for an engage. He pulls the trigger short, doesn't quite get onto the carries of Order, but he goes down, caught in between everyone.
All right, so whilst we're complimenting FBI, I'm going to point out one thing. He just went back and bought a longsword as opposed to a pickboard.
Yeah.
Just a little small thing in League of Legends that are upsetting.
He's sitting on 21 vision score. Blinky's almost there. He's losing the game heavily, but he's got 19.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yep.
He's got himself 2
Small
pinks.
victories.
Small victories, you got to take them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Swiffer looking for a death cap. Not normally the item you see out of Talia. Doesn't have the best AP scaling. However, with triple Infernal Drakes, death cap's going to help out a little
Yeah,
bit.
100% there. Flat AP. Very good when you get that multiplier. Frey was looking for a pick in the top river, trying to clear out some vision, but Spooks just backs away over the wall. They do have some semblance of control right now as Order just kind of reset. They want to set up their lanes. Tally is in top side, has the TP, but so does Pabu.
Yeah, Spooks is a little bit deep here. Has to respect the fact that Only can just grab him, drag him into the team.
He's learned his lesson after flashing into his OEQ and getting completely one-shot on the Kha'Zix yesterday. He's like, look, I'm Camille, I'm pretty squishy. All I've got is a tabby, so I don't want to be taking any damage here.
Yep, completely agree. Meanwhile, FBI and Rogue have got 100% kill participation on every kill apart from that first blood. Have been absolutely everywhere for the Order lineup. You can see Pabu not as tanky at all. They've lost the Baron buff, however. That demolished proc out of Cho'Gath.
Based on HP, and he has a lot of it there. Doesn't have the gargoyle.
Yet.
Yeah, so he's not looking for the... Oh, that hurts. Not looking for the one-shot wall. Coming out, going to block off Frey, but he can get over.
Yeah, exactly right. You already used the heal there from Swiffer, who's a little bit too far forward. Only does get flicked, and now he's just getting pincered. Will get eaten, and Jake falls down as well to a red buff ticking. You can see Blinky, one hit will actually fall so incredibly low. Rogue is like, stop diving the Nexus. I will try and save you. This is potentially second time this is going to happen. Rogue goes very low second. Inhibitor going to be picked up here.
And I feel like AV are taking the wrong opportunities. Pabu got chunked and he walked back to base when he went for the heal. And then Only tried to get onto Swiffer, and that was the point. Swiffer did burn the heal to get himself out, but they're looking for the engage in the 4v5. But the inhib does go down to the back end of that. That's going to be 2. In order of flipping themselves to the top side of the map right now. Big gold lead, 11,000.
And I feel like you can see the physical restraint that they're trying to play with. They're trying to say, we will not give this one away. We will close it out methodically. People are diving in and they're like, no. Hard reset. We're going to take the third inhibitor. We are closing this out as close to tutorial style as possible.
And junglers and supports are really the ones that cop it. And that's Rogue right there. He had to burn his flash to get out of the Nexus turrets because he's like, FBI, what are you doing? Why are you under the enemy's base when they were just taking the inhib? He has to burn that cooldown there, but he's a tanky Braum, significantly ahead of the clock. Actually, Jake went for the Zonyas. I feel like that's sort of a desperation play.
Yeah.
He knows if he goes for the redemption, like it doesn't even matter. Locket, anything like that. Art and Sensor.
He's looking for a 5-man ulti as they dive something.
He's just like, okay, like, this is a miracle play if we win a team fight. So he actually fishes for that. I can respect it, honestly.
Yeah,
So he goes for the first item Zonyas.
Completely agree with you. I think the only way they win right now is if Order get overzealous on a dive and Jake lands a massive ultimate into a Zonyas combo. Level 2, it's going to be not insignificant damage.
Yeah, but the big thing is just the CC, right? Yep. Support Morgana. Doesn't do a whole lot. But if he can lock down FBI for long enough, they can win a team fight. It's a big deal. Yep. More so on Swiffer, to be honest, because FBI has that QSS. He has that
or
extra
someone
safety.
like Spooks. If he picks Spooks and makes it a 4v5 straight away, obviously not the best
Wall,
target
again.
As Wall comes out again. This time it cuts
He's
off
looking.
2. And that's the Zonya player that we're talking about. However, there's just no one there, and he gets knocked up. Swiffer will take him down. That's just going to be Super Creep streaming in on 2 lanes. It's a 4v5 already. Order just going to slow play this one.
They do, slow play. The pseudo Tarek ulti coming out. They kind of disengage the fight. They're like, hey, he's going to die eventually out of this ulti, out of the Zonyas. So they just wait for Jakey to go down. They don't overcommit over that CC.
You can see Order just going to chip away at the turret. That's going to be a Braum ultimate trying to stop any form of engage. Super Creep's already on the Nexus. They flash
big
forward,
jump.
eat the Skarner. I wonder what Pokemon tastes like. Now they just sit here. They're just still chilling. As a base, he's getting destroyed by minions.
Can't imagine Skarner tastes very good. Isn't he made out of like crystals and stuff? He's just real chewy, real rough, just cut your gums up.
I mean, rocks. Salt is technically crystals. That tastes pretty good.
Okay, Pabu looking.
Yeah, actually gets a lot of damage onto FBI, who just buster shots him away. Going to look to flash forward, pick up another kill. That's Nexus turret number 1 and 2 already fallen down. They jump forward onto Jake. Going to look to see if they can pick up a kill. And you can see right now, Order just going to focus out the Nexus. If AV do not come forward, they will just take game number 1.
And I love that FBI was nowhere near the fountain there. He's all the way back on the other side of the Nexus, just hitting away. But that is a pretty clean victory from Order. AV kind of looking desperate in their base a few times, but at that situation, gold lead almost insurmountable. Triple Infernal Drake. Just too much to overcome with those late game team fights, and it was an easy closeout from Order.
Yeah, and this is another one of those situations where I feel like a team has picked a passive bottom lane. Much in the same way as we saw yesterday, Tectonic did against the Chiefs. And if you just can't fight fire with fire, you can't stand up, you give the other team too much room to go aggressive, and there was no punish coming out of that 2v2.
And that's the thing, the punish would be in the mid lane when Skarner hits level 6, when they get onto Swiffer, when they can finally pick up a kill there. But unfortunately, Frey, very early in the lane, that was the fulcrum that their game plan relied upon. The LeBlanc getting ahead, they picked it. It's kind of, we haven't seen it. Fringe pick at best.
Ryoma played it against Claire, so we've seen it one game.
Yeah, we have. And so, like, as soon as that happens, their game plan, they really don't have a lane to play through. Defensive bottom lane, top lane was just kind of nullified. Tank v tank, Cho'Gath versus Sion. There's not a lot of kill threat up there, especially after Spooks kind of did the gank onto Pabu, so he's like in the negative in that matchup so far, and they just really didn't have an avenue to play through.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of Week 7 of Split 2 of the 2020 OPL. I am your host, Nick Boy Richardson, fresh from the shower, which is probably too much information for you guys, but that's what you can do when you work from home now. Like, you're literally always in comfortable pants and just out of the shower. I think that's true of me, and that's certainly true for my 3 fellow casters who are joining me today for Day 2 of this weekend. Let me introduce you to Spawn, Skimmy, and Rusty. Gentlemen, how are you? Gentlemen, where are you? There we are. Spawn's asleep.
Didn't you tell me that we were supposed to nap for the first 4 games and then just eat dinner on stream? Like, literally before we went live? Why am I the only person napping?
I had a pressing question. The man just said he's had a shower at home, but I didn't realize they actually had functional showers at IKEA showrooms. How does that happen, Nick?
It just, I just sort of swim around in the, what's the food they sell there? Swedish meatballs. There you go.
You're beautiful, mate. You're beautiful.
How many showers have you had today so far, Nick?
Just one.
Oh, only one.
Yeah.
I'm a triple shower guy.
Triple shower? Triple.
So I get up in the morning and I have a shower because that's the first thing you got to do. You've been filthy from sleeping in a bed, right? And like, you know, your partner's been touching you or whatever. Ugh, germs. So you get up, you have a shower.
Yeah,
and
I
then,
hate when my partner touches me.
Yeah, it's filthy creatures, other human beings, to be honest. And then we do our call time, and then I have call, and then to like freshen myself up, I'll just jump quickly in the shower, and I'll have like another shower. And then as soon as I get off the show, I just feel dirty having spent so much time with Skimmy. So that's where shower number 3
it's
comes in.
understandable, mate. It is understandable. I'd shower if I had to hang out myself too.
So that's 3 showers.
What's your water bill like? That sounds crazy.
Well, they're quick showers. I'm only like a 2-minute shower.
Oh,
Get in, soap up,
I have
get
a
out.
good 10-minute shower. Just enjoy, unwind.
Yeah, but no, that's not what the shower's for. That's what reading books are for.
It's a small comfort versus practicality.
Rusty, how often are you naked and covered in water?
I aim for once a day, but if I go for a run, I need a second.
I mean, that's implied, right? If you told me you went for a run, you didn't have a shower, I'd be disgusted.
That's pretty gross.
Chat, let us know how often you shower. I'm on once a day, except for if mitigating circumstances, and in the second half of the day. I get dirty during the day. I have a shower in the evening.
What?
Rusty's given up. He's gone. Goodbye.
You don't shower in the morning?
No, because I'm perfectly clean.
Don't you have like eye gunk?
You can wash your face. You don't need to shower.
I'm allowed to put water on my body.
Okay.
And, like, without having a shower.
Okay, but then like, haven't you got like just terrible. Like, haven't you been sweating all night from the nightmares you're having from living in this existence that is 2020 Earth?
No, my life's pretty good, buddy.
I sleep like a baby.
There you go.
Yeah, I sleep guilt-free. You've obviously got some demons. We can work those demons out in the Nick bag. The Nick bag will be running today. Please send in your questions to asknickboy@gmail.com, or there should be a Google form that you can add something to right now. I'm just going to get up today's theme. Today's theme is lockdown. It's all happening again. It's happening in Melbourne. It's probably happening in Sydney soon. So we want to help you get through it, whether it's dealing with roommates you might have to be around now, or family or friends, or you've got some work from home situation that's not going too well. Let us know. We want to help you out in the Nick bag. So hit up the Google link in the chat, or send them to asknickboy@gmail.com, and we can help you out. But today's not just about the Nick bag. Today is about some League of Legends, and today is brought to you by our partners at Neosurf, EPOS, and Macca's. Neosurf, a reminder that they schedule came up, schedule went away. I feel like I did mislead you there a little bit, production. We'll go with Neosurf first. Neosurf, we're picking the winners for the last round of the Neosurf competition today, and that means that a new round is starting, so you can join our opening titles video. If you just send us in a video of you joining that call, follow at Neosurf Esports and at OPL on Twitter, and then send us a video with you joining our phone call in some weird and creative way, and the winner that we pick on the broadcast will get $500 dues in Neosurf voucher credit to use on the League of Legends store, and the runners-up will get $100 each. That is very exciting. So that is all thanks to Neosurf, and there are full terms and conditions available at watch.lolesports.com. You want to watch some LOL esports? Well, that is the right thing to do because you're here on the OPL. So let's take a look at the schedule for the games we've got coming up for you today. We're starting off with a banger, and it's kind of just bangers the whole way down when you look at the matchups, I think. We've got Chiefs versus Legacy for Game 1, Order taking on Dire Wolves for Game 2.
Banger.
Avant Gaming versus Pentanet.gg for Game
Should
3.
be a banger.
And Gravitas v Mammoth for Game 4.
But definitely a banger.
The Apocalypse.
Did you say Bang-pocalypse?
Yeah.
That's
absolute,
amazing.
Like, the
I want to
ultimate
use
banger.
that word. Oh, it is. Bangers and mash, mate.
Australian
It's happening.
family dinner, bangers and mash everywhere.
Boom, eat your heart out. Get it in ya.
Get it in you, indeed. You should get all 4 of these games in you. I'm very excited about the outcomes from today because obviously we are reaching the pointy end of the season, and every game, more so than ever, counts right now. So we are excited to be jumping into it. Something else we're excited about is EPOS. EPOS being another one of our very valued and wonderful partners, and they want to give you a gaming headset. You've heard this plug before. You can get yourself an EPOS GSP 600 gaming headset just by going to our @OPL account on Twitter and reply to our tweet there promoting this competition with your most out-of-this-world gaming experience, the experience you've had in video games, where you went, "Ooh, boy, that was spicy. That's a story I'll tell for years to come, and one day will net me a free GSP 600 gaming headset." That's why
Yes.
you've retained it in the dome for this long. Full terms and conditions are available at watch.lolesports.com. We've got 2 to give away. We're going to do it in a couple of weeks, and we want to give them away to you, because otherwise Spawn's just going to keep them. And also, he did offer to sign one, and I think that offer is still valid. And, as we've learned today, it will be the cleanest headset you've ever gotten.
Yeah, absolutely. I shower with that headset. Soap it up and everything.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get ready for game number 1. It's Chiefs versus Legacy, gentlemen. This is a big one because obviously we've seen Legacy not in the greatest form over the last couple of weeks. Yesterday was a better day for them, clearly, but both Chiefs, Chiefs as well, lost to Mammoth last week. Was it Mammoth?
Yeah, both of these teams lost to Mammoth last week.
Yeah. So there you go. So Rusty, how are we feeling about this? Who are we excited to see take out the big dubs today?
It is going to be a very interesting game for who is the second best team in the league, Nick, after Mammoth, of course, as they both lost last week. I think it's like watching both teams refine their identity in very different ways, I think is the most interesting thing with this clash. Will Legacy still be super slow? With Croc being back in some form, will the Chiefs still be really fast again? Or like find those aggressive skirmishes? I think the difference is how well they play to their styles probably today.
Spawn, you did point out that a lot of these teams are playing a lot slower this one, but the Chiefs' playstyle traditionally has been sort of like quite hit them fast and snowball those fights. Is that what they're going to be doing with Legacy today?
Yeah, and that's what they tried to do yesterday, right? I was watching that game back against Styles, and I thought if that bottom lane dive didn't go as poorly as it went, with the dive being matched by Miru, actually, they probably run away with that game in maybe 25, 26 minutes. So I think that Chiefs are back to playing really quick League of Legends. It's just about whether, as Skimmy pointed out pre-broadcast, and I'm going to put some words in his mouth, whether Legacy can bore the Chiefs into making another mistake, because that seems to what happened last time, Skimmy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were mentioning, right? The fact that the game was pretty much dead even in gold. Nothing happened for the first 20 minutes. Chiefs got frustrated. They forced all the dragons. And as soon as they were like, oh no, we need to contest the soul point, yeah, Legacy showed up. They won the fight. They had 3 teleports. They backdoored them. They won the game. So we hype it up to be the OPL Classico. We want to see some carnage.
That is a great tactic to bore your opponent into forcing a mistake. All right, well, let's see how boring Legacy can get as we jump into game number 1. It's Legacy versus the Chiefs, and it's coming up after this short break with the Macca's Champ Select.
And here we are for a stacked second day in week number 7. Once again, it is the Chiefs taking on Legacy, a long-lived rivalry, one that is always hype and excitement, and on a brand new patch in 10.14, we get to see the clash of these different playstyles. What does it mean here today, but also in the grand scheme of the table? Because as we said in that pre-post game as to really what the standings look like, all these matches have some very serious implications as to, you know, what the standings look like and looking to try and really break up that mess.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm actually just jumping onto the page right now, Skimmy, to check out the standings, because I'm pretty sure these teams have a couple of games apart now, given the fact that... Oh, why am I on North America? Come on.
Well, we don't want that, do we, Jake? You know, coming into this one, Legacy are 10-3. The Chiefs are 8-5. They're still searching for a head-to-head win, so we're going to be looking to try and see what the case is here.
Couple of games apart, as I said, Skimmy, so this one doesn't necessarily bring Chiefs back into the fold, but I feel like if they do lose this game, it'd probably kiss that first place race goodbye, as Legacy would have the head-to-head, as you pointed out, as well as the fact that they would then be 3 games cleared. So I feel like this is, if you want to come first, a must-win for the Chiefs. Obviously, these two teams, the teams that you expect to be in the playoffs. Legacy, they've got Order hot on their heels at the moment. Order in 9-4 and in second place. So if they want to be able to retain top spot after this week, they probably need to win this game.
They certainly do, because as we see coming into this one, there are 3 teams tied at third place right now at 8-5, be it the Chiefs, Direwolves, as well as Pentanet. So not only are the 2 teams here on display today looking to get the best result, but it'll be the teams also spectating or watching and saying, we want the result to go a certain way as well. Tally going to be rejoining the boys here for day 2 for this match. We start to wonder what the picks and bans were going to be. Traditionally speaking, the Chiefs have banned away the Kalista from Legacy, targeting Raze in particular. Katsuri's most played champion has been the Ezreal. Now, what is one pick that really annoyed Chiefs last time? It was this Twisted Fate, and they're going to first pick it here for Claire.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a strange pick for Claire because, you know, with things like Syndra up still available, Claire has got a couple of picks that he has a very high win rate on, Skimmy. However, obviously feels like against Tally, he's not going to necessarily be able to bully that lane. Tally does play neutral to soft losing lanes and then is much more useful as the game progresses. Also quite interesting that they're using Tally over Halo. Halo looked much improved yesterday, I think it's fair to say. But you can see that deliberate choice to add some global flair into the Chiefs composition.
It certainly is, and we've seen before also the necessity to want to go for the Karma. Based on the current form of Claire, you'd hate to see him be playing that right now, so going to be looking to try and play the Assassin, the Empowerer, to try and get the ball rolling. We've seen how good a TF can be in terms of snowballing leads and forcing lanes to be ahead of the result, especially if Croc is in good form as well. A 4v2 is never a situation you're going to scoff at.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that is a pretty high utility lane to be able to gank as well, Skimmy. If you want to talk about Croc being active on the map with potentially Claire in his back pocket, you now have a Senna as well as a Nautilus as CC to be able to add into that mix. Babip, however, going towards a tempo jungler we don't see all that often in the OPL anymore, Skimmy. It's going to be the Olaf. When you have a look at the amount of CC, Olaf should have a field day against a couple of these champions, being able to just Ragnarok through the front line. Potentially look to take down something like a Twisted Fate or that Senna.
Yeah, certainly should do. I mean, this is looking to be the run-it-back style here from the bot lane of Chiefs with the Senna and Nautilus once again. But as you say, pop Ragnarok and you can run through absolutely everything. Not to mention you can have the buff-ups there from the Karma, as well as the constant slows that Raze will be able to provide as that Ashe. There's some very solid uptime here to ensure that Babip can get in your face. I was wondering if we were going to see the likes of a Graves, obviously they ban away in Italy, but Graves is one of the picks that Babip has been favouring this split so far, but as you say, yep, Olaf, a two-pick fold, going to be a denial as well as a utilization on their end.
Yeah, I was going to say Lee Sin, Kindred, kind of the two champions left up and available that will do very well into Olaf. You can see that that is going to be the Lee Sin taken off the board. Lee Sin Twisted Fate is my favourite 2v2 to play in the game, Skimmy. If you can't hit skill shots, having TF on your team, very useful because he just holds them still for an extra little bit of time for you to be able to line those ones up nicely. And I think that this is a smart pick ban so far from Legacy, and I do want to clarify what I was saying before the game. I often like to poke fun at Legacy, because I do know the org quite well, and I know the players pretty well as well. But this is a team that has such supreme confidence in their late-game team fighting that removing any early-game volatility, like something like a Volley Bear or the Lee Sin, just seems to be such a smart pickup for Legacy. Because if you know you're going to beat a team late, why not just create stability in the game? And I think that that's what we see through things like a Karma pick, like an Ashe who's going to win lane. You know, Braum is that champion as well, especially into Nautilus. So I think that they just draft towards what makes them strong. And sure, it's frustrating to play against, but ultimately you do have to kind of appreciate the beauty of how they play the game, because they do play it very much on their terms.
They certainly do, and I think you can see a very different play style or a plan coming into this one from the Chiefs as to removing some of those sore points, some of those crutches that Legacy used to navigate to those mid-late game stages of the game. First pick on the Twisted Fate, then a denial by banning away the GP as well. These are two core picks that in past times have been so crucial for Legacy, not only to continue a gold lead in their favor despite maybe being down, but just forcing so many fights on their terms. We're going to see now the final picks come on through here for the Chiefs. A Kayle once again.
A blind Kayle.
That's a TN special, but that's confidence.
That's rude. I'm going to just like call it straight out. There are so many things that can beat up Kayle. Now that you've given it a Rek'Sai, potentially the early game can be short up slightly, Skimmy. But, I mean, Jace, Aurelia, yeah, there's a million things that should just absolutely destroy this top lane Kayle.
No hesitation on that one, was there? It was the instant response with the Aurelia. I'm going to say, you may have taken away our globals, but we are still a team to watch out for.
The only thing I can think of is maybe they are comfortable putting Kayle into the Karma. And I know that sounds a little silly, Skimmy, but TF was played top a little bit in 2019, I know, because I had two TF players in Tally as well as Swiffer on my team that were happy to play that champion, and they would play it top lane every so often. So if they think that TF plus Rek'Sai can kind of bully out a top laner, you know, maybe look to set up some kills there, then they can just camp this Kayle into the Karma. But if this goes top, Thien should die. He should die pre-6. Even one-on-one, he should die.
The best time for an Aurelia to find those moments. And going to be a bit of a different game plan, as we've mentioned already, with those globals taken away, but also the fact that now we're not going to see a triple teleport setup from Legacy. They've had to respect the CC that is coming out here from the Chiefs, especially the bottom half of their draft. That's going to be a cleanse picked up by Raze Ashe. And, I mean, what are our thoughts and feelings coming into this one compared to the last Classico? It seems to me that they've patched up a few weaknesses to look to try and target, be aggressive and say, you can't play that dancing game for 20 minutes where you're waiting for those two items.
Yeah, I think that Legacy have won this draft. I think what they've done, Skimmy, is they've kind of lulled Chiefs into a false sense of security, where the Chiefs have gone, okay, we can pick some scaling here. You know, we can take things like the Senna, like the Kayle, that are going to be really good at 3 items. And then Legacy have just gone bang, bang, hit them with a very good early game composition. And I would be very interested to see if the Chiefs can actually hold on to this early game.
Well, here we are, Spawn. The very first game of the day, and boy, could it be a banger. The OPL Classico with Chiefs on the left and Legacy on the right. And we wondered, would it be a clash of styles with aggression going up against late game patience? But as you saw and as you said, looks like Legacy have baited them into a situation where we might even be seeing a resurgence of the first time these teams met this year, which was an absolute bloodbath with 50 kills.
Conqueror and Nautilus streaming out onto the Rift. Skimmy. I'm a big fan of that
Such a good skin.
Huge fan of it. Anything that has, like, I like skins that make your champions stand out more. I don't know about you, but when my champion's dull, I actually kind of lose them in the, dull greens and blues of Summoner's Rift. So I want a real shiny, nice champion, and I feel like Conqueror is that. Buy it now to go on your 10-game winning streak, of course.
Look, I'll be honest, for a second when you mentioned Conqueror, I looked at his runes and went, hang on a minute. That is Aftershock. I'm not seeing funny. I don't need glasses at this stage, but no, it is a good skin. Obviously, one that is much, in fact, to Legacy success in Split 1. So maybe slight mental warfare there.
And solo starts for both of these junglers, Skimmy. I talk about this all the time. The Rek'Sai start on the Wolf camp. Why does Rek'Sai do it? It's a quicker camp to do than blue. Gives you similar amounts of experience. Still going to get you level 2. And then you actually get onto your red buff fairly quickly, Skimmy. And Rek'Sai is one of those champions that if you get red in level 3, you can even look to invade an Olaf who is going to go very low. And Skimmy, I hate to say I told you so, but Thean's lane looks miserable right now. He's getting zoned off experience.
There it is. You can't afford to give Tapoon an inch or a mar because you will definitely take it. Got the highest XP and gold at the 10-minute mark in a matchup like this, as you've said.
This is insane.
Very
Why would you
relevant stat to
ever
highlight.
blind pick this champion?
I'm sure there's a few questions circling right now. We've seen there was a situation where Chiefs had a full ranged composition. That was into Avant. Thankfully for them, we're able to bring it to the 35-minute mark and turn things around and not really be punished the lack of hard bruiser initiation tank. But he's feeling the punishment here today.
And you can see tempo versus ganking jungler matchup. Already you have Rek'Sai having to take a shot. And you can see that that is going to be Olaf invading the top side. And now this becomes a dangerous game because as Zakael, you have two creeps. 2 creep waves about to crash into your turret. You know there's an Olaf in your topside jungle. He could dive you at any moment, and it looks like they have to bring Claire, but this could just be an all-out 3v3.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-man collapse right now. Tapoon is still in the lane. He's not looking to come just yet. That's the flash forward with the gold card. Tally's tether will break for the meantime. Now they're going to turn around, looking to find that first blood at 3 minutes in. That's going to be Claire falling on down. You can't afford to give Irelia these moments because he finds the kills. Tally nearly jukes death, but it's a 2-for-1, and Legacy come out on top.
Yeah, and it looks like Thean lost about 3 or 4 creeps to that turret there, Skimmy, as well. So it's not only just coming on top in that regard, and now they're diving the Kayle as well.
Oh no, the stun lands, the 3-man collapse once again. They say you disrespect us, but we will punish you. There's the kill underneath the turret. The man has 5 CS, and he's going to lose so much crashing into this wave.
Yeah, and I wonder if they just still exit, take topside jungle. You can see Thean has to teleport back here, so Croc going to at least secure some camps. But level 2 to level 4, Skimmy, now just ticking over to level 3. And teleport still available for Tapoon. That is such a great die from Tally coming across into the top lane. Sure, it sacrifices his lane slightly, but now with 3 assists, you can see exactly what this guy brings to the Legacy lineup. And that's what I was saying when they were playing Halo. Tally is actually the one member on Legacy, I feel, that is willing to sacrifice and not play that heavy CS game.
Yeah.
You know, Babbitt plays a lot of tempo junglers. Tapoon's been a really great carry top laner for the entirety of this split. Raze, we know he likes to farm up a storm. He goes at nearly the highest CS a minute in the league. Whereas Tally, he's just fine playing these utility champions and playing his role. And I feel like it is certainly needed on this Legacy lineup.
And that certainly was the story when he came in for MNS in Split 1 there, the ability to play the likes of Galio, Cho'Gath, Karma, Twisted Fate, anything that really provided power and pressure to these side lanes. You've got Tapoon, you've got Raze, you give them an inch and they will go the full distance. And it's a crazy start, and one that showcases that in the first 5 minutes we've had more kills than we did in the entirety of a 20-minute affair last time.
See, they're going to be able to take what's called the Cheater's Recall here. They'll be able to get back into the lane just as this one is crashing. Interesting that Raze has actually gone the Ghost here, Skimmy.
Well, that was going to be my next segue, because we mentioned we were going to see the cleanse. He's obviously changed it here. What are your thoughts on the Ghost in this matchup?
Yeah, man, it's a very interesting summoner spell just because it has a lot of pressure on Ash. He obviously is very, very good at being able to chase you down. Hold the thought.
Hold it indeed, as Croc's going to showcase himself topside. Blade searches in, tries to try and get a kill on TM, but he's going to be safe and content. Going to walk away from that one. And that is both junglers being very proactive, both with 2 kills to their name.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's a really good read from Croc because you can see that wave's pushing back. There's no way Top Boom wants to allow that to hit the turret and for Thean to be able to go get himself a free shop. So knows that there's going to be a fight happening on the top side. Short still has to burn his flash for it, but probably save the top lane for this KO. You can see the trade-off is the fact that you lose all bottom side pressure. You're going to lose the dragon. However, better than the alternative, Skimmy, which is that you're genuinely playing a 5v4.
Certainly is at this stage of the game. As Legacy will find success, as you say, with the very first dragon, and Inferno one at that, and that's Tapoon looking for the all-in underneath your tower. Oh my god, the Triumph proc, unbelievable. He has 30 HP to his name. Now he's going to try and disengage away. Claire, can he get him? No. Croc's not even in the... Oh my gosh, he's got off with the unbelievable heist. The steal of the century. Everything being burnt to try and take this man down. That's just straight disrespect.
It certainly is. And you can see that immediately they swap it towards the mid lane. They're going to actually try and get Thean into a lane, maybe versus the Karma. I would not be surprised to see Claire actually just stay here, because there is no way you can now lane against this monster. 2-1-2, WCS nearly. Already got the makings of the Blade of the Ruined King and the boot, so he's going to be quicker than you as well. If Claire cannot get this wave to crash, top lane is in big trouble, and unfortunately for Claire, I think he is just dead as well.
He couldn't get the flash secure in that previous fight. He's got no mana. He's looking to try and find that gold card, but he can't do much against an Olaf that has Ragnarok proccing. He's still cycling, but he's going to fall on down. And this is a Legacy that is showing aggression, much like Split 1.
Yeah, and this is heaps better from Legacy. And I think, once again, this is a draft mistake from the Chiefs that is being punished so well. Because you cannot just utterly disrespect maybe the best top laner in the league with a blind pick like that. And you can see that it's really warped the whole game state.
Certainly has.
All of their kills have just been on the top side of the map. Nothing happening bottom lane, Skimmy. They're bouncing waves between the two of them. But Legacy on the top side, where they are definitely stronger, are just taking over this game. And now no one wants to lane into him. Look at this. They've sent the TF back mid. The KO's going back top. They're just taking it in turns to die.
We're averaging a kill a minute at this rate, and it's only going to get worse from there, as Tapoon is going to be so hyper-accelerated, as will this Olaf as well. 2 bruisers with this much gold in their pocket at this stage of the game. They can truly run rampant, as you're seeing so far already here.
And very interesting that Dragku actually has more experience than Katsuri here. You can see it's flipped on the side of Legacy, where Razor's got the level 6, but I wonder if that's a deliberate tactic, whether they're valuing the Nautilus ultimate and it was actually, you know, Katsuri stepping outside of experience range, or maybe it's just a creep or two, ward or two that they've cleared. Now, as you've got 2 level 6s, maybe they look for an all-in right now, Skimmy. I always like when bottom lanes do that, especially given the fact they've got Pickaxe, so technically should have a stat advantage.
I'm wondering if they're going to wait for Claire to get Destiny back up in the line. It doesn't look like it's too far away, about 20 seconds or so, as we now see Croc on your screen. Going for a lane gank really needs to help Tien. He's in so much trouble right now, but I wonder if Tapoon can go for the 1v2. Got the Cutlass, and Babbitt is in the area once again. There's the flash, there's the knock-up, there's the stun, and there's the arrow from the bottom lane. Babbitt gets one, Tapoon jumps out again, Triumph is OP. The Bruiser boys back at it again.
And if this was a scrim, Skimmy, I would be calling go next. I would be saying, can we please play the game again? Different drafts, because this has just not been the Chiefs' day. Have a looking, Dragku gets stunned up.
He is indeed. There's the Glacial Fissure looking to knock them up. The return with the roots. A lot slower, a lot less explosive in the bottom side of the map. But there's the turnaround now. They're cycling through the cooldowns. Depth charges there. Flash, Ignite. He's going to fall on Dan. Burnt both sums, actually. Could not run away from death. And Dragku is now waiting for that hook. There it is. The passive, the lock in place. The CC combination between these two is obnoxious, and it guarantees them a double kill.
And maybe some hope here for the Chiefs. We mentioned how much utility is in this bottom lane for both teams as Dragku just goes golden.
No.
Why not? I mean, you just killed 2 people. Why not just show off by being a Goldie boy? Obviously a misclick. I think he wanted to ward that brush.
No,
somehow
dude.
Skimmy. Yeah, that's a disaster. The reason you probably want to control ward that brush is because if you believe it's warded and you think that the Ashe is going to get back in time for freezing it, Tally can teleport behind you. Don't know why I'm talking about that because as I was, that's going to be half the health gone from Thien again.
How OP is Triumph? Twice now it's saved this man's life. As if he needed the help at this stage of the game. He has had Tien's number from the very get-go. And as an Olaf... Yes, an Olaf at 5-0-1. That's at 10 minutes in. It's scary.
But Skimmy, you've never played Aurelia, right?
No.
I don't think. Yeah, cool. You could win this lane on Aurelia.
Oh,
this
beautiful.
this is an unlosable lane. I always say to my players, if you got, you know, oh, hold the thought, Croc's dead.
Hold the thought. No time for disrespect because we're looking at a kill. That's a flash. Nice and disengaged there from the Chiefs. Panic has to be the key word right now. They are banking on a success of their bot duo. They need a bit of time to scale on up. The Manamune is there, and that's what we'll be looking to try and build as with the Absolution stacks. But I don't know if Legacy will afford them that kind of luxury. Time is definitely not on their side right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right, is that as this center, you're going to be playing the Glacial Augment build, which is full lethality, versus just the all-in bruises of the Olaf as well as the Aurelia. I don't know whether you can ever live through that combo as a center. Going to have to try, obviously. Hook is on again.
Certainly is. Glacial Fisher to try and disengage once more. Owl's looking to soak up the majority of this damage. He's going to disengage away as Raze will be quite healthy and quite content underneath this tower. But that man again, he's got the Herald in his back pocket and he's looking for the kill. Yeah, wish you had that stopwatch now. Draku's going to fall on down. Ragnarok's not up and just available just yet, but he does have the flash and he can connect to find more if need be. That's clear jumping in with the ultimate. But Legacy say we're quite content to take those small victories and they can just back on away.
I mean, it is a 1-for-1 trade. And they use teleport for the Destiny. So I'd say actually Chiefs came out on top of that one, especially given the fact that 80 carry falls down, so it is going to be Babbitt eating a little bit more farm. Meanwhile, any creeps that Thien gets are good creeps. We'll see whether he actually gets to collect any of these or if Topoon just goes for a dive again. That turret is just a gust of wind away from going down, Skimmy.
It certainly is. Double the CS, 2 levels up. The turret's going to fall on down.
This is just brutal.
Now, Spawn, I've not played Aurelia. I've seen a ton of it, and I know the memes, better nerf Aurelia. This is making an example for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason that meme happened was because not on this Aurelia's kit, on the point-click stun on E, which obviously went up with levels, and the true damage on W, and the insane gap close it used to have on Q still. There were about 5 or 6 patches in a row that Aurelia was nerfed, and I believe that she was never buffed while she was in that kit. Obviously, she then got remade. She's a much more balanced champion now, Skimmy. But if this was how every Aurelia game went, you would definitely nerf her again. Because this looks mental. Like, it just looks so strong. The mobility, the ability to put out consistent damage. There is just such a strong case for this champion punishing. But it's just because you can't play, you know, squishy and mobile top laner that doesn't have threat on the wave, because as long as Aurelia can auto-attack and build up her passive stacks, she's always going to win that all-in. You have to be able to stop that play pattern, and obviously, as a Kayle, you can't do that until, like, 2 items. But by the time you have 2 items, she's probably going to have 3 in this matchup, and I think she still should be able to win that 1v1, especially if it's going to be Wit's End as a second item, which it looks like Topoon's going towards.
Yeah, it does really,
Wit's End into Cleaver, I mean, this will just be a very tough game to play.
With a frontline as strong as that, Raze would not be as punished as you'd imagine without the cleanse. Ghost will give him a ton of uptime to chase those targets that the Bruisers are running straight forward towards. And I start to wonder if there is a passage of play that Chiefs can try and find to hit that quotation mark of saying, don't worry, we scale. Because as it stands, the Kayle needs a lot of time to reach
They need to kill bot again. If they want to...
play.
If they want to truly believe in their scaling, they need to kill their bottom lane again. Because I don't think there's any way that the top lane is going to catch up. You can see he's a full item behind Skin. It's Blade of the Ruin King and components versus the components of the Gunblade. We'll be able to juke out there.
Both junglers can have a biff in the tri-brush as well. Look at the damage of the Olaf though, however. The ultimate comes on out, but he can't pounce so far and take him down. It's a win on two separate occasions. The Destiny was used, and Claire says, I don't want to do anything with that, and he disengages away. Talia was already on the rotation as well, and they're just bleeding everywhere on this map right now. Once again, they're investing so heavily in their bottom lane to try and find that advantage. The teleport's going to come on in now. Chiefs are in so much trouble. Draku is the target, and that is a kill that goes the way of Raze. Everybody's sharing the fun, the golds, and the good times here on the Rift.
And this is when it starts bleeding over into other areas of the map, Skimmy. You lose top lane so hard that they're able to maintain teleport advantage. As you're dead, teleport comes into the bottom lane, and now the one bastion of hope has now been crushed. That's going to be the turret falling down, map opened up, and across the board, Legacy absolutely destroying the Chiefs right now. This does not look like second versus first. This is Legacy teaching the Chiefs how to play League of Legends all over again.
It really is. This is a Legacy we haven't seen for such a long time. They slowed down the tempo. They eclipsed the likes of Pentanet.gg. They've been pushed by a lot of these teams in the league, both suffering defeats to Mammoth as well. But this is a new style, a new form, and this is essentially teaching Chiefs to play their own way.
And this is Legacy just saying you have to respect us. Like, yeah, we've dropped a couple of games, you know, we're upset about it too, but you can't just pick blind scaling into us and expect to be able to go even in this game. You know, our best player has been top boom for quite some time. You just can't get him rolling from level 1. And you can see he's all in Claire again. Gets another flash for his trouble. Anywhere top boom goes at the moment, you must lead. He is 2 completed items on Summoner's Rift with boots too.
Very difficult for them to really do much at this stage of the map. Given the jungler is so far ahead, they're going to be well on their way to hitting a 22-minute mark soul point, which is going to be a mountain soul. So if it was really difficult enough to try and take down the Aurelia and the Olaf, well, just add that into the spanner of things as well.
And Olaf's practically a solo lane champion at the moment. He's also 2 items plus boots too, and that's under a turret.
They're in trouble. Tupung going to tank 1, tank 2, Blade Search away. We'll use the flash as well. Very low. Out comes the Destiny. Does he have the lifesteal? No, he's going to fall on down. That's a big shutdown going the way he for Claire. Wasn't able to find it first time, but he does get it the second time.
So finally able to shut him down. Croc now looking mid lane.
Here we go. Turning no attention on towards Raze. Used the flash. Still falls on down. Croc goes in quick pursuit as well. That means that Babip is now sitting at 8-0. Tele jumps in there with a tether, but the hook away will keep Draku protected.
Okay, so nice play from the Chiefs. Just hitting back, showing that there's still a little bit of fight in them. I think they will lose this mid lane turret, but they trade 2 for 1 across the map, and they do even out the summoner spell usage. Isle's just going to take a little bit of damage, but not all that much happening there. And a free reset will be achieved for Theon. He's down 50 CS. Couple of turrets, 3 kills, and 2 assists, Skimmy. But he is technically still Kale. Like that, and you hate to give like you know, an out for a player like this, because I think that he has like comprehensively been beaten this game. But if he does get to 3 items, his champion's still just absurd, right?
It certainly is. Level 11.
He gets to level 16, maybe there still is hope.
It's the second big check mark of the 3, as you say, with 16 coming online. And that was the question we mentioned. Would it be possible for Chiefs to buy enough time, given the current pacing of this game? We're still on track here for a kill a minute. As I said, once again, very reminiscent of the first time these two teams met. That was all that carnage. And one that you were saying, you know, I wasn't too much of a fan of, really, from Legacy, because we know how good they are at the macro. Well, they're just, they've spun the wheel this morning. They've decided to change things up here.
But this has actually been pretty good macro from Legacy, to be honest, because Babbitt parked towards the correct side of the map. They use their teleport to dive. It's not late game macro, right? But it's still early game good decisions. They haven't just 1v1 killed people every time, although there have been a couple of those as well. And now they have firm control of the map. They've taken down 3 turrets to nothing. They've got 5 objectives to nothing as well. So you can't exactly knock the Legacy macro this game. I think they've done a really good job of that. It's just that, you know, they've afforded themselves a little bit more of an early game comp. Big ultimate.
That's a massive ultimate. The Botjura Legacy coming up clutch right now. They find their target and they lock down Draku. The Battle of the Frozen Boys. Make sure that you cannot run to the safety of that turret. Now they're going to summon a Herald to compound that lead even further, as the 20-minute mark is fast approaching, and it grants us what is now going to be an 8,000 gold lead.
Looking for the fight here is Croc. Not going to get it. However, they will be able to save their turret and will go down next wave. Meanwhile, Topoon on the bottom lane looking to just continue to whack away at that turret as well. It's actually going to be a Destiny coming in.
Yeah, that's going to be a 3-man collapse on towards him. Can he go for the 1v3 clutch? Out goes the Unstoppable for the meantime. He's going to try and run away to the safety of his team. Try and full save rotation mid. Going to get flashed upon and going to get smited. Going to fall on down. Tien will get one back in retribution.
Yeah, and there's still too early for the Baron to be a realistic objective to take, so you just have to cop that one. I think Topoon's made a couple of mistakes now, Skimmy, that are actually allowing the Chiefs to have more hope than they would have otherwise in this game. Still a massive hill to climb, right? We're talking about 7,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. That's a monstrous lead. But, you know, he's now got 3 deaths and is starting to get picked on by this TF. When you're playing against TF, Skimmy, you have to be so aware of when you're pushing without pressure. And what I mean by that is if they're sitting there hitting the mid lane turret and you're pushing, that's good. As soon as that creep wave dies, you have to be able to back up away from that turret. Otherwise, the TF is going to be able to punish you in a 1v2 scenario with very little repercussions. And that's exactly what happened there. You know, turret went down. Topoon felt like he could still look for a little bit of a cheeky fight. Well, TF teleports on top of him, hits him with a stun card, and you're just sitting there with no trade for the rest of the team. Now, if that happens in another 5 minutes' time, I guarantee Legacy will pick Baron up on the back end of it. But obviously, still 20 minutes into the game, that's not going to happen now.
Certainly is not, and this is the do or die moment, as if we've already had those moments happen on multiple occasions so far here today. 5 seconds and Soul Point is up for grabs. Legacy well on the clock, pushing the tempo, making sure that despite being aggressive in 1v3 situations, they are still the ones in the driving seat looking to pick this one up and make sure they have all the combat summoners, all the advantages to close out this game.
And I'm really curious how long until this transform for the center, because I don't think they can fight right now without it. Looks like they might try. Oh, just got it. Maybe they go for it now.
Not going to happen here today. They're going to disengage away, and that gives Legacy the Mountain Soul. 6k gold lead up.
22-minute Soul. It's going to be a 28-minute Elder, Skimmy. I don't know whether any amount of scaling can overcome the lead that Legacy have right now. And double Mountain against a damage comp, just having those extra shields, and I talk about it all the time, you know, all of a sudden, Tabby's so much more valuable. The fact that they also have, you know, double Aegis being picked up there and going to go into 2-death stance. Well, good luck killing the 2 bruisers now with the extra shield, the extra resistances they're getting. It just makes Aurelia feel a little bit more like a tank and a little bit less like a bruiser. You know, maybe Juggernaut-esque, if you will, as opposed to, you know, the highly mobile assassin that she can be. So now it just becomes the arms race, Skimmy. You have to say in that category, Legacy are definitely well ahead. But I do like the scaling of center. I do like the scaling of Kayle. There is still options for the Chiefs. They just look
see there,
that they're
47
in the
stacks on the center, so well on his way.
Yeah, but they're just, you know, they're in the distance. You know.
Oh, for sure. They need another good 10 minutes or so.
They're sitting in the middle of COVID-stricken Melbourne, and they're looking to 2021 for some hope. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. Wiping their tears because it's not been a pretty start to this matchup.
It's been quite ugly, to be honest.
Yeah.
Legacy have played some very pretty League of Legends. I'm actually, you know, I like when Legacy play like this. This is the scary Legacy. This is a Legacy that, you know, this is a Legacy that won OPL Split 1. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah,
and did so in commanding fashion and didn't look tested by anyone. If they get back to this form by the end of the year, I don't think anyone will be able to stand with them again, Skimmy, because when they play like this, they are by far the best team in the comp.
A form check for both teams. We wondered what would happen for last week and how they would bounce back from it. It would be a day 1 warm-up, but day 2, they are angry. This is angry gaming at its absolute finest.
And they've just started two-manning the Baron. What can the Chiefs do?
So.
You can't actually look at it. We check out Topoon, who's not disconnected. He's just threatening a teleport with Home Guards, guys. It's going to come in now. And this is going to be Baron dropping for Legacy.
Yeah, Baron's gone. They got the Mountain Soul. They've got the Baron. Now Raze can pop the Ghost and look to run down anybody in his sights. The arrow's already been used so far, so he's now reliant on the volley to try and lock you in place. Chiefs come in for a sniff and decide, nah, not what we're looking for.
Now you have to contend with 25-minute Baroned up creeps as well as the Mountain Soul, as well as the fact that in 3 minutes you have to fight. There's no other choice. In 3 minutes' time, the timer is over. You have to fight them if the game isn't over by then. You can let them take whatever they want, but you cannot allow them to take that Elder Dragon, Skimmy. Not on that staggered time. Legacy, I feel like, can just continue to collect everything around the map.
The question for me now is, we know how good Legacy are when they get these Baron buffs. Typically speaking, the first one is used to stabilize, but don't they need to stabilize? They're so far ahead. That goes out the window. 25 minutes and they're up by a 10k gold lead. The question is now, how many inhibitors can they take?
And how much control can they get? How much of Croc's jungle can they take away? You know, can they get this last remaining outer turret? What will the gold lead look like when the Chiefs have to fight for this Elder Dragon?
Take a mental note here. 10k at the moment. They're going to go for a 3-lane push as they rotate their members through mid lane. And now look to try and crash in similar fashion. Chiefs left to pick up the pieces. Any CS that can be afforded to them. Level 16 now online for the Aurelia. A distant dream here for the Kayle. And with 3 items online for both himself and the jungler. Fed Bruiser boys will get it done.
Yeah, and right now if you're Kayle, you kind of have to just be catching waves. I know the temptation is, okay, we need to group up, we need to stop these turrets going down. But I just think that that is not realistic right now, Skimmy. When you have a look at it, she needs level 16 to be able to fight this dragon. You have to let an inhibitor fall, most likely. Try and force Legacy to go for a recall. Let them take it. So often in this scenario, we say just let them take the recall and then they try and chase and they get killed and the game's over. But just let them take whatever they want right now. Try and farm up in the base. Because this obviously is dire situations, but the only way you get out of it is if you somehow make it work.
The first inhibitor falls on down. Now soon to follow is the mid lane. That'll be 2. And
Are they just going to stay on the map and take all 3?
Well, it's looking to be the case right now because we've got 60 seconds until an Elder. Would this not just be the cleanest League of Legends we've ever seen? 3 inhibitors into a disengage on to that big buff. That's Croc gone. He's down for 40 seconds. He got caught on the rotation. And now they're going to flash on forward and look for that kill target. They've got their eyes set on Claire. He's forced to flash away. He can hang on to that ultimate for a little bit of time. But there goes Ragnarok, and you can't stun, and you can't CC. This base belongs to me. That's going to be the 3rd and final inhibitor that falls on down. Legacy, they are crushing it. Everything belongs to them so far. Divine Judgment goes out there just to prevent Tien from falling on down next to his turret and his fountain. And that is methodical, that is clean. And this is 28 minutes in with Legacy looking for the win.
It certainly are. Tien goes in.
He does, and he's not going to be able to hit that level 16 power spike here today. 1 and 5 on the day. Disrespect shown in the drop, but punishment delivered here by Tapoon. Legacy are back. 28 minutes in, they take down the Chiefs.
Very, very good game from Legacy there. Cleaning house. They just stuck around in the base, and once again, you have to just allow them to take what they want, and hopefully they leave, Skimmy, because otherwise they just kill you, and then the game's over. We see that mistake made so often. Maybe they would have been able to farm up, you know, get an item or 2 more, but got to give credit to Legacy. They played a very high-pressure game there. Punished well, as we pointed out, but that's just good League of Legends. That's what happens when you take those risks in drafts. Sometimes they bite you.
And you mentioned, you know, have they just done the 400 IQ outplay in the drafting phase and baited Chiefs into a false sense of security? Well, it seems to be the case here because, you know, coming into this one, Legacy were looking to have sort of average game lengths of like 35 minutes and onwards. That's a 29-minute shellacking if I've ever seen it between first and second, as you mentioned. And that is, that's a big statement to the rest of the league now that we're looking at Legacy and saying, are they a little bit crippled right now? Is it our time to dethrone them and get ourselves the most desirable situation going into those playoffs? A big statement here from Legacy, a big win for them as a whole. And we're going to jump to a quick break as we get ready for banger number 2 after the break with Order taking on the Direwolves.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Target inside.
Welcome back. And Rusty, I don't know about you, but 2 minutes into that game, I was like, won't someone please think of the children? Like, make this end. And I feel like Chiefs probably felt the same way.
Yeah, look, the blind pick Kale, whatever the reason was, clearly didn't work. You know, you're giving Topoon a free counter pick, and you're also playing towards that side of the map. And the first skirmish that happened when it was at the blue buff and Babip was in there, it was basically a 3v3 when there was no CS, no experience, no money in the pockets of TN at all. So the second that skirmish happened, the only thing I could think was like the game basically is determined by this moment. And then they dive him, he dies. It just keeps happening. And that was just boomed, right? If that was a scrim, I really genuinely think we would have paused that one and just be like, what's the point? You know? And like, credit to Chiefs for being resilient, staying in the game for as long as they did. But that felt like an inevitable thing from that point.
Spawn, I can feel the frustration in just the tight nods that you're giving us that you probably feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is when you're playing against a good team, you have to take risks. So credit to Chiefs, they took a risk, right? So I'm not taking anything away from that. Like, they obviously would have drafted this style during scrims and stuff. They would have thought, you know what, with Rek'Sai for level 1, 2, and 3, and then with TF after level 6, we can afford some protection towards this Kayle. And against some teams, you know, maybe against Order, you bait like a Kayle into Kled, which is much more of a skill matchup or something like that, and maybe this strategy works. But when you know he plays Aurelia and he plays Akali and things like that, I just don't think you can do it against Topoon. Because, as I said, Skimmy would win that lane. Like, that is not a hard lane to play. It's literally you can run pressy attack. This is what Ryomi used to do against it. I was going to call him Tommy, but then I realized that people flame me for that. So this is what Ryomi used to do against it. You hit the creep wave until you get all your stacks. Then you press Q on the champion and you start auto-attacking them. You move quicker than her because you have high base movement speed and you have longer attack range. And you just auto-attack. That's literally how you win the lane. It's not relying on you hitting stuns. There's no charge up of W. There's no you have to flash ult. It's just like, just whack them when you have your stacks available and you'll always win the auto-attack trade. And that's what we saw in that laning phase, right?
Well, I guess Legacy are back, and while we were talking about the idea that this was like bangers all the way down, this one just banged from the beginning and it's over. I feel like the bang potential, if you will, has now been shoved down a level so that all 3 games below this game now have extra bang inside of them.
So we have a quota of bang to hit, is that what you're saying?
We don't, though.
You can only bang so much in one day, Russ. I don't know about you.
I didn't want to say it at the top of the show because I know that I jinx these things all the time, and I'm seen as a miserable old man that has grey hair and is, you know, buff and good looking, but for some reason just always angry. But Twitch chat's words, not mine, guys. So stop looking at me like that. Like last time we had this exact day, the day sucked. Don't you remember? We just had like 4 really boring games. So maybe it's not going to be a banger.
That is true. Obviously, the most surprising games are the ones where you just go, oh, Mammoth are up against Legacy. Like, we know what's going to happen here. And then, bang, surprise. So we'll see how the rest of the day goes. But you heard it here first. The rest of the day is going to suck. Why even bother? I'll tell you what you should bother doing, though, is sending in a video to join our opening titles, because NeoSurf want to give you the chance to be a part of the show by joining our opening title sequence, and they want to give you money for it, actual cash money in the form of a NeoSurf voucher that you can use on the League of Legends store. All you need to do is take a video of yourself joining the call, follow at OPL and at NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and then DM that video to at OPL. There are full terms and conditions on watch.lolesports.com. $500 goes to the winner, $100 to each runner-up. It's the easiest cash money you'll make in your life. Easiest way to get a headset, also to watch the OPL and to follow at OPL on Twitter, because that is where the competition is playing out. We have a post on our OPL page right now promoting this comp. You need to reply to it with your most out-of-this-world gaming experience. You can win yourself an EPOS GSP 600. We've got 2 to give away. Winners will be announced live on the OPL, and we have full terms and conditions, the thing you really want, available at watch.lollysports.com. All right, let's jump into the meat of this segment. We've been making our way through the world. It's time to continue the LCK.
The sun's out, the crowd's ready. Let's reckon!
No one escapes my aim. I bring the storm.
Beautiful work, as always, with the titles. As you see, it is the LCK, the League Champion Knockout. This is the Freljord edition. It's icy, it's cold, and we're going to coldly knock out 7 champions on the list of the greatest League of Legends champions of all time. Twitch chat, you can play along as well. There should be a poll popping up in chat. Let's start with choice number 1. It is Ashe versus Lissandra. Who do we like, gentlemen?
What is the story of Lissandra? She's an ice queen, right?
Who
It
knows?
says ice
Yes.
witch, but I'm pretty sure she's like a queen as well. So isn't this like now we're choosing between just a good or a bad queen?
Yeah, no, so I'm pretty sure that there's like 3 or 4 Freljord tribes, and they all have a head, and Ashe is the head of one, and Lissandra is the head of the other one, and Lissandra is evil because she's trying to bring the walkers back, and Ashe is good because who knows. But all of that aside, who does not love Frost Arrow Archers architects, like archetype in games? Like, it's just the best archetype, so definitely Ashe.
Ashe for me. I think my rebuttal to that is, okay, it's an LCK theme segment. If you watch Lissandra in the LCK, you just listen to that laugh, and that says enough. That's why she gets voted out. It's tilting. Maybe tilting for the players as well.
You mean every time she throws a Q, Skibby?
We don't need to hear that, mate. You're not, Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, like, we're going to see Ashe be the winner. She's the queen. She's the bae.
Absolutely.
If this is Game of Thrones canon, right, and she's bringing back the White Walkers, I'm all for it. That was the ending that I wanted.
Yeah,
Really?
why did they not win?
They should have won.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like they were a completely unstoppable power, but then they kind of got stopped because plot reasons.
Yeah.
Very, very, very dumb.
I'm voting for Lissandra
okay,
for
Ashe. Ashe is running away with this one, though, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately. 71% of the vote from the chat. She, again, is an iconic League champ, but I agree with Spawn. You can't go past Frost Arrow Archer archetype. That is, like, one of the core fundamentals of video games. Okay, matchup 2, Sejuani versus Gnar. Both an element of the beast about these champions.
Okay, I'm voting for neither, but the person I am voting for is Bristle.
Oh, okay.
Bristle is the unsung hero of the entirety of League of Legends.
Mm-hmm.
Bristle, of course, being the boar that Sejuani rides into combat.
Of course.
Putting his body on the line day in, day out across icy tundras to protect his queen. Like, Bristle is the true MVP of League of Legends.
I'm going for Gnar because he protect, he attack. He's, you can give him some good pets. You can give him the old pat on the head, say good boy. But then if anything gets too rowdy, he's going to go bigger, Mega Gnar mode, get in your face, get aggro, and, bully any intruders away.
If the question is, which champion would I rather watch in a competitive game of League of Legends, my answer is definitely Gnar. However, Sejuani has a Poro skin, and so I'm going Sejuani.
Interesting.
Gnar is so boring to watch. Gnar builds Cleaver Mallet and just whacks people under turret. Like, if it's old school Gnar that goes like tank items and team fights and has huge Gnar ults, but that's not how it plays anymore.
Well, he can do these like crazy like 4-man dives and then give me as an Aphelios a pentakill. It's so good.
He does not do that. He does Cleaver, Mallet, Wit's End like 90% of games and just split pushes the whole time. Sedge is a team fighter. I'm with you. Champions at team fight make the game more fun. Give me Sejuani. And she rides a pig, like, in one of the skins as well, which is just insane.
What is chat saying? I'm on the Gnar hype train.
It's nearly 50-50. Gnar is just eking out ahead 52% of the vote.
We take those.
But I personally, I do feel like I I didn't think about this before, but Spawn has really opened my eyes to indentured animal servitude, and I'm not sure if I'm comfortable not recognizing Bristle in this scenario. So if there's a way we can separate Sejuani and Bristle, so I'm going to have to give it to Sejuani. Na's out. I'm sorry, Na. You're adorable. But I'm voting for animal rights.
I do think that they would have both made it pretty far in the bracket if they weren't against each other.
Oh, that's a brutal knockout.
Yeah.
Because like it's no fun knocking out something that looks so cute. Okay, Gragas versus Tryndamere. Who do we like?
Yeah,
here?
come on. Nara is better than both of those.
Absolutely.
Nara is better than both of those. Gragas is actually the best champion in League of Legends. He's got the keg full of OJ ready to go. You know he parties.
Yeah, OJ. Yeah,
he drinks a lot of confidence.
He walks around just slapping his belly. He goes for the big combos.
Yeah, I think we had to go for Gragas. The guy's loving life right now, isn't he? He's what we all aspire to be. Happy and content in life.
Giga simp, so I'm going for Gragas for sure.
Giga simp.
Is Tryndamere just Gragas with a helmet?
Yeah, he's
they
fit.
do, yeah.
Fit Gragas.
Like you shave him and put a helmet on him. It's basically the same person.
And some hair dye,
74% Gragas. Gragas just running away with this one. Absolutely no chance at all. We've got time for one more. It is Braum versus Nunu and Willump. Again, this is an issue of like, did the animal choose this life?
Oh, it has to be Nunu. Surely.
100% Braum. This isn't even a vote.
What?
Really?
Braum is the perfect character. Braum is just the perfect character from lore to play.
Dude.
No,
You're just saying that because he has your ideal body type.
I mean, that's a part of it. But
I hate
is,
Braum.
Braum's
Braum's a boring
arms
character.
goals.
He's like I'm the goody two shoes. I protect everyone. I am really strong. Like, yeah, we get it, Braum. But like, really, there's skeletons in Braum's closet. I guarantee it.
For sure.
Just
like,
give me mid-Nunu.
You cannot be that
Make
good.
it happen.
Yeah, Nunu, on the other hand, he's just a whimsical little creature that plays a flute, and he has a... No, that's Willump, and he has a big
runs it
pet.
down in my games.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
He goes to lots of discos. I'm a big disco fan. Give me Nunu.
Oh, God. Okay. This is a terrible choice, and I feel like... chat, you want... 58% of you want Braum, and... I'm gonna service chat right now. I'm gonna suck up to chat and just say, you know what?
No.
I want your love. I want your affection. I want to be the favorite host in the league scene. Braum, congratulations, you win. We've got 3 more to do after the next game, which is, of course, Order versus Direwolves, game number 2. We have ruined Spawn's hype heading into this game with that choice. So I hope you're happy, chat. You've reinforced the philosophy that Spawn is a grumpy old man. Let's see how that grumpy old man handles Order versus Direwolves as we jump into game number 2 and the Macca's champ select.
Hi Direwolves. You might have got us last time, but this time we're coming for you. So you better watch out.
Now can he get out, or will he look for the 5 regardless? Alo with a 2-man knockup, knocking him.
The past wins we've had are against like all of the top teams besides Direwolves. The last one remaining is Direwolves, so I think the Direwolves win would mean more to us. They've been performing really well recently. They beat us last split. Like, it's sort of a grudge match. Like, I do want to beat them and like prove we're the better team, and that would really pad our confidence. Like, if we go 2-0 next week and then Legacy drop a game, we'll be first. So like, even having that potential is really nice. Being able to beat them will like really cement our spot at the top.
We still have a lot to work on, but I do think this is a step for us as a team in the right direction. I hope we all my teammates like review the communication in both of these games to see what worked.
That was it.
Swiper, he's been playing pretty good recently, but his problem is the same as always. He can't really play any of the meta champs, even though he's quite good at Sion and Gnar and Kled and stuff. If I play really well on like the strong meta champs, I'll outperform him.
Well, I think Harry had a pretty rough start to the split, like I said before, and he plays a lot better in scrims than stage, but recently he has been looking better, but I still think we're the better mid jungle.
Ayla is the best support right now. He's been performing very well and probably hard carrying the rest of his teammates who are, in my opinion, struggling on the Rift, you know. So he's a one-man army and, you know, he's just dragging the rest of the guys around. So my team is absolutely gonna smurf on the other 4.
I like Only. He's pretty good. I love him. It's so good. I think Leo 7 is a good ADC. Well, handsome and funny.
Well, there you have it, a difference of opinions there on the Direwolves side as to do they respect Order or do they not? That's what we're going to find out here today. It's already a draft that is whizzing right on through as we get ourselves into this game with Order looking for revenge over the Direwolves. Last time they went to the Rift, it was a 38-minute affair where we just saw a ton of CC. Direwolves were the bouncy castle party gameplay style, and Order weren't having much fun.
Yeah, they certainly weren't. Direwolves smacked them, I think is the right way to say it, Skimmy. Yep. However, now when you get into this pick ban stage, Direwolves playing 3 of their most comfortable champions, I think, in the entirety of League of Legends. Lee Sin, Zoe. I feel like, I know I cast every game with you, Skimmy, but I feel like we cast every game that has these mid-jungle 2v2s.
Every time. And it feels to me the case because there is Miri playing the Lee Sin for the 5th consecutive game in a row.
Okay, that makes sense then, because he's played a lot of Lee Sin then, and I think also Crocker's played a bit of Lee Sin. I feel like we cast a lot of Avant games, and Lisa obviously plays a lot of Lee Sin. So, and Lee Sin as a champion, like his goal in the game is to impact mid lane and then be able to take your mid laner to a side lane. So let's say we ultimately want to play top, but you're my mid laner. I always have to go through your lane. I always need to be able to get shove in mid lane and go there first. Because he plays with a lot of these mages that have really good CC. So what you will see here, right, is if, let's say they want the Aphelios to be fed, Miru will gank Harry in the mid lane, try and Bernie summon a spell or something like that. And then with all the push they get off that mid lane play, then they will try and 4-man gank and dive this Callista lane. Which I just think is such a good way to play League of Legends, and it really is the Direwolves' wheelhouse.
It certainly is. I mean, they haven't really changed up their mid-jungle for the majority of the time, right? It's either been Syndra or Zoe, It's been the back and forth between those two high-impact mid laners that Shot can look to try and delete you from afar upon, and Lee Sin needs no further introduction. What's interesting for me is the fact that the Bard obviously is denied away. Both teams fantastic, both Decoy and Ayla, especially in his current form. There's a whole montage reel just on his plays on that flick recently, so there's no explanation needed for that one. And the Scion finally going to get banned away. Teams have woken up to the idea that Swiper, 4 games, 4 wins, you need to address it.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that one, Skimmy. He's been kind of getting away with a little bit of murder down there in the top lane, just ensuring that he scales up nicely. He's picked himself up a couple of solo kills on the pick as well. The Zombie Scion, very hard to deal with in the laning phase, very hard to dive the champion. So I couldn't agree more that this is a good ban away from the rock in the top. One thing to mention, however, is the fact that that set should be considered a flex. Swiper has played a lot of set, and it also does do fairly well into Aatrox. So I would not be surprised to see Swiper take set in this matchup.
Now is the grand reveal of what are we going to get. Is it a support or is it a top laner? Both can play it really well. And also showcasing that he's very proficient at that one. And now we have it once again, the aggressive bot lane nature with the set and a Callista as he locks in the Renekton.
So Order has a lot of arguments about who's the best set player on the team, Skimmy.
Oh, here we go. Yep.
I like to say I am the best set player on the team. Because I played him first, Skimmy.
Okay.
Which is the most important stat to go by. But I think, Harry played it a lot last split. I think we saw, a couple of games out of him in the OPL. Ayla plays it a ton, and Swiper obviously plays it a ton, and I think Only has picked it up as well. So the only person that doesn't play set is Rare 7. Maybe one of the only people that should with his flanking tendencies. But I think that Ayla is maybe one of the better sets in the league, is where I was going with this whole spiel. I think Ayla and Dragka are 2 of the support players that play it well. In saying that, I think that Braum is a fairly good answer into set, especially with Aphelios and Red Gun. If set ever makes a mistake, misses his E in this lane, all you have to do is tag him up. Red Gun will instantly proc Braum passive.
Yeah.
And then as the Aphelios, you do have enough damage to kill the Braum. So this is a very volatile lane that's being played in the bottom lane. And what we've seen historically is that Vital and Decoy have won this lane against the Order lineup.
Yeah, it's a comfortable lane for them. It's when they look their strongest, when they have a lane that gives them aggression, but also defensive capabilities to turn things around. And what do we tend to see from a set? They run their Hex Flash, they're looking to try and trade Flash for Flash and come out ahead and just exert so much pressure on the lane. But adding this condition into the mix of things now means that if you step up, you better be damn sure you're going to hit that skill shot.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it just goes both ends, right? Because if you're a Braum and you walk up and you miss the Q against a Kalista or something like that, you're going to get chased down as well.
True.
So both teams should be playing heavily around the bottom side of the map this game, I think. The top lane is probably going to get left on a little bit of that island.
Well, let's see what happens here today. Game number 2. There's a banger on display here. We've Direwolves on the blue side and Order on the red. This is a battle to continue to be one of the teams in second spot, looking to try and reaffirm yourself as a team to beat. And for Order, just looking to try and take down another team that's defeated them earlier this year so far.
Yeah, and Order, I don't know whether you had put this together yet, Skimmy, have won 6 out of 6 games in the second round robin.
Correct. It's crazy. This is the most impressive form at the best time possible.
So if Order are to win this game today, they would be undefeated in the second round robin, which is just, honestly, as to where they were, that is a very impressive win rate.
Big turn of events as they sit currently at 9-4.
Oh no, this is going to be a disaster. Order are going to go for this invade, Skimmy, and you can see that already the Aatrox is here, and they're going to call him back down, and this is going to be a 5v3.
It's looking to be the case. Now they walk into the red buff. They're going to see Ella go for it. Now come
Everyone's
the
there.
Direwolves. Chippy's on the flank. He can get a massive free-man knock-up with that Q. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. And as they force the flash away from Rare. And the aggression of the Kalista in that bot lane, not going to be as prevalent as it once was.
Okay, but not the worst, honestly, coming across, because now Swiper is going to get the teleport out of Chippy. And he's also going to have himself probably a half-level lead up here in the top lane, which can manifest itself in some dangerous ways. So unless Miru does a single-side clear into bottom lane gank, which I do not think is going to be the case, this should actually favour Order at this stage of the game.
You can see their swipe hitting level 2 first. Goes in for a nice little trade as he looks to try and zone away Chippies for the meantime. And now we can get our eyes focused on this bot lane matchup. What does it actually mean? How are both supports going to look to try and influence things? How are they going to look to try and empower their AD carries to find a lead? Because both with the resources in their pocket definitely can take over things.
And not something we talk about all that often, Skimmy, although we will hold the thought. Okay, is your wave management in lanes. And what I mean by that is you actually have the ability as a League of Legends player to determine when your lane is going to push and pull based on which creeps you auto attack. And it's something that LS explains much better than me. But what I will say in this scenario, as Swiper with the person with the advantage, you have overpushed your lane. You have ensured that creeps are going to hit the turret on a big stack, and I don't think you can dive it with the Olaf right now. Bottom lane, I would say the exact same thing. I think that the Direwolves have overpushed their lane. Unless Lee Sin comes right now and dives on this wave, I think that they have overpushed this one, and Rare should be able to pick up majority of the CS on this turret without being punished, although he's doing a really bad job of it now.
That's Ella flashing forward. He hits level 2. Lee Sin's actually parving back towards mid lane as the teleport comes on out to top side. A fight on 2 different lanes.
Okay.
Will be used there by Zoe. Not going to achieve too much, nor will anything happen in the bot lane either.
So just as I was mentioning that, Skimmy, Order do show me that they are willing to dive on that wave, which is a little bit strange to me. You know, when you have a look at it, you would expect potentially the Scuttle Crab to be taken and Olaf to look to generate what we call a pathing lead or a CS lead, whatever you want to call it. But they still go for the dive. Bottom lane, however, Direwolves don't go for the dive, and Order try and read that and punish it, but we're not able to do so. So you see just the flash for the heal traded there. Swiper takes some damage in the top lane. This lane looking very volatile right now.
It certainly is. Maybe it could be a new matchup name for this one. The Battle of the Order Wolf. The new rivalry that's taken place here in Split 2.
I actually think that Order Direwolves historically has been probably Order's biggest rivalry. People always point to the Chiefs rivalry, as Order has historically had a lot of ex-Chiefs players on their team. But gameplay-wise, I would say Order versus Direwolves, like last year, especially when it was a Direwolves roster with Raze and Totoro. This year, obviously, they played each other in an epic best-of-5, and they've got a pretty even head-to-head. I think maybe Direwolves are a couple of games ahead now, but I think that this is one of the better modern-day rivalries. I know I love playing against Direwolves. I really respect their coaching staff. I really respect all their players as well. So it's one of those, games very early on in the calendar that we pencil in Skimmy to be prepared for and be ready.
I just ran the numbers there from 9 previous face-offs. Order have won on 3 separate occasions. So
okay, that's a big head-to-head win then.
Has been Direwolves, for the most part, that have had their number.
Yeah, and I thought that would be the case.
This is a new Order beast.
Because it was 1-2 during the regular season, correct me if I'm wrong, Order 1-1. Then it was 2-3 during the postseason. So that's obviously the 3 wins Order has, and now it's been 0-1.
0 since Split 2, yep.
Yeah, so Order need to start winning some games then, because Direwolves, they're just whooping them.
Certainly are. And Vital, despite his impressive performance yesterday, fell victim into an aggressive Chiefs lineup that had bruises that could get in his face and punish him from afar. We'll see what the response is here from Order to look to try and continue that trajectory. They've taken down some big teams so far, as you quite rightly pointed out. A 6-win streak at the moment, and that would be the third 2-0 weekend. They would be enjoying the curse at that point, you'd have to say, is well and truly broken if people weren't already mentioning it.
And a bit of a disaster has happened in the top lane, Skimmy. I don't know whether you caught what happened, but I didn't. But somehow Chippies is half CS. Obviously, not having the teleport impacts that a little bit, but then Swiper also didn't use his TP, so I'm not going to give him that as a way out. But this is definitely a sad day for Chippies, as he's down 20 CS and he's actually pushing a huge creep wave back into the Armored Titan in the top lane.
Would have been quite interesting to note what would have happened now. Obviously, as we've seen for the majority of these first 5 minutes, has been pushed against his turret. So maybe just having too much pressure going his way to be able to pick up all of that.
I think what it would have been is you just take one bad trade and then you lose like 10 creeps to the wave,
can't stand up. Yeah.
As only needs to be careful here because he is solo down in this bottom lane, although looking to actually try and take Decoy out. That's brave. You know, Aphelios was in Fog of War. You had no idea where Zoe was. Sure, you can assume that she's base, but that's not a given. Running in and throwing an axe at a Braum, the best river skirmisher in the game, Skimmy. I don't know. Courageous is the word I'll use. Silly is another one that comes to mind.
Silly, courageous, confident. I'm not sure which word you want to highlight more out of the 3, but it definitely has been a story of only success in recent times as well. We talk about Ayla being in turbo form as well. For the most part, the entire team have risen to the occasion, as we're going to see another trade take place in the top side of the map, even levels, but still one that will favour Swiper as he can crash the waving once again. And this shouldn't harm Chippy's ability to farm under turret this time.
Yeah, and you can see that Order are using their health bars and their mana bars, Skimmy, to actually shove the waves really aggressively. Because they want to be able to do things like this, invade the blue buff, you know, get an advantage here for Only or Harry, you know, potentially start this Rift Herald as well, which they need more resources for, which is an interesting game plan. It's one that we actually saw Order utilize yesterday, I would say very successfully. I haven't actually seen an early game jungle path go that one-sided for quite some time. However, Miru is level 6 and is only level 5. And Lee Sin at this stage of the game definitely does beat out Olaf.
Not going to see a bot lane flip for this one, but we can see a fight taking place in the bottom side of the map. Ayla's so damn low, actually turned on 10 health to try and commit to this fight, because there's the flash forward, but there's the turn up and the rock around as Swiper shows up, pops to Dominus and says, I've got a sight in target and I want to take you down. He takes down one, unable to find Decoy for an easy double.
And that's very interesting, because have a look what happened on the other side of the map as well, Skimmy. We don't actually have replays right now, guys, but only got the Herald, but he had to burn Flash. Which is just, you know, such a scary moment in the game where you're actually, you know, looking to secure a Herald with your Flash to get you out over the back of the wall. Not sure how I feel about that one. You saw actually the Lee Sin exit top side as Swiper now running. He does the cross country. He runs all the way back top to collect his wave. And Skimmy, even though he's teleported away from his wave, he is still 30 CS up over Chippies.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think we're starting to see sort of the after effects of not only a bad trade, but that level 1 teleport into lane after the invade that Order possessed.
But Swiper's just in very rare form, right? I mean, I try not to be overly positive of Order because I get called a biased caster too often, Skimmy.
Sure.
But for myself, I cannot remember a time where Swiper has played this good a League of Legends in the last, 3 or 4 years. I think this is back to his 2016, 2017, original Armored Titan form.
From what I've seen in the recent weeks, at least the games that we've casted, there have been multiple occasions where he has been targeted but has turned around 1v2 situations or fights that shouldn't be going his way and somehow picks up these big wins. Which, as we can see now, was that teleport to influence the bottom lane to try and swing it in their favor. We talked about how volatile it could be already. Well, Akalissa's not going to mind getting a bit of extra gold in her income at this stage.
And the danger here is for bottom lane, and I'm sure you've played games like this before, Skimmy, where you're actually being weak-sided on. You can see Order are constantly pushing and pathing towards top side, right?
Yeah.
However, you have this brief window where you have Summoner Spells advantage. You have Flash and Ignite on your AD carry, and you know they have nothing. But you don't know if Lee Sin is here. So you really just want to fight. And you can see that Ayla really wants to fight.
Yes. He was so keen to press that E button, but he realized, hang on a minute, there is vision. That's a fantastic lane ward by myself. Now that's a full collapse here from Order. They want to try and turn around, make it a 4v3. They want to find that fight so far. They're going to go in for the key target of that Braum. There goes the Fate's Call to get out the support, make sure he lives just a little bit longer, but Harry finds the first kill. That's a double kill for Order right now. Can they find a triple? They're looking for it. That's going to be Chippy turning around, finding one. Now he's looking for that double kill. Does he hit the flash? He does, but he does want to go into the tip tower. He does in the end. He flashes forward. Chippy's the mad lads. He turns the fight on its head. It's a 2-for-2 so far, and now they disengage.
Okay, so really good fight from the Direwolves. They use the teleport to make it an even numbers trade, and Chippies gets 2 kills for himself, which is huge at this stage of the game, Skimmy, because we're talking about how much dire straits this Aatrox was in. So the big reset coming out, he's going to go back, get himself majority of what should be a Black Cleaver now. See how this affects the bottom lane Dragon, however, because Swiper should be able to get the push and should just be able to walk down river. Can also see that Ayla is deploying through mid lane, which means Order probably want to go pretty quickly towards this objective. And a second Dragon at only 12 minutes into the game could be game-changing.
Certainly could be. Only he's going to have the Herald to deploy mid as well before it expires, so that's extra pressure, an extra question mark as to what the Direwolves' response is. Get to see what they decide to do here.
Very interesting that he didn't drop the Herald. As you mentioned, it is about to expire, Skimmy. I wonder if he has enough time after this Dragon to actually get it down. And where he is going to choose to drop it, it looks like once again it's going to be bottom.
Last second possible. Bot lane is the focus. Let's get these 2 online as quickly as we can. We've already given them some money. Let's continue to keep Vital and Decoy behind.
Okay, 4-man dive again.
Moonlight Vigil comes on now. Vital's got the range, he's got the chakrams, but he's going to fall on down so early. Harry explodes him as LeBlanc. Ayla gets away with his life intact, and he gets taken down in the end. Shock dashing forward with the flash to hit him with the auto attack, empowered as it may be. Direwolves are able to pick up at least something.
Yeah, really nice response from the Direwolves again. This is a back and forward game. Both of these teams are trading extreme blows. And you can see that once again, it is going to be heal burnt out of rare. However, Flash as well as the heal burnt by Shock and Vital respectively. Chippy's in some trouble. Swiper in some trouble.
He certainly is. That's a trade that is definitely this time going against him, and it feels like Chippies is now saying, look, you had my number at the start, you denied me so much CS, but I've got myself 2 solo kills, and now you're forced to back away.
And he actually took the completed reset, which is interesting because he still had ultimate available, right? Still could have potentially looked to farm out that wave. But it looks like Order want to go into a 1-3-1, and they're just not valuing that 320 gold as highly as you would have maybe seen other teams do, Skimmy. Instead taking what is tempo or time in League of Legends. Do want to give a shout out to Miru. He's actually up in CS in a matchup that's impossible to get up in CS in. So that means he actually has a gold lead right now, which is very impressive by the Lee Sin player. You love to see it. Lee Sin actually is one of those champions, if you prioritize camps, especially if you have a bruiser that will benefit from your Black Cleaver, and he has, Aatrox as well as Aphelios in this game.
Yeah.
It's just a brilliant champion to be able to farm on. He still has 3 AD scaling abilities. Definitely not something to laugh at if you are rare.
We're going to be looking to try and combat what has been a bit of a rough start here for the bot duo of the Direwolves. Still no healing cut here from Swiper, so still feeling quite confident in his ability to surround the Tiamat and the Phage to find desirable trades.
That's very interesting, Skimmy. I didn't even notice that. Because generally you see it as a rush item as Renekton into Aatrox. Yeah, definitely the case. And you can see again, Order is actually running back up this river. They've pulled Swiper out of lane so much this game already, Skimmy.
Yeah, he's going to actually hang on to his teleport. Now going to go mid lane just to try and push that in one final time. That's going to be the Herald, the second of the game, going in favor of Order. Now, what is the turnaround? What is Direwolf's response? They're going to go for the grab, and that's going to force the Ragnarok. That is a 4-man slam dunk. Then the Fate School to get him out of harm's way. Miru's forced to flash back into the pit, but Chippies finds one. That's the turnaround. The Bruisers get rowdy. They find a 1-for-1 so far as they take down some of the members of that bot lane, and there is the shutdown. Miru finally rocks up to the team fight and gets the 1v1 over Harry. He burnt both Flash and Ignite, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, Harry burnt the Ignite to kill Vital, who was already 0-4. And then he actually bumped into Miru on the back end of the team fight, and Miru was able to pick up the solo kill as he was actually escaping over the wall. So just really good game awareness from Miru to actually know that he can still take that 1v1 despite the fact that he used his full combo on Rare. That was a big ultimate from Ayla, but the rest of the Order lineup was actually moving backwards because Chippies was just, steaming forward with a full head of steam. Means that they will be able to once again get the Herald. Order are still picking up the objectives here, Skimmy, but it looks like this game is starting to flatten out. There's only about 1,000 gold lead, and this Aatrox is becoming a serious problem.
Yeah, there's not enough at this stage that really separates the two, despite Order having their eyes set on both Dragons and both Heralds. Looking at these bruises on the side of Direwolf, starting to get a lot stronger, looking to try and empower the fact that Vital is 0-4. Be a while away before he hits that big power spike, but this is so good, obviously, for Rare to achieve those power spikes first and continue to be the one that can be so aggressive. You're seeing the link up between himself and Ayla to make sure that he can jump in, lock down as many people as possible. If the attention goes his way, he can ultimate out to safety, and that's proven to be a recipe for success so far in this game.
And so far, it has been Swiper always being the person to move first to these objectives, and Chippy's kind of being happy to move second, as Ayla is going to take a big chunk of damage here.
Yeah, that's Zoe 101, locked in place by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and so easy, as you quite rightly mentioned, for the Lee Sin then to guarantee the Sonic Wave, and finds the execution.
That means that this next Dragon is going to be quite difficult to contest, Skimmy. If Order want to, they're going to have to go through all of the Fog of War and the poke damage of Shock Zoe. You see Rare not really fancying that at the moment, so instead they're going top side as an all-in trade's being taken.
Yep, they look for Chippies. Two-man collapse there. Order are going to sacrifice this next Dragon. They're going to use their Herald to break this down. They're going to look to try and keep Chippies at bay. They respect and realize how far ahead he is. Despite being down 40 CS, he's making up that deficit with sheer kills.
Yeah, however, they didn't even need to burn Herald there, Skimmy. That's just a really good heads-up play. You have to know really early on if you're fighting an objective. As soon as Ayla dies, I think they know they're never fighting that one, so instead they just go for the full cross-map. And you can see that it's actually going to be Shock answering that wave.
Yeah.
Not Chippies.
He's going to teleport back to that lane now, and they're going to disperse their members around to assert the 1-3-1 formation. As the Herald this time instead will be summoned mid. Now keep your eyes on Swiper. He's on the flank. He's in the Fog of War. No vision will reveal him just yet. As soon as this headbutt connects, no doubt we're going to be looking for that wombo coming. He doesn't have Dominus. So he's going to disengage away. The threat was looming.
And the thing is, Skimmy, is that's just a really nice play from Order, purely for the state of top lane wave. If you have to actually take a look at top lane, it's pushing back in Order's favor. So every single time a creep dies up there, Order technically gain a little bit more gold. I can't actually see bottom lane wave. I can't tell whether it's in the same scenario, but I believe that's also pushing back. That's just small wins across the board for the Order lineup as they drag, unnecessary numbers mid to be able to keep the last remaining turret up and available. And I mentioned this in the broadcast yesterday, Skimmy, but Order's very good at taking the first turret, but then actually struggles to take first 3 turrets. They very frequently make a mistake at this stage of the game, However, yesterday, they did not fall into that trap, and a strong gust of wind would take down the mid lane turret as well, Skimmy. So it looks like, again, small improvements coming across from the squad from Melbourne.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday in the sense that Direwolves actually are the best team in the league right now to take down the first 3 structures. They're the best team in the league also with having a big lead over their opponents at the 15-minute mark. Typically speaking, up by around 2,500 gold. Not going to be the case here today. Creative start here from Order has net them a big win both in top and bot.
However, the game has stalled, Skimmy, and I don't know whether there is a clear scaling advantage to one team over the other. If gold was dead even, I would say Direwolves comp is better. However, with a 2,000 gold advantage, I think that Order's comp can still fight them. I don't think it's, that much better. Teleport, however, coming in top lane.
Yeah, both the Brutes are going to join in right now. Shock is so damn low. He's going to go golden, but that's going to mean that Swipe can jump on in, force the flash, and do and slice and dice to his heart's content. There's the Dominus, and now the Lee Sin turns around and says, it's my time to fight. Will he find the execution kick? He flashed away. He finds Sanctuary and safety in the Tri-Brush, and Mirror can only hope and dream that they would have found that kill because Swiper gets the redemption, he gets the triumph, and he gets the turnaround attempt, but now both Only and Swiper are so damn low. Chippy's looking for the 1v2 situation. He'll find one.
They gotta get out.
The shutdown. Glacial Fissure locks them all in place. Now going to get some auto attacks from afar
Chippy's
to
is
set
huge.
off the stun. Chippies will take on the world and more. A 4-level difference between himself and the Olaf. That's the first kill here for Vital. He had to burn both summoners, but he needed that to get some traction back in this one.
And do they think they can do Baron here? You saw pings go down onto it, Skimmy. Does not look like that is the case. But Chippies is becoming a gigantic problem for Order in this game. He's still down 40 CS, but now level 13 Aatrox, 4-0-2, is having just huge impacts in these skirmishes. And it's because he's never the member they're opening up on, Skimmy. He's always, getting their second or third, kind of just topping himself up with that ultimate and staying supremely healthy. And I think flirting in and out of the danger very nicely. Also, shout out to Stopwatch as an item because that definitely afforded Shock a little bit more time than Harry to be able to keep himself alive. And Direwolves as a whole, like a fine wine, Skimmy, are just getting better and better as this game goes on.
They certainly are. Take a quick look at the scoreboard. You can now see the top half of the draft. Both jungler and top laners have got 2 Black Cleavers online here. It's going to be a game about not only empowering their own damage, but making sure that
in the
their
mid
AD
lane
carries can do as much as they can. He's going to be safe. Didn't have the flash. Need to burn it.
I haven't said that in a while, Skimmy. Rare on mid lane. He has got better at not getting caught. But
Really
that
has.
one was very scary.
Made your heart skip a beat for a second. 25 seconds on the next dragon. This would put Order in a soul point window. Playing for a Cloud Soul. Ultimate reduction. Movement speed. Always going to be quite nice from a utility standpoint. Especially in the likes of both the Renekton as well as the Aatrox to run you down because they are raid bosses.
And they just have a throw stuff comp, right? You look at what the Direwolves are doing and they're just setting up constantly and just throwing everything at Order.
They're flinging mud and seeing what sticks at this stage.
Yep, good way to put it.
Will force some creative pathing there from Order. Potential for Callista to be caught out of position with the telegraphed movement patterns. Dragon will be started.
They're taking a lot of damage to it, however. Can't underestimate how much damage the Air Dragon does do. However, it looks like they're willing to give it.
Yep, not going to happen today. Swipe on a massive flank right now. Popsodomus going to lock them all in place. The Glacial Fissure to prevent Order collapsing on in to provide him with some protection. He's going to fall on down. Shock and Vital are so damn free, but Ayla, I mean, honestly, what on earth was that? A 4-man slam dunk to lock them all in place. Still, it's not big enough for Order to come ahead in that win. In a choke spot, they've got skill shots, they've got AoE connect, and Direwolf crushed it.
Certainly did. It's a 1-for-2 trade again. Direwolves come out ahead one more time. However, these fights starting to get very, very messy, Skimmy. They'll also take mid lane turret. So cracking that one before Order does it. Still 1,000 gold lead for Order, but another kill went over to guess who? Chippy's now 5-0-3 in this game.
And this feels like the Chippies of old. He's sort of transitioned his playstyle in Split 2 to really cater towards the team aspect, play around the fact that he has carries in other lanes, the likes of the Malphites, the Maokais, the Bruisers, and the Protection. This is the classic staple carry Chippy's playstyle, and he's making the most of the situation right now.
Certainly is. And you can see both these junglers as well. Oh, this is just such an entertaining matchup, Skimmy. Both the junglers throwing caution to the wind. We're going to see GA as well as Death's Dance picked up as third jungle items. So they definitely know this game is going to be determined not by tankiness, but just by raw damage coming out. Both of them have gone Warrior Cleaver. And you heard Miru say nothing but good things about Only before the game. I can 100% say that Only thinks the exact same things of Miru. They love running into each other. They're actually two of the highest solo queue players at the moment, jungle-wise. Decoy needs to be careful here.
He certainly does.
Although now Only needs to be careful.
Vital has the ideal weapon set up, hits him with the Moonlight Vigil. Surely that's death, and that is the deletion. That's Miru jumping on in to secure that one with the shutdown. Both bruises, both top laners, they have the most gold, but how can they influence this team fight? So far, it is favoring Chippy, so he finds one. He takes
Zoe
out
on
Rare.
the flank.
Now there's no AD carry. That's going to be the Banshee's Veil getting procced. Now it is the bubble. Do they have the follow-up? Can he hit the tether? He cannot. Ayla is on the retreat, and still Vital with a red buff as well to add insult to injury. Can literally run you down from 50 million miles away. And that is a convincing teamfight win for the Direwolves.
Certainly is. Meanwhile, however, Swiper has taken 2 turrets. So a little bit of macro play coming through from Swiper. Just determines that that's an unwinnable fight, so runs straight down mid lane. Will maintain gold lead. However, you can see another kill picked up for this Lee Sin. He's now got himself a stopwatch, and the Aphelios' damage is starting to become an issue. We say this all the time about Aphelios. There's things that beat him in lane, Skimmy, but there is nothing that will get past the 200 years of experience of damage in the latter stages of the game.
Certainly won't, especially with these 2 items in your back pocket. Those are the ones that make this champion a monster from afar, as you saw on full demonstration there beforehand. And, well, when you've got a front line like he does right now to work wonders and create all this pressure for him to pick people apart, he's sitting pretty despite the bot lane matchup not going his way to start off with.
And Rare to a bubble and redemption took a third of his health. That is very bad news for the Order 80 carry. And now Direwolves with supreme control over this Baron area. Order look to be splitting Dragon side for Windsoul. I'm not sure Windsoul's all that valuable this game. Don't know about you, Skimmy.
I think it's a small luxury. I would have preferred probably more damage, but as it stands...
I'm just saying, if I could be on the Baron side of the map or the Air Drake side of the map, probably give me the Baron side of the map.
Oh, for sure. Order the one that still hold the cards when it comes to the objective control, so they can afford to make those kind of shot calling decisions. Try and break apart Direwolves here with their skill shot composition.
They need to get someone on that top lane wave. Look at top lane. Direwolves getting a huge win there, Skimmy. Only fair that I talk about both teams' creep waves. There's about 20-odd CS that just died to top lane turret as Order really wants Soul Point to go their favor here.
I was going to say that it is only that still has a level advantage over his counterpart, and it is still Swipe that has a major lead in terms of CS. That has been really the story of this game, trading kills for clear. We'll look to see how they try and set themselves up for this Soul Point.
Wonder if they actually try and fight it, Skimmy. Viper takes half his health in damage. I think they'll fight now.
They certainly will, because Swipe was looking for the flank. Now he's completely zoned out from this fight. That's going to be a fight that favors Direwolves so far in the river and in the damage. They are going to steal away the Dragon first and foremost. Now, Aphelios is gone. Only has taken him. He committed with the flash, but he's going to pay the ultimate price for him down. In the end, Chippies takes him out. Zoe is gone. That's a double kill for the man you love to call Rare 7. It's a dream. It's a name change, but it's the same outcome because he gets the job done for the boys. They sacrifice the Cloud Dragon. Much like you said, they value the Baron.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be Baron picked up as well, unless they can fight here, Skimmy, because the Rends of Callista is impossible to outsmite. You can see that they do it very quickly as well with Ginsu's, as well as the Blade of the Ruined King picked up on rare. So the major objective will go to Order. They'll have themselves about a 4,000-ish, 3,000-ish gold lead if my maths hold when this is all said and done. And look to close this game out. They're actually waiting for Only to come up and available. I hate when they do this because if anyone's there, it's gone. But they're not.
Regan acts as a second smite there with his Ren stack so he can look to, put as many spears into the Baron as possible.
He just bought an outright Hurricane.
Yeah.
He had a dagger and he turned it into a Hurricane Skimmy. Obviously sitting on a lot of gold for that fight. You kind of wonder why they fought it, if that's how much gold your 80 carry had.
Much like the Flexi Seal advert, that is going to be a lot of damage. We're going to get to see now come out from this cluster.
But Aphelios has got 2 Zeal items as well, so he's actually, you know what, credit to Vital. He's stayed complete pace with the farm, and he's done a really great job after, what did he start, 0-4?
0-4, 0-5 coming out of laning phase. He had been targeted, very much reliant on the top side of his draft to carry him, and he's managed to find a few good kills.
And credit to Chippies, I mean, he's really trying to carry him right now. 7-0-3. Oh, and that's an Olaf that's been put to sleep and might get put down permanently.
Yep, he has no flash, but he will have the Ragnarok. Now he can look to try and disengage away. Both Renekton and Olaf are in trouble. Renekton's not going to be the focal point. That's going to be Chippies jumping into the front line. He gets Ayla dunked on out. Fate's Call is used to make sure that his support doesn't fall on down just yet. Glacial Fish will try and buy some time. Miro flashing forward and hitting the kick back to try and take out this Crocodile Hunter.
Look at Vital.
Look at the damage from across the wall. That's 1, that's 2. The carries the Direwolves, finding the picks that they need to get a numbers mismatch. There's not going to be a major objective to take as a result, but they have denied the full Baron buff value.
Yeah, and look at the 1-2 punch from the Direwolves just standing up in that siege. Vital and Chippies are just insane at the game of League of Legends, Skimmy. You see full health from Vital in that fight, completely untouched. Ideal gun setup as well. Stands and delivers and repels the assault from Order.
The Direwolves are a living and breathing Hydra at this stage. Multiple heads, multiple threats. You take out one, but they've still got many, many more to come at you and cause you some nightmares, as you can see right there. They tried to take out the Aatrox. And, well, just so much free pressure for Vital to work with. Has gone for the rapid-fire cannon, so even more range. Because that's always nice to deal with. It's going to mean that he's not going to be as reliant now on cycling for those weapons such as the sniper to achieve that maximum value.
Order
defensives are coming out. We can actually see the QSS here spawn on the cluster now.
I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. You've seen Shock one-hit people off a bubble. I don't think that that's how you want to fight if you are Order. I was going to say they still have a little bit of time on their Baron buff. And I was surprised they didn't do this with the initial Baron buff, Skimmy. Is why are they playing 2 waves when they have a LeBlanc on their team? Can definitely afford to play 3 right now. Obviously, Harry not having the Baron anymore. And it also looks like Order just going to go back into another reset. This game has stagnated. And you have to say that that will favor the Aphelios above anyone else on Summoner's Rift. When the game stops, Aphelios becomes the Juggernaut.
He certainly does. We know how strong Callista can be in the early game, but Aphelios is the king of mid to late. More items, more power, more fun. And in this man's hands, he knows how to utilize it.
Just leave the Windrakes alone. What have the Windrakes done to anyone? They're just useless drakes. Over the wall!
Harry looking for the one-shot there as LeBlanc, the burst assassin mage, just trying to do what they can in a match that has been very much dictated by attack damage. Mid lane control will go the way of Direwolves.
Rare just got one-tapped off-screen. He went down to like 10% health. That is very, very scary. If you are Order playing against this Zoe. He had to burn the QSS as well, Skimmy. So not going to have it in the main fight, and they're already on this dragon.
Him and Swiper's Flash are just about to come up. How important will that be? Chippies on the flank, looking for the dunk. Big wombo combo here. What can Order do? They're going to get a big win right now. They're going to take out 2. Now Chippy's going on a 1v4 crusade, trying to find 1.
He can't die.
2. Look at his lifesteal between his passive and the death stance. He does so much work, but it's not going to be enough in the end because Swiper is protected. He's got a GA, he gets in, and they win a crucial fight, which guarantees them now the Cloud Soul.
And these poor 80 carries, Skimmy. Like every single fight, they just have these behemoth of top laners diving them over and over again. And I think I said this in yesterday's game between Direwolves and Chiefs, where it's like if the top laners just had a bit more farm, the 80 carries wouldn't be able to play the game. Well, this is what League of Legends should look like. You have a 300 CS Renekton at 30 minutes. You have an 8-1 Aatrox. And anytime an 80 carry looks at them, they just fall over.
They certainly do. And as we mentioned before, it has been a game where with 4 Black Cleavers present, it's all been about empowering their AD carries, and that has been the focal point, the kill target for the majority of these games. Now both do have the QSS online to try and combat the fact that they won't have their flashes anymore, nor will they have their heals. And for the most part, it has been these mages quite content to act as the puppeteers and say, whilst you boys have fun in the sun, we'll do what we can.
Yeah, I mean, both the mages just kind of darting in and out of Summoner's Rift right now, playing a little bit of guerrilla warfare, if you will, Skimmy. Rare is solo on mid lane, does have QSS, but does not have either Summoner spell. Needs to be careful there. Braum has Flash. Does not want to be caught in that situation again. And Order, they've slowed. Direwolves, they're just happy with the pace of the game right now. They know that it is going their way. Look at this flank, however.
They are looking for the flank. Who is the kill target? Where does Ayla look to try and go for right now? Swiper is exhausted. He jumps into the back line. Decoy pulls up the shield, trying to prevent all the damage coming the way of Vital right now. He is protecting. He is the king of the jungle. But Chippies is just doing so damn much, commanding so much respect. Out go to Stopwatch. Bang go to GAs. They've lost their mid laner. And it's now Order banging on their front door.
Here. You need to get out. Vital will just 1v5.
Okay, well, they do reset the chakrams. That's a big win for them. Is Rare going to get locked in place? So Graviton is going to connect once again. Up goes the shield. He's going to fall on down. Harry one-shots him. Gets a double kill,
Chippies is still here.
Chippies is still there. He is indeed. He's trying to do whatever he can when he presses Q. 1, 2, and 3. Numbers on your screen. Damage delete. You can't be disabled, but he's going to still lock you down. He falls on down in the end. The guy is such a monster, but can't do enough when the rest of his team have crumbled around him.
How is Chippies losing this game, Skimmy? He's an absolute... Like, he's a monster. 8, 2, and 6 on this Aatrox, and you can just see they cannot kill him.
I think this is one of the best times to use our button to say he's an absolute monster at this stage of the game. He's a pretty big deal.
But Order are starting to win some of these fights, Skimmy. I thought at this stage it would really be the shoe on the opposite foot. I thought the Aphelios would kind of be unstoppable. And that this would be when the Direwolves like really put their foot on the gas. However, you can see that the LeBlanc is having a lot of success against... I think it, like, I always say this, when the game is super chaotic, right? When like you just can guarantee there's going to be 0 summoner spells available. Yeah. LeBlanc is the best champion in the game. Because she has double dash, right? Like something that very few other champions can brag having. Does need to be able to pick up a death cap, however, so surprise Rare isn't actually giving this farm over. Although he's once again fallen behind in items. And do Order just look for another flank?
Ayla going to take Chippies into the team. They want to try and take him down. What can they do when it comes to crunch time, however, because that is going to be Harry getting focused right now. He's been shot down. Massive haymaker! And that's a double kill as clean as you've ever seen. Rare comes up the goods. That's a quadra kill. Only Shock survives. A crushing team fight that works the way of Order. Now they have an exposed mid inhibitor, and that is the sole point target. With members being down for 40 seconds, Order are looking for the win.
Yeah, that should be the game. What a team fight coming out from Order. Ayla on massive back-to-back flanks. Should have done it there. Swiper has flash. Shock's not going to be able to get the creep wave. And that should be game over.
6 wins in a row. This is looking like 3 weeks. Back-to-back 2-0s. The team to beat right now. The team to keep you hot on your heels. Order, take down the Direwolves.
What a terrific game of League of Legends, Skimmy. We said it should be a banger. I think it well and truly delivered. hats off to the Direwolves. They are a legitimate contender this split. Their top laner Chippy said he feels like on the meta picks he has the upper hand. Well, that Aatrox was the stuffer nightmare. But Order stuck with it. They stuck to the game plan. They fought a lot in this game. And they did once again manage to pick up their 7th win in a row.
That was a crazy game because it could have gone so different in the sense of what the standings would have looked like. Order 9-4, Direwolves 8-5. If Direwolves had actually won that game, they would have made themselves tied in at 2nd spot. But now the trend, the power, the momentum continues the way of Order, and they continue to be 1 game away from taking down Legacy in pole position. We're going to jump to a quick break and get ourselves geared up and ready for another banger, because that's what we're all about here on the OPL. Bangers and mash. It's your favorite food. It's your favorite appetite. It is your favorite entertainment, because after the break, Avant will be taking on Pentnet.gg.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Damn it, we didn't do the ear one. Welcome back. Rusty, if you were to describe that game with one word, what would it be?
I don't want to say banger another 100 times.
No. No, we said it like 10 times while we were watching.
I know, because it was a good
Tight.
game. But it was.
Tight.
No, it was tight. That was a banger. It was a very good game. It was close, right? There was a lot of back and forth moments. The thing that stood out to me the most was that I think like the ability to be able to play the game to your best ability when behind is something that separated Order from Direwolves in that game, right? And I think that you have to give credit to Ayla again for being 0-5, but still being able to constantly find flanks and start team fights. Like, to me, if I was a 0-5 player, I play very differently to how he just did. And it's an extremely commendable trait to actually have, and I'd say it's very much leadership qualities in a team.
And knowing Bill, like knowing Ayla, he kind of said that like last year he was trying to like tap into this mindset of like what Rusty's talking about, that unflinching, like win-only mindset of like always go forward, always push yourself. And I think that he really has done that. It's funny watching him grow because he's such a young kid, right? 19 years old or whatever he is. But I think that this split in particular, he has like shot up in growth so much. And he's the primary shot caller of Order. I say this all the time because like it is hard to believe. He is such a softly spoken guy. But when you get him on Summoner's Rift, he's the dude bullying Swiper and Harry and Rare around like into the right lanes and making sure that the game plan is set up. So definitely doing a lot of good stuff to ensure Order are winning these games.
Rusty, he may not be able to talk trash out of game, but in game, he lets his gameplay do the talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, congratulations to Order. Very entertaining game. If we could just have this for the rest of the night, that would be fantastic. The reason we have any of this, obviously, is because of our wonderful sponsors. One of those sponsors, EPOS. EPOS want to give you a gaming headset. You want to hear League of Legends better than you've ever heard it before in your life, then you want the EPOS GSP 600 gaming headset. Just head to @OPL on Twitter and reply to the tweet about this competition with your most out-of-this-world gaming experience story. We will pick 2 winners live on the OPL, and we'll give away 2 gaming headsets thanks to EPOS. Full terms and conditions are available at watch.lolesports.com. A very happy Spawn will sign your headset if you want. He has one of them. One of us will sign the other one. You could pick who. Just request it when we tell you that you've won. And speaking of winning, it is time to announce and choose the winners for the second round of the NeoSurf competition. This is the one, obviously, where you get to join our opening titles. There's been a lot of consternation going on with this Spawn that you are waiting to be replaced in these titles.
Just please be good enough to take me out of the titles. That's all I'm going to say. The problem is, Nick, when you set the bar so high, like I constantly do, I'll be the last person gone.
True. And what does that say about me? That I was literally the first person gone.
That you paid Kent a better bribe than the other 3 people this call did. That's what it says.
I think that's probably right. All right, so we have narrowed down the entries. We're going to go through them one by one, and we're going to pick live the winner and then the runners-up. So the first one comes in from fan favorite, cast favorite, Lady Dubsy.
Okay.
There you go.
I mean, it was just solid. It was good. It's exactly what we asked for, right?
As a Poro, you just win because of the Poro.
You do. You win good recognition of the other screens around you. I did notice that she looked in all directions, so she is thinking that she's going to be smack bang in the middle. She thinks she's taken that prime number one, like, open the show real estate. I'm wondering if she put the music herself, because if she did, extra points for production effort.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Nico painting in the background. She painted along when we painted Nico, I believe. So
she did. True.
Just showing the old school League of Legends OPL fan, because that was when Pyra's nipples were still on the broadcast, I believe.
Oh,
yes, they were.
I miss them so much. The official artist of the OPL, I think we're pretty confident saying. All right, entry number 2. It's Pandemic OU1. Didn't see that.
That's good. That's good.
Genuinely wins.
That's really good.
That's a really hard bar to beat. Like, that's just genuinely very good.
It's topical. And, like, it was just, once again, just great awareness of the other cameras that are going to be coming at you as you're in the middle. They're trying to escape it.
That's exactly. Swan's right. That's middle priority right there.
Absolutely. That is fantastic. Great wig as well. I mean, to have made Twitch chat actually laugh. I've been trying to do that for 2.5 years. So congratulations. I mean, just a choice entry. I would be proud to have that in our opening titles. There's a lot to live up to here. Of course, I don't want to build it up too much, but, you know, unless it's amazing, you're going to get shat on. Me next time, fam. Let's see what you've got. I don't quite know what was happening.
Spawn's going to be like, replace me with him.
It is. That is. I was actually thinking that is the upper middle tile. Done.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So I just, it had to be the case.
Because he's pulled in, like, so we've got, obviously, it's Pandemic in the middle.
Yeah.
Upper middle is this guy. He gets the guy on the right, and then he gets the guy on the lower, like, the middle left as well.
Yep.
Like, that is, and that, this is hard to judge, Nick, because in the same way that it's really hard to, like, judge a beautiful singer to a mime. That's what I feel like we've had in, like, the last 2 performances. I feel like no props, nothing apart from facial expressions, and modern day ingenuity is what went into that last one. I was a fan.
I also like the fact that this person, me next time fam, seemed to have zero awareness of where the camera was.
Yeah.
as though they weren't actually joining a phone call, but instead were looking for the webcam in the first place. All right, congratulations to me next time fam. And then final entry coming in here. This one comes in from Toned TNT.
Oh, not toned. Come on.
It's toned. It's toned. Threatening.
Hit the dab.
Was he backwards to what the main image was?
Was he? Can
No,
we see that
he wasn't.
again?
He was fine.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was backwards.
Okay, let's just bring up the video again because my god, the build up there.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be a dab. I was so ready
thought it
for
was a
that
dab
to be like,
too.
see you later, Spawn. You know? Nah, he got it.
We're good.
He's good. He's nailed it.
Oh
That
my
was
goodness, that is so funny. I feel
That's your spot, Nick. That's the opening segment.
no, get out of here, Skip. Well, it's not even my spot anymore. It's gone.
Oh, true. Yours is gone. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's done. I was offended by everything in that. The trolling, the camera placement was slightly off center.
The lack of focus was also very off-putting.
Yeah, as it clicked
The
in.
intensity of the stare.
But then we got memed really hard. So, you know, that's isn't that what the internet is actually all about? Okay, so we've got four. We've got these four to pick on. So we've got Lady Dubsy, It's Pandemic, OU1, Me Next Time Fam, and Tone TNT. I mean,
It's unanimous. It surely has.
do I
to
have to ask? Do I have to
I
ask?
loved Pandemic's one so much.
It is
Yeah, I
an
think
It's
exciting
just,
thing.
it was comedy gold.
I
I
actually
would be
think what
proud
I
to
will
have
say is that the second round of this competition has been impressive.
Yeah.
If we are doing round 3, which I don't know if we are.
We're in the middle of taking submissions right now.
Okay.
I like
we're
the
taking
helicopter hat
submissions.
from the previous
yeah,
one. That
of
one was
course you
clever.
would. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the oranges one. Where
Dab's taking me off. I dab daddy. I'm trendy. I'm a boomer, but I'm trendy.
That's correct, Skippy. Don't you forget it, mate. I got a fresh haircut. I can't even remember what I was going to say. I've just been absolutely annihilated on stream.
No, you make a good point, which is because the first round of the competition, people are like, I don't know what to expect from this.
Yeah.
Like, what do I do? Do I do something creative or do I do something really basic? I don't want to embarrass myself. And then you see, oh, actually, these people put in good ones, they win a bunch of money. And then this, so we've just upped our game. So imagine what the next round is going to be like.
Even better.
Because a reminder that we are in the next round. So thanks to NeoSurf, you can win yourself $500. All the runners up will get $100 each. Everyone will get added to the opening titles. So it's an exciting time to enter an OPL competition, and that is all thanks to NeoSurf. So congratulations to It's Pandemic OU1. Fantastic entry. And I assume you'll get some pretty prominent placement there with that one. You win yourself $500 in NeoSurf voucher credit, thanks to NeoSurf, for you to use on the League of Legends store. And then Lady Dubsy, It's Pandemic, OU1, and Toned TNT, all nabbing themselves $100 credit to use in the League store. So congratulations to all our winners. That is a very exciting time for you. All right, it's exciting time for two teams coming up as well. We've got AV versus PGG. Rusty, help me take the temperature with these two teams because they've had up and down seasons.
Yeah, if I was to initial temperature check is that PGG looking much better than AV as of late. The big thing with AV that we're always trying to measure is how good is their early aggression really, because they tend to be that one punch team. But they've also been changing their AD carry back and forth between these weeks now. And I forget exactly which one it is today. I think it's Gun Crab.
Probably
but usually
Violet.
when it's probably Violet. Yeah. So usually when Gun Crab's playing, they are a little bit more cerebral and play around him. Where I would right now describe Violet as just like a weapon that you just unleash onto the Rift. So a very different style with Violet in.
Should we go around the horn and just pick with this one because yeah, this could be a tight one. Spawn.
I think Avant have been playing better, to be honest. I think that they've had a couple of unlucky games, so I'm going to go with Avant Gaming here.
Skimmy?
Dr. Mundo, he's the king of the top lane. Pentanet as a whole, I'm going for them.
And Rusty, reiterate.
I'm going to go with PGG for this one, yeah.
PGG for them. And for me, I just feel like Mammoth can't lose this one. All right, let's jump into game number 3. It's AV versus PGG, and it's coming up at the Max Chance Select.
Welcome back for game number 3 as Pentanet.gg take on Avant Gaming. Pentanet looking to try and keep themselves tight in at 3rd spot, whereas Avant want a big dub to upset the pack at the top, but almost guarantee themselves that last spot going into playoffs there, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every win from now on is going to be crucial for them, and it's not just even trying to get that last spot. If you're a team like AV, for PGG, you want to be in the top 2. You know, it's obviously very important to be as highly placed as you can come playoffs time, getting to avoid best of series, right? That's a massive win. Even though you could build momentum, it's not that simple. You'd rather avoid the best of 5 completely by seeding higher. So AV definitely, I want to say, the hardest place right now in the league in terms of making playoffs, you know, being in that infamous 6th spot.
Let's see what happens in this drafting phase, because a few things are going to catch my eye immediately. First of all, Avant are the only team in the league so far that will play Italy. It's the most banned against them, about 46% of the time. That's going to be denied here today, but will we see a set ban? We tend to see that Pabu, if given a chance, will run it. Doesn't matter what his scoreline or CS is. He always facilitates so much pressure as a whole on his map and for his team to work with.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. I mean, he frosts the set. Volley Bear is actually the other one I was thinking of as you were talking about that. They're going to get rid of it themselves. And it's clear that AV, with that ban, do leave open the set if they want. However, on blue side, which is one of the first look-ins we get of PGG on this side of the Rift, may not prioritize that as a first pick outright. It's very clear, obviously, they're going to go for the Ashe in this one. But that does leave open the set. And I think it's the best, you know, one of the 1-2 picks on red side to just lock in the set and give yourself that early flex.
As you can see, both teams taunting each other with that Dr. Mundo that has been played twice now by Biopanther to fantastic effect into some very good teams, mind you, as well. Ashe is going to be the first pick here, only the second game that Predator will play on it this split. So we get to see what is now the new most meta favorite champion, with Varus no longer even being banned since 10-14, where he took a big heavy hit to his kit.
Yeah, you can see Trundle actually locked in here for AV. I wonder if that just opens the gates for Pabu to play whatever he would like. With that Trundle, we're actually going to go for the Bard here. This is what I would always call the legacy composition. It was basically the way that they won the OPL Split 1 finals, with massive plays coming out of Babip and Isles on these respective champions. So very excited to see how AV will do with their respective turn at it. Lots of good pick that comes out of this comp already.
Interesting to see that Appy has gone for the Bard. When I think AV, Bard is not a pick that comes to mind. They've never ever played it this entire year. So this suggests to me that they're going to be looking to try and change things up a little bit here and look to try and catch members out of position, look to try and force those early fights, and look to try and capture that identity of early game success and the ability to then snowball it further.
I think this was a free set pick here as well. No massive surprises when you're going to early pick a Trundle. You make it pretty simple. Of course, Trundle's good into set. You place a pillar, and all sets mechanics and kit basically do is walk faster towards things, right? So one pillar can counter you. In saying that, I don't think it's going to completely prevent him from being a team fight carry or champion, which is definitely something that PGG favor when they look towards it. We're going to go for a Syndra here, Skimmy, and the reason that this is interesting is because it does still give the counter opportunity to get back. I'm sure he could consider something like an Azir if he just wants to scale, but he's also one of those players that does have a pretty deep champion pool. And with the changes to Syndra's Q mana cost, you might have a couple of extra picks that may exist.
It is a little bit funny because, typically speaking, Syndra is a ban against Avant Gaming. They've not actually played it this entirety of Split 2. It has been a pick which we've talked at great lengths, especially when they can sub in the likes of Guncrab to play the more mage conventional champions in that lane. Obviously, it has taken a bit of a nerf to the Q ability. But we get to see where they do decide to lock it in the end. Azir and Twisted Fate. Yeah, targeting get back there.
Yeah, 2 get back champions. That's not too surprising. If you're going to prioritize a mid laner as your third pick, you tend to give the 2 bans over to Chaz. in this case. It does mean that you'll be countered, right? You just get rid of the worst counter pick options that exist. One of the other things that is often seen into Syndrome, not as much anymore, is we're going to be channeling some Jin here. LPL draft.
I'm excited. I'm already hyped for this one. There's the confirmation. You bring Guncrab in. He does some crazy things. I'm loving this already.
Very, very LPL-esque so far. We'll see how they round out their composition. Right now, we're waiting to see what the counter will be for mid lane, as well as the last pick. So both solo laners, presumably, are going to be the things that is left standing. And with this Orianna locked in, not knowing his top lane matchup, you would expect a tank of some kind for Biopanther. He does preference that. I mean, this one may be a hover this time, but is it? It could just be locked in knowing him. But you'd
it could be a confirmation.
Like the Ornn or the Scion as well.
Every single person this entire series, or this entire draft phase, I should say, has actually hovered the Mundo, just poking the bear. And he's going to say, look, enough poking the bear. Let's hug the bear instead. And let's actually lock that one in. So, Pen have guaranteed the composition. 3 major targets now to allow the ability of a Shockwave to be guaranteed. What is the response here from Avant?
And, you know, PGG keep doing this. They keep picking a bunch of tanks where the Mundo isn't super needed, but just adding him to the front line makes them very beefy. Now, of course, this one is a blind Mundo. Again, not going to be seen on the red side this time, PGG. So the counter was there for AV. Paprise is going to pick himself the Aatrox into it and can very easily buy Healing Cut in his item build. Does do a decent amount of damage, but not super early, right? So Aatrox is one of those characters that'll hit level 6 and suddenly his power starts to stack up. You know, hit one item and it gets worse and worse. You saw Chippy's last game, and you know what the champion is capable of if he gets snowballed. So a bit of extra damage into AV's comp. No tanks though, really, besides Trundle, depending on who he else.
And that could be a concern because, as you quite rightly pointed out, Pentanet continue to stack tanks. They continue to find pressure impacts that work for them. And much like the situation with Order and Swiper playing Scion, they continue to find success with a pick, which just doesn't get shown the respect it should.
The thing with this Aatrox, right, is I wouldn't have minded if it was a tank or like something like an Ornn, you know, something with mid to long range engage would have been quite nice. Something that isn't super committal like the Malphite, so to speak. Mundo would have actually been decent in their comp, just quietly. But the reason that their comp is really dangerous is because they've gone for the Jhin, with the Bard, with the Trundle. You put those 3 together, and it is so easy to pick people. You know, you hit a pillar, suddenly a Bard ult's out, or suddenly a Jhin W's out, they're trapped, and then you follow up damage. You've got a Syndra stun as well. You know, they have an abundance of things that can catch out individual members when they're grouped up on the same screen. And the Aatrox isn't necessary, right? If they're able to generate those picks as just 4-man, that top lane champion could have been anything. So it's nice to be Paprise at a draft like this.
It certainly is, and he'll be looking to try and catch out the Dr. Mundo in this game of pick once again that Bio loves to see. I'm really excited here for the Jhin. What can it bring to the table here today? A pick that we don't commonly see, but a meta in the bot lane that continues to evolve as each patch goes on by. Pentanet.gg on the left-hand side, fighting to keep themselves tied in at 3rd. Whereas Avant on the right-hand side are looking for a big, big victory here to disrupt the impact. And that is fancy feet there from Rogue. Flashes blindly across the wall, guarantees the hook, full set of flash and a heal. And he may just get run down by the annoyance of Anash. There's first blood for Pentanet.
Yeah, that was 4 flashes used. They really wanted to make sure that that was secured. In saying that, 2 of them are Hex flashes, Skibby. So it's not horrible in the end. It also does mean that Guncrab's going to be going into laning phase with 0 summoner spells himself. So risky position now to be a Guncrab, risky position to be this Jhin into an Ashe Nautilus. I mean, what a lane to go up against 2v2 with those summoners at level 1. And a Bard as your support. I mean,
It's rough. You know, you want to make a debut performance on a champion like that. We've already taken a lot of that insurance policy away from him right now. And Rogue, once again, continues to dazzle on these champions that possess hooks.
Yep.
You see him on the Fresh. The guy is arguably the best Fresh in the league. But with a start like that on the Nautilus, he continues to dazzle.
And actually just keep your eyes for Pabu for a hot second here. We've seen a lot of sets go bot lane at level 2. And particularly when someone has a Hex Flash. If both your support and jungler have Hex Flash available, you have to think of the potency of being able to get to that lane and what that would actually mean. In saying that, I think just the fact that AV don't have any summoner spells on their AD carry means they'll play very passively. They won't want to contest for a first level 2. They don't really have any threat of being forward or pushed in that lane, so it may not be the priority of Pabu. But it's a very dangerous thing, so we may not see it immediately, but at any time, if Rogue and Pabu are on the same screen, double hex flashing everywhere is something they are mostly familiar with. We've seen it a surprising amount out of those two.
Yeah, they're very well equipped at dealing with it, working around it, and utilizing it. As we will see Avant crash that wave in. Get to see what the game plan is here, because Pabu is notorious for those level 2 ganks. Not going to happen this time, given the fact that he is parting top sides. But Lisa, if the lane state continues to be this pushed,
Yeah, top's on though. 100% top's on here. He's going to hex flash in. It's happening.
Hex flash in. He is running the phase rush as well, so it's going to be very difficult for Papyrus to run away from this one. He's going to bring him in, and with the double buff, he's going to say hello. That's going to guarantee the kill, and that is a Dr. Mundo with 2 kills to his name at the 3-minute mark.
And we panned over to top lane, and Papyrus had just finished his Q3. I'm really not too sure why exactly he was pushed as far as he was, but I think he was maybe trying to get a wave in. But if he's trying to crash that wave in with his jungler known to be on the bottom side of the map and with no vision of the set, that's a pretty big mistake.
Rogue threading the needle and finding Gunkrab there as the minions fall on down, and a big chunk of damage goes their way, but actually goes back in Avant's favor as well, as Praetor is dropped down to half. Has a biscuit and has a potion, as he'll get stunned and continue to bleed damage.
Another hook.
Another hook, and the man does not miss. They might actually look for the all-in right now. There goes the Ignite as the heal to try and combo it. He's trying to drink as much cocoa as he can, but will the sugar be sweet enough to provide him with the energy to run away? It will be on this case. There won't be a kill in the bottom lane just yet, but hold that fort, because here comes Trundle. He's got double buff. It's now only going to be blue buff, but the pillar's going to come on out. There's the hook to disengage away. They found Sentry underneath the turret. There's the TPs now. Avant have to run away. They're going to get locked in place. Gunkrab goes, I have no summoners. Level 1 sucks. I can't do much. He's going to fall on down now. Ash gets a kill. Mundo with another assist as well. Is he running the business skin? Because this man is the CEO. He's the kick-up, Kickstarter, fundraiser extraordinaire.
I mean, damn. Like, a fight happening at bottom lane, you're like, that's a good trade, they'll be fine. Trundle comes in thinking he can make the play happen, not respecting the 2 teleports out of PGG. And just really simple, good League of Legends coming out of our blue side team here, right? They know exactly what the play is. They've shown already this weekend how capable they are of playing as a team around the lanes that need it. And they give the resources over to Praetor here as well, ensuring that he's able to pick up that kill. So exceptional stuff once again coming out of PGG, showing that they are trying to really be contenders for the top of the table as they improve, keeping AV down.
If you wanted to see them punish the fact that there were no summoners in that bottom lane, that's exactly what they did. And, you know, it's a really good heads-up play there from Pentanet to turn things around, where Avant was saying, we need to try and do something here. Both were quite low. The proactive plays favour them greatly.
I think your only way out of that was double teleporting to match them, but the timing wasn't great. Hang on.
Aggression in the mid lane. Both Lisa and Abby had the spidery senses to hang out in mid-Tri-Brush, in mid-Pixel Brush. They're going to turn things around, so this time they won't fall victim to the aggression that Pentanet are thrown their way.
Yeah, Rogue just... Look, he doesn't miss his hooks when he throws them at champions, but walls, things that don't move, you better believe you can't hit those ones, unfortunately. Does fall down, hook going wide. Not a great time to be the Nautilus at the end of the day, though. You have to give some credit to AV. They're positioning very aware of what was happening in mid lane, and a nice counter to net themselves the kill.
It's going to work wonders for Avant now to play around these dragons. Continue to find pressure and priority in the bottom side of the map, and that will open up this game here. With the first dragon going in their favor, a Cloud Dragon taken off the map.
You'd expect the game to slow down for a little bit at this point. We've got 2 minutes until the next major objective does spawn, which is Rift Herald on the top side of the map. And until such a point, you know, we are starting to get some level 6s across for a few of these respective players. But really, it's just going to be laning phase. What can we get done in our 2v2s? One thing worth pointing out is that Chaz has had 0 mana for what feels like an eternity. So he hasn't really had the same presence as someone like Getback may have had. Definitely an influencer, by the way, in not looking to teleport towards bottom lane when that skirmish came across. So there's a couple of things here still going the way of PGG, even in just the laning phase itself.
We talk about ultimates on certain champions like the Nocturne, like the Pantheon, needing to find success on its first rotation. Same story is true for the teleport, and as you quite rightly point out there, Getback will find a big advantage with that one. Unfortunate not to pick up an assist, but was there to force the numbers advantage. And what's already interesting for me is in a turn of events, the Aatrox will get a bit of a taste of his own medicine here. Being the sustain lane kingdom god that he is, he's going to be the one that rushes the Executioners into a very fed Mundo.
Yeah, but he is going to rush it, and I'm a big fan of this. Does mean that if they look for any early skirmishes, it's going to be super relevant. And he's managed to catch up decently well. You know, considering there was like a level 2 gank up there from the set, they force him to recall, die rather. Goes back to base and has to really walk his way back to laning phase. Biopanther going bot lane, good for the team of PGG, does catch the Aatrox up. And we mentioned this briefly before, but getting an Aatrox to a position where he's going to be strong can prove to be dangerous for an opposing team. As we saw Chippies do last game, Paprise will have his moment, will have his opportunity, because they're not far enough ahead yet to say that any kind of closure exists. PGG side of this, just a nice start.
Let's see what they try to do now, because 8 minutes is when the Rift Herald spawns, and they are actually going to force the map flip. Still no boots, however, on the Jhin, but he has invested in a BF sword as his first item to complement the Carl, to go toe-to-toe in the CS with Praetor. Will they contest this? Will they go for the fight?
This is a big moment. So Chaz has blue buff, where Getback does not, which means that he does have the ability to hold down mid lane priority very successfully. You can see the positioning of Getback as well. He's very back in his lane, doesn't want to risk any kind of skirmishes. It was also a map flip from AV, so they were playing the numbers game in topside River, really looking to prioritize their control of the topside Rift Herald area. The only problem that they'll run into, it's a big problem, Skibby, but the only problem they'll actively run into is Mundo having a full Sunfire cape. So if they were to even consider touching that Herald, you better believe that the absolute monster is just going to waddle his way up from bottom lane. He's already mid right now. And so what are they going to do? They're going to walk through the Mundo? Probably not.
No, 8-minute Sunfire is quite terrifying to say the least. A lot of these champions will be doing negative damage, so they're going to decide to run away from that idea and sacrifice that objective. Going to favour here Pabu, who can now look to decide what part of the map they want to build and continue to favour.
The interesting thing about this game is, like, with AV's comp, you definitely want either the Syndra or the Jhin to be fed. If you don't have one of those going well, then what is your force stack of champions going to apply, right? If every time you try and make a pick, they just walk away, you don't have a draft. So they're very reliant on one of those two champions being strong. And so far, you know, we've started this one with a 0-2 Jhin. Something's going to have to sway.
Humour me for a second, but I find it kind of funny how, you know, both TFT and the Rift can be so similar, and when those champions are fed, it's a win. It's a GG condition. We'll get to see if they are able to hit that.
No?
Yeah. Get to see if we can see some major curtain calls come on down and put on a performance for us to lock members in place. As you say, the pick potential when that Trundle can find a pillar on a key target, the follow-up is going to be pretty disastrous.
Are we gonna see Biopanther Mundo banned at a certain point? Like, it's not even to say that I don't think Mundo's broken. He's very good at Mundo, but he always gets fed.
Yeah, without a fail. Always happens. Get back, receives the Tempest Fate. The Shockwave went out, tried to prevent the disengage. Now does Pabu jump again. Gathers 3 members together to say Kumbaya, but they're forced to back away from this one. Chaz very low, blue buff or not, he can't do much. He's still got Unleashed Power, and he still has the flash forward. But Pabu, the saving grace, he is the protection factor, and ensures that his team are still alive to go for a full 5v5 for this next dragon.
Yeah, big stuff there from Pablo, making sure that his mid laner is going to be alive after a nice Bard ultimate to lock down Getback. Of course, some credit to Getback for throwing out his Shockwave at the correct moment to make sure that they weren't going to be able to follow up on him too successfully. But very well played from them once again. So they'll get some control of Summoner's Rift. They'll secure themselves the objective area. Now they're going to summon the Rift Herald down the bottom lane, and a couple of hits on top of this Herald charge will be a turret. God. Getback flashes.
Okay.
I think they regret being in the position they were in.
Headbutt goes off. Secures some damage towards the bottom side of the map. As Predator will now be ready to gobble up all that extra experience and gold that will go his way to guarantee the first turret. I want to touch on your point briefly before about the Biopanther factor, if they're going to actually show some respect bans to it. Because at one stage you were saying there need to be respect bans towards this Fresh. There was a time in the season where Rogue was getting it every single game and always turbo smurfing on it. Now we're seeing the same happen on BioPanther. 2 games, 2 wins. The only player in the league that is playing it. Both games, 4-1-5, 6-2-8. Always gets kills, always gets fed, always a monster you just can't deal with.
We've actually had this conversation as well with Oriana in general, right? We were talking about there's only 3 Ori players in the league. This was the week before, there's like 8 of them. The question was, do you just ban Oriana against those 3 teams? Because players like Claire were just having absolute pop-off performances. Chaz was actually one of the other ones, right, that was playing out of his mind on the pick. We didn't ever see it. I think that at a certain point, like, you can have those conversations, but the problem with those will be, what do you get rid of in your bans, right? And usually there is a higher priority ban, which is why it's there in the first place. And you can control the chaos of a good Ori player because they're just a control mage, where you may not be able to control a good volley bear player, right? And it's got extra ability because it's flexible above all else. So I guess there's a lot of other things to consider. As much as I'd love to ban BioPanther's Mundo away from him, easier said than done in a ban phase.
It certainly is. Certainly is indeed, as we'll see what they can try and do now to stabilize this game, because it is Pentanet, despite everything seemingly going their way. At the 13-minute mark, the gold lead is still very fragile at only 1k.
Yeah. Gold difference isn't going to be nearly enough yet. I think if you look at where the gold is actually going, though, it is still going to be a monster Mundo once that Spear of Visage is done. Once level 11 comes across, you know, we're looking at spike timings now. That's going to be significant. You know, Ashe doesn't need levels beyond realistically level 9, maybe 11 for ultimate cooldown. Similar thing for Syndra. Once those are online, I think you start looking for those fights a little bit more aggressively around objectives. So honestly, I think coinciding with the Mountain Drake in 2 minutes, pretty good timing here for both teams to start looking for some fights.
Cedar decide to try and navigate this stage of the game, as the first tower bot side is still very low, ready to be taken away, but Avana are going to try and find a small victory by denying the blue buff, and that is what they will steal, aided there by Peprise. And that will continue to build a monstrosity of a lead here for Chaz, up by 40 now.
Yeah, he's doing very well. There was a teleport from Get Back towards a bot lane skirmish. There has been some pressure chucked towards him as well with the Bard ultimate used earlier. After a lot of these fights, you'll find that Chaz has still been farming. And Get Back has already proven a few times now that he does like to play towards his team. You know, the whole squad of PGG makes sacrifices to try and really make sure the rest of their team is still playing the game. The one exception to that is often BioPanther, who has shown a pretty good balance of farming and fighting. But that is a big part of why Chaz, who rightly is ahead in farm, he's like 10 against the clock at 15 minutes, is farming out of his mind. That's a big part of why he is so far ahead in his 1v1.
He's the best mid laner in the league as it stands right now for CS per minute. And he's once again putting on a show to carry his team to success. Spawn mentioned it before as we got ourselves ready into this game. Might have had a few results not go their way, but with stats like that, I still have faith, still have hope to sort of see what they can do. Now, there is a level 11 Syndra with blue buff. Can they find the fight? That's going to be Arrow connecting with him. He's going to get locked in place here. BioPanther going to pop that ultimate and zone away free on the flank end of it. Up comes the Curtain's Call. Can they find that execution? 1, 2, and 3. The bullets land on Ashe, but the final one does not connect. Peprise 1v4, and the enemy blue buff is going to fall on down. He's not a monster like Chippies was in game number 2. And that's going to be a fight that gets won out here by Penta at a crucial moment, because 10 seconds and the third dragon will be spawning.
Yeah, they also get the Herald, and both top laners were trying to 1v5 their opposing side, or 1v4 the opposing team. And Aatrox, who teleports in on a massive flank, just gets zerged down. BioPanther says, don't worry, lads, I'll hold it down.
Oh!
Happy. All right.
Well, the trade comes across in the end, but the full combo was used there by Get Back, and then the exhaust came out. So, it's a trade. I think Avant will be quite happy with that one, because they removed the shockwave factor.
Yeah, Get Back goes down with teleport available, and also didn't use his flash in that one, so maybe a little bit regretful with that, but hey, you take the money, you can put it in your own pockets, you're happy. In saying that, it was a first turret as well as a kill that goes over to AV, so they'll be very happy with that trade in the end. Still looking at the Drake, though.
They certainly are. They're not too phased by the fact that they've lost their mid laner. He's going to be up on the live right now, and he's going to be able to TP in if they can find a wall, but that's going to be BioPanther jumping on in, and then the mid laner to join them. They guarantee the fight, they guarantee the objective, and they guarantee everything going their way. Healing Cup comes online here for the Dr. Mundo. He has no ultimate, bear in mind, so this is sticking damage. And that's a two-man binding, but it's not going to be enough to prevent Pat Price falling on Dan, trying to soak up all this damage and kind of raise the concern that you mentioned before. Without a front line, Pentanet can just run at you.
Yeah, especially if they fall behind, right? You've got some health for Lisa, but that's not going to be enough to keep him in it. And you do have a very squishy build for Pat Price until he gets his 2 or 3 item points. And we know that Biopanther is ahead. He didn't even have his ultimate in that little skirmish. His ultimate has just come available now and still stands and delivers in front of the face of all of them.
There's the ultimate on the rotation to catch Happy again. Same spot and same end result. He falls on down. Chaz tries to get an unleash power to claim the bounty of the Ash. That now puts him at 3-0-3. He is incredibly fed. And now Herald to add salt to the wounds to win even harder.
Yeah, a bit out of control now. To be honest, PGG are going to go towards Rift Herald, win a fight, go to Drake, win a fight, go mid, catch AV overextended, trying to perhaps push a wave in. They were very much overextended, but the punish was fantastic, and now the game is wildly out of hand. You know, you've got a 3-0-3 Ash on top of the Fed Mundo. Shockwave's now connecting from Get Back, doing more meaningful damage as he completes his first item of that Archangels. Starts to get really out of control from this point, you would expect. Too much, honestly, for AV to deal with.
Really is starting to feel that way, with 30% CDR now achieved here on the Orianna, and a level 11 as well. The Shockwave cooldown is going to be very up and available and ready for them to find success with. They're not shy when it comes to forcing those engagements. They have so many tools at their disposal. I think that previous skirmish there was very telling as to what it really looks like as a cohesive package.
I think it'd be really cool if Mundo had a Star Guardian skin, but the way that it worked was he made his own, you know? Like he sewed his own Star Guardian outfit. I think that would be great. Just a thought.
Because we have Star Guardian Urgot, don't we?
We do. Really,
yeah,
the floodgates are open.
We need to make this happen. That's the kind of content we want to see. This is a situation Chaz does not want to see, as he's going to get slapped into the wall. And that's a Tempered Fate that comes out for good measure, but a little bit too late there is Appy, unable to save his mid laner. Yeah. Rotations continue to favor Pentanet.
Chaz definitely not in the place that he wants to be. Doesn't have an outer turret to protect him. Doesn't have a team nearby just yet as well. So I feel like this is the second time in a row we'll say this as well, but AV find themselves caught out of position when very much overextended. We didn't get to really see the extent of it, but it was an Ash Arrow that caught them out in the first place. And then, of course, Pabu comes in to ensure that his AD carry will stay alive, as perhaps Chaz was just looking for that, you know, lane mismatch. A Syndra versus an Ashe, you always want to be the Syndra in that if you can. Not to be. And then Celebratory turns himself golden inside a Bard ultimate.
Feeling pretty good so far is Pabu. Had a good impact so far, being able to rotate around this map. Similar matchup to what he did face in Praelis yesterday. Similar story in that also, as he fell behind in the camp clear, but made up for that with, once again, a ton of impact on the map to ensure that his team were ahead. A few items have come online now. The evolution for the Archangels. Now there's a Ceres for Get Back to ensure that he has a little bit of mitigation so he doesn't get one shot from afar. And the Stone Plate here on Rogue to ensure that if he does hit that hook, he can look to really dictate the pace of the fight.
Yeah, we've hit our level spikes. We've hit our item spikes for most of the members here of PGG. You'd be saying, you know, maybe a QSS for Praedyth is the last thing that he really needs. Even then, I'm not even sure he needs that. He could consider a Hex Drinker just for the Syndra. That's the one real threat running around on Summoner's Rift. So once a Hex Drinker or something the like is done, you'll be good to go. And for Get Back, because he has gone for that Ceres, the Archangels upgraded into Ceres. That's a big spike for him. And once he sells one of those Doran's rings and gets some control wards, they'll be good to go here. AV just going to have to really cop it, to be honest, for a few minutes.
Yeah, next dragon going to be up in 30 seconds. That will put Pent now on a soul point. If they can get 3 back-to-back Mountain Dragons as well. If it already was hard to try and kill this Dr. Mundo, you definitely can't after that fact. Mikhail's Crucible coming out here for the bar, going to look to try and prevent the CC train. That has been very prevalent so far in this match.
I'm really trying to think about it. You know, what is it that AV can do to keep themselves in this one? We've spoken about what their composition has strengths at. And I'm just worried because they're getting caught trying to find farm in side lanes. And this is a It's a pretty big issue that exists in a lot of teams when losing, is how to delegate minions to your team, right? So you probably lose a carry in a losing situation. You've got 3 people that need farm, you've got 3 lanes that exist, yes, but you can never farm all 3 of them because you're at risk of dying if you do. So Paprise is probably going to be the unfortunate victim that doesn't get all of the farm. And if that's the case, then Paprise is grouping. And if he's grouping, then AV aren't playing their composition out correctly because he's the one variable that probably shouldn't be grouped as much. However, if you're sharing farm between a Jhin and a Syndra, then it's just not winning, right? So, very tough spot to be in.
Certainly is. They've tried something different here, but hasn't paid off as of yet. We're not going to get that opportunity to hit those items to try and turn things around and try and be in a position of power where they can navigate the map to really threaten kills that would favor their end. And I think it kind of boils down to what we saw was their success to start off Split 2 was a very strong bot lane that provided so much protection and priority for Chaz to navigate around with. When that factor has been removed, they look a new team again.
Definitely the case. Tell you what, I don't know if Baron's going to be something they immediately go towards here, but they'll do it incredibly quick. You got a Mundo throwing cleavers and an Ashe with a Blade of the Ruined King. A lot of respect needs to be shown here, Skimmy, as a Bard ultimate.
Tempered Fate. Ooh, doesn't connect with anybody. No Summoner's Burnt as well.
Just walks it out. Interesting. Just unfortunately missing mechanically.
Predator is sitting on that Null Magic Mantle, so you mentioned before, could optimize that into the QSS, could go for the Death Dance if you wanted to. Few different directions.
Yeah, Death Dance not a bad choice as a third item. I'd personally like just a Hex Drinker. I feel like that is all you need. Just stopping yourself from being one-tapped. You know, the Void Staff's already rushed by Taz, right? So he's acknowledged that magic resistance isn't going to do the most. So just having that raw extra shield amount will be nice to have. You've already got a Seraphs, like mentioned, for Get Back as well. So in terms of denying Syndra Burst specifically, they'll have all the tools needed with those 2 items. So Syndra are going to have a tough go at it.
Yeah. They're acknowledging all this magic damage in the CC is there for the taking. So the 4 Merc Treads are going to look to work wonders here. But I start to wonder, what is the ideal pick target that Avant are hunting for? Will they look to try and remove the set from the equation so he can't combo with the rest of the team? Or try and remove the Shockwave? What is the go-to here?
I definitely don't think it's set. That's a tough one to pick, right?
Yeah.
It has to be an Orianna or it has to be an Ashe. They're your only 2 options. We saw this yesterday, man. If you try to take those carries out and you forget about Biobanther, he's still just going to stand there and absolutely headbutt the crap out of you.
Yep.
And you're still going to lose the fight. So, I mean, that's the thing. But, like, this game is at a point where PGG are just in such strong control. We're waiting for, like, a Baron or an objective to bring AV out of their little shell, right? And the second they're brought out of their shell, this game can just become it. Like, that's just one fight GG type of game we're at right now. Still waiting for that moment, though. I will say, admittedly, PGG are a team that have tendencies to slow the game down, arguably too much at times. That is something that has been recognized not just this split, but even last split with a different roster.
I think you can see here they're quite content that Avant aren't too keen to force fights at the moment because it is still beneficial to them. You're now going to see that Aegis get completed there from what was that Magic Mantle on Praetor. Tempered Fate, once again, will go out. Actually makes the ward look nice and shiny. Still, once again, no summoners. Thornmail has been completed on Biopanther. So, very, very difficult to try and take him out now. But this could be a pick, or this could be an item that favors the Jhin. He's gone for the Rapid Fire Cannon. So might just have enough range to cycle through all those empowered auto attacks to contest this 4th Dragon. That's a flash, that's a journey. And yeah, that's what Jhin without his mobility now.
Yeah, Flashless Jin's going to have a pretty good time in the coming team fights if they look for it, right? We're going to go down mid lane right now. Chaz is also grouped up with Guncrab, so the skirmish is possible.
Oh,
never mind.
That's just a 1v1 solo kill there with the Shockwave as Biopanther walks on in with his W running and says burn is the words, and you can't escape death from afar. Flash upon flash, journey upon journey. Pubis as well, on Earth for you going. He brings them back together and touches the wall. As they take him down for an easy double kill, a flawless double kill at just that. And, well, Baron, Dragon, Pentanet have all the options.
Yeah, they're going to try and get a recall off that's actually going to get cancelled. Lisa now definitely stuck on the wrong side of the map, just going to have to reset. You've got Mundo who's going to be able to solo out the Drake soul as well. No contest from the opposing side, and Lisa is actually recalling. So it's very clear that they're just going to be conceding both major objectives here. That's not just soul point, that is the soul secured. A Baron buff with it. I mean, that's a GG type of push that can come out of this one. Paprise can steal this, that'd be nice. But can he actually stop a level 16 Mundo from doing anything?
Teleport's coming in here from Chaz. He wants to try and force the spice to battle the bruises. The Dragon is down to 1300 right now. There goes the execution! Unleashed power, and that is a denial on a soul point. That's a consolation prize at this stage here for Avant, but one they so desperately needed.
Yeah, you take those. No ultimate on the Mundo does mean it's a lot easier to take him apart. And a good teleport from Chaz to make sure that the Mundo goes down and the soul point is denied. So it is just a Baron. And it's also now just going to be a Baron with 4 members of PGG having it. So that's actually going to really slow down the games, push just a little bit more here. Still PGG well and truly in control. Still definitely the place that they want to be. And Biopanther has the teleport. So no major concerns there with side lane priority. But it does mean that Paprise or Chaz, of course, whoever is answering that side lane, can clear waves freely. And so there's only really one lane of threat.
The most fed member on Avant here wins big time. Gets a shutdown, gets a turret, and gets a ton of gold to now build even further into that third eye. I'm going to need it. Their unleashed power hit like a truck. That was a Mundo, bear in mind, with about 280 magic resistance. And yes, whilst he was low, it looked easy.
Where to from here is the question. AV are going to be stuck within their base pretty much at all times. We mentioned that it's probably going to be a one-lane threat, but the question there is how do they actually deploy around the map? I like what they're doing so far. You know, they're going to try and get some blue side jungle control here on AV's side of the map, and they've got Biopanther top lane, so they don't have a lane that is close enough for someone to be able to walk from mid to bot lane. As you push further and further into AV's base, the distance becomes less and less, so a lot easier to just walk instead of having to teleport. And increasing that distance, I like this from PGG. It does make the decision to teleport much more costly. And the decision to send someone into the side lane, now it has to be Paprise, right? It can't be Chaz. It's a nice little move here from them.
2-man push between 2 different lanes. As Paprise continues to respond and matched out by Biopanther. Quick stopwatch check, and it is a stopwatch on the set. So keep your eye on Pabu to see what he can look to try and do. As there he goes, as he slam dunks free and lost him in place. And that is a disgusting CC train. There was no running away from that one. The Avant bot duo disintegrates, evaporates, blown out of existence. As he continues to be the mad lad that he is. Pabu showcases himself in the mid lane, picks up another kill for good measure, and there's a shutdown. Because Avant, they have Chaz, and he is the lifeline that is holding this game in the balance.
Yeah, Chaz is trying his heart out here, Skimmy, but will they be able to stop the Nexus from just straight up falling down? No one stopping Praetor from being able to hit these structures. So you would expect that would be it, but Chaz standing resilient.
Both the Nexus turrets have fallen on down, as have the inhibitors as well, but Avant have done just enough to prevent the game ending here at 30 minutes in. They'll pick up another kill, and that's that man again, Chaz. 4 kills to his name. They may have just bought enough time to play for another soul point, and more importantly, another Baron contest.
And I feel like Rogue really actively sacrificed himself there. Could have hooked the opposite direction and got out with his life, but seems like he wanted to protect Praetor. So he does go down. Praetor does survive, and the Nexus being bare, being completely open and able to be hit, does present a lot of risks for the side of AV. Can't leave their base whatsoever. They are stuck. Their control ward placement goes inside the base itself now to make sure there's no double teleport backdoor plays. Anything is possible in a position like this, and really it does feel like we're just delaying the inevitable. Unless someone like Chaz can keep pulling out legitimate miracles, I think they'd need to win 2 or 3 team fights to be in this game.
feels like the story of the season continues to impress, but just unable to find the victory screen. I really like the point that you highlight there with the control wards in advanced base as well. 2 control wards to prevent that teleport in. But still, you've got these minions flooding towards that base with one direction, with one decision in mind. Let's close this out, the reset, the recall, the item purchase, and all the power online here for Pentanet to gear up for that final push.
Nice damage under Bio. The more they can do to him before he ults, the better. Hook.
There's the hook. Tempered Fate zones out too. Pubby jumps in but has no team to back him up. Actually receives an exhaust as well, which is questionable, but they'll take it. Hook after hook. Cooldown after cooldown. As they wait for another set of super minions to crash on into the base. Avant need to fight right now. They could go for the end here. They're going to go towards Biopanther. Where's that shockwave going to be used? They're clumped up so far. They're only going to hit 2, but they've taken out Gun Crab. Pat Bryce jumps into the backline trying to go 1v4, but he's far too squishy. Rusty, they can't do it. They can't hold on. Their Nexus is going to fall on down. They're resigned to their fountain. There's the double kill, and there is the GG screen as Pentanet continue to impress.
Yeah, I mean, all we really saw there was the delaying of the inevitable, Skibby. From the moment that Nexus was open and exposed, I mean, who's going to stop Amundo from pressing his ultimate and just walking it towards the Nexus itself? You know, there was a Syndra ultimate that went onto him, didn't even feel it. Very well played here from PGG overall to be able to get themselves that victory. And it all starts, again, with a very aggressive level 1. Note that they used 4 flashes at level 1 to secure a single kill. But they never lost control of the game after that little early skirmish, right? They get the lead, and AV struggled to pull it back at all.
And so cool to see that we are having more teams now bring some creative strats into the level 1 area, because it has been, for the most part, a very calm, collected start of just scouting out vision. But that's a good example of, you know, having a level 1 idea and really pushing the agenda further and further down to keep full control of the game. 3 games down so far. Congratulations to Pentanet for getting themselves the win. But yeah, 3 games done, but 3 games that have actually impacted the standings now. That is Order uncontested in second, that is Pentanet uncontested in third. The mess has been broken up. We're going to jump to a quick break and get ourselves ready for the final game of the weekend. So we'll see you after this for Gravitas and Mammoth.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Welcome back there. And Spawn. AV putting on a bit of a Chiefs performance today.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a look at how that game went, it was just like a really bad level 1 for Avant. You know, as soon as you burn that flash on the Jin, he's no longer going to be the lane bully. And then the fact that Mundo gets 2 early kills and is just like an absolute powerhouse in the top side means that the one area that you really heavily counterpicked is now no longer going to be a factor. And PGG are one of those really solid teams. And it's one of the reasons that I like PGG so much. I actually think I complimented them, you know, the first time they ever played in the OPL, that this should be a cerebral team, how they set up. They've got an experienced shot caller in Rogue, and then they've got Western Way behind the scenes as well. So when they do have those advantages, they do play the game quite smart. And it's refreshing to see, because not a lot of teams in the OPL actually do that. When you have advantages in the OPL, you tend to just fight. But PGG are one of the few teams that will just like jockey you around the map, kind of collect objectives, and eventually run over the top of you.
Rusty, they had a bit more of an up and down split so far, but I'm loving seeing this evolution of PGG, where I think that, speaking to something that Spawn brought up a couple of weeks ago about the idea of like experience together and experience on stage as a team, and seeing that sort of smart decision making coming through, it's exciting to see PGG grow like that.
Yeah, and seeing the meshing of the players into a legitimate team, right? Like Spawn just mentioned how good they are playing as a team with leads, but I think what's super cool is we're seeing the individuality of the players still working within the team design itself, right? Like the start of the split, we were like, damn, that's a crazy Thresh coming out of Rogue. We have the set one trick now in the jungle as well, playing for his team actively. And then you've got the Mundo in top lane. Like there are these small things now, these flavor hits everywhere that are kind of still working really nicely as a whole team, which is really separating them from the middle of the pack.
And credit where it's due, it hasn't really been up and down. They're outright third. You know, they've got wins against the Chiefs. You know, they've been able to definitely be a factor. I don't think they're beaten a top 2 team. Have they beaten Legacy or Order? I don't think they have so far. But everyone else, they've really been able to trade blows with and take games off. So I've been kind of impressed with. They feel like a team that snuck up on you. You know, they've been grinding away at it, having consistently good performances, and you know, deserve to be outright third at the moment. They're the top of the mess.
The top of the mess, indeed. Well done, PGG. You just continue to grow. I'm like a proud little daddy. All right, speaking of proud, we are proud to have our sponsors on board, and we are proud to have EPOS on board. They are proud of their gear, so much so that they want to give away 2 headsets to 2 lucky OPL viewers. All you need to do is head to @OPL on Twitter and reply to our tweet there about this competition, giving us your most out-of-this-world gaming experience story. I think you can use as many tweets as you want for that as well. So if you want to go long, go long. We will announce the winners live on the OPL in a couple of weeks' time. We are giving away 2 of those headsets thanks to EPOS, the GSP 600s. An excellent piece of headgear, and there are full terms and conditions available at watch.lollysports.com. EPOS, giving back to the League of Legends community, and it's time that the OPL gives something back to the League of Legends community as well, because I feel like we've taken a lot. We've really taken it down into the depths. So we need to round out our LCK with today's edition. So let's roll those titles.
The sun's out, the crowd's ready. Let's reckon!
No one escapes my aim. I bring the storm.
Oh, we got 3 picks left, gentlemen. Are we ready for this?
Yeah, but
if I say no, does it stop?
No, it stop.
You love this. You love this. You being able to just like give your opinion on literally every single element of the game. This is Spawn heaven.
I was going to say, during this first one, I am going to mess with my lighting, Nick. So just make sure that the camera doesn't cut back to us will be wonderful.
That's fine. Once Rusty is bright enough, then that's when we can come back. All right, the first matchup for the second half here, we have Olaf versus Anivia. Who are we liking? Who are we liking?
Oof.
Not liking my lighting.
I have a soft spot in my heart for both of these champions now.
Why is that?
Okay, so Anivia, when we first created Order, we were against the Chiefs lineup that had Ryoma on it, and he was like this godlike Ryze player. And Anivia historically has a really good lane matchup into Ryze, and we laid a trap for Ryoma, which was the first time we beat the top 2 teams. So I've always really appreciated Anivia for that. Olaf, because the Brolaf skin was one of the first legendary skins I purchased, and I thought it was insanely good. And he runs around like drinking craggy ice and like chucking weird stuff at people and says "bro" a lot. So I enjoy Brolaf a lot. Bro.
That's a terrible reason to like anything. Rusty?
So I see this in a very similar way to Spawn, funnily enough. I see it as Brolaf versus Eggnivia, which was one of the changes to Anivia when she goes into egg form. They actually changed what it is in chat, Nick, to say Eggnivia, and I think that's cute. So I'm going to go with Anivia.
And like she can insult people while she's an egg. And it just says Eggnivia. I mean, don't do that in game. Playful banter only.
Look, I mean, chat is agreeing with you guys. 63% of the vote is going towards Anivia, and I feel like Anivia. I like anything made out of. Is she made of ice?
Yes, I think so. She's
Yeah,
like Articuno.
I think so.
Surely.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, it's 100% ice. That's just a skill. So congratulations, Anivia. You win. Olaf, you're out. You suck. That's probably a bit too hard on Olaf. But all right, next up, Trundle versus Udyr. I mean, both very ugly champions.
Do you know?
if I can speak
Do you know
objectively.
Trundle's story? Maybe it's not Trundle's new story, but Trundle's old story was he was born with this genetic mutation that he heals really quickly, and then his people got a disease, and so what he did is he used his power to inherit all the disease of his people into him, and he would
Right.
just keep regenerating because of this, superpower mutation-y thing that he has. But he did it to save everyone. So, like, he's got wounds and stuff all over him that keep, like, decaying, and then he rapidly heals.
So is in the logic of this law, can he not heal, actually like cure himself of the disease, but he can cure himself of the symptoms of
Correct.
the disease?
Yes.
Oh,
correct.
That's brutal.
Yeah. So I've always had a really soft spot in my heart for Trundle, just based off his lore alone. But then Udyr, my good friend Jat, who actually got me my first casting gig in NA, was an Udyr main when he played for a team called Rock Solid that then became Dignitas, which was apparently the team that saved League of Legends, according to a couple of people. So I'm torn on this one. I'll go with Chat, but both of these champions have great stories.
You wanna talk about Jat? Did you know that I played against Jat in a tournament in 2010? Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
And here's a big part of the reason that we didn't do well at international tournaments. So Trundle.
An excellent reason, the most personal reason, of course, the best reason here on the OPL. Trundle, 82% of the vote for chat. Unbelievable. And now, 100% of my vote off that story. I did not know that about the law, and I feel like that selfless act. That got me right in the feels. So well done. Udyr, you're gone. I'm sorry, but you didn't take on the diseases of everyone you've ever met, so therefore you are not worthy.
What even is Udyr's story? He's like a tiger, bear, turtle, phoenix man.
I mean, really, it's one of those situations where it's like, well, we've designed a bunch of cool champs. We're due for a release. What do we do? There's something in the bottom drawer. No one liked this one, but eventually, because we don't have anything else, we'll take out and go, oh, it's not that bad, right? And then just release. Okay, the final matchup for today. It is Volibear versus Ornn. How are we feeling about this? Volley obviously getting a massive rework very recently, so potentially has the leg up.
Man, they really like the lore battles in this. They're not going to let us choose anything other than lore in a lot of these.
I don't know either of these champions' lore because they're too new.
They're demigods that are mortal enemies, is the simple way to look at it.
Okay.
It's blue versus red.
Yeah.
Well, I think the cartoon was called Red versus Blue, Nick, but we should be
I know,
talking
but that's
about League of
copyright,
Legends.
so that's why I didn't say.
Whenever I hear Volibear, I just think of Thick Bear, and I chuckle. So I'm going with Volley.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Volley's better. I like Ornn, but I think Volley's new skins look fantastic.
I think Volley's new skins look fantastic. Got a cool Nordic feel about it. Even though chat says 61% of them are voting for Ornn, Thick Bear is just part of OPL lore at this point. So I feel like Volibear needs to take this out. And I have a sneaking suspicion that Volley will go far in this competition. So there you have it. We have round up and finished the Freljord edition of this. To recap, the winners from here: Ash, Sejuani, Gragas, Braum, Anivia, Trundle, and Thick Bear. So congratulations to all those champs. You are on your way to becoming the greatest champ in League of Legends history.
Freljord's not winning. Freljord's a weak region.
Yeah. Weak. The greatest team in OPL history, potentially, are about to step forward and take on Gravitas, because it is time for Gravitas versus Mammoth. Mammoth, obviously, a little stumble in their uphill rise yesterday, but I do have faith that they can do it again. And Gravitas pretty handily beaten yesterday as well by PGG, I believe. So who are we tipping for this one, Spawn?
Who's playing?
Gravitas versus Mammoth.
Leave chat alone for a
Mammoth.
second.
I go Mammoth.
Rusty?
Yeah, I think Mammoth as well. Like, they still looked good yesterday. They've seemed to have come into some form. So,
call me crazy, but I think Mammoth can actually do it. Let's jump into game number 4 for the evening. It is Gravitas versus Mammoth, and it is coming up after this short break with the Maccas Champ Select.
Try and save out this turret. You can see as soon as that one falls down, they just have free access to once again go into the jungle area. He's gonna miss.
Both supports flexing their might, looking who can be the better engaged. That's a wombo combo onto free. That is disgusting, and that is downright dirty. That's going to mean that Gunko picks up a triple as easy as can be. Appy just walks straight to their bank and says, I've baited and outsmarted every single one of you. That is an ace. That is flawless in its execution. Not a single death here for Avant. Even they are unsure as to what the play is. They can feel the anxiety swarming around them, so close to the biggest upset weekend we've seen all year long. But that means that everybody from the Chiefs can come back to this fight. Now, Mboma doesn't have a flash. Will he have a stopwatch? I didn't get a chance to see as the score screen goes down and sole focus goes on towards the Elder. Now down to 50%.
Chungy on a flank, Liv on the flank.
Looking for that flank attempt. Can they try and make that action happen? That's going to be Chungy, that's going to be Liv. Everybody's going to get knocked up right now. The entire Chiefs team are up in the air. There's nothing they can do. Croc goes into the front line. They can't go for a smite steal. The team destroys them. They fall around. That's a flawless ace once again. Mboma the target. He survives on 10%. And once again, forget the Elder. Let's go for the win.
And they just use the objective to bait the fight. They take it cleanly. 5-0. Mammoth going to end the weekend 2-0.
I'm really excited to play against Order this week because both teams have been cheering each other on in the past couple of weeks because we've both been wanting each other to win. And I think we both play similar styles, so I'm looking forward to seeing how the game goes.
I think the previous weekend, Chiefs and Legacy were playing fairly bad, but we managed to 0 them. I think we have improved, and I think we can definitely take on Order and come out with the win.
I think Order's been looking pretty good over the past few weeks. I think they'll be a tough opponent to take down, but I think we'll be able to do it in the end.
So yeah, tonight we play against Order. Ayla, noob, Dream, noob, mid, noob, jungle, noob. But they're top, he's the young Titan, so gotta be able to get him, I guess. But we've got Aaron in top lane, so it should be a good game, and hopefully we can come out with a win.
And here we are for the final game of week number 7. And as you can see from Mammoth there, they're still so hyped to take on Order. That was also yesterday. Here they are up against Gravitas. And is that disrespect? Is that just fun and games? I don't know, Rusty. But what I do know is we're well and truly into pick and bans.
Is it production mistakes as well? Is Mammoth prepared for Gravitas? We don't know. We don't know their opinions on it. But what we do know is that they've just insta-locked themselves an Ezreal first pick on the other side here, Skimmy. And I jokingly mentioned this to Mboma before in chat. He was in there during the first game. I was like, are you going to Ezreal 1v9? He said, just for you. It's kind of great that he's insta-locked that, Skimmy. I know which team, I'm not biased, but I do have a favourite right now.
There you have it. You've got the power, you've got the control. You've actually chosen this draft already here for Mammoth, influencing it with the Ezreal, and now followed up there by the Nidalee. Gravitas going to open up with the insta-lock into the set. Chungy will not get their Yasuo to run it down like he did yesterday. We're not going to get to see the Cogmore as well. I did actually enjoy that from Mboma. It was a bit of fun, bit of craziness. Not going to happen here today, as we're now hovering the idea of a Kaiser, another Chungy pocket pick. That will be denied away here today.
Yeah, I mean, the Cogmore was interesting. I liked it. I just didn't like the entire comp of Mammoth put together, right? So I wouldn't be against seeing it again with a different type of perhaps composition overall. Nevertheless, it is clear they are keeping that style of comp, right? We've got the full poke. And it's weird because we have seen a lot of AP Cogmore start to rise up in general. And it has existed sporadically through the AD carry position, but it also existed in mid lane. So if ever there was a composition to consider, like if we ignore Gravitas's comp for a minute, this is the type of comp you'd pick an AP Cogmore with, right? Just full commit to the poke. But instead, you know, we'll see where they choose to go. Probably, oh, they're going to go for the Wukong. I was expecting maybe a support pick there. But
this is, this feels like a bit of a lived special ever since he swapped to the top lane. It has been his most successful champion, one that provides so much identity to what they're looking to try and do as a whole. Knock everybody up into the air, lock them down, guaranteed that there's a ton of armor shred as well. And as you saw in the series against Order last night, that did get shown the respect ban and the denial away as well. Now, into the second set of rotations for those bans. Mammoth will not allow the Scion to go on through, as nobody showcased it yesterday as well, as the Fresh is the response.
Yeah, 2 top lane bans actually here. So they've gone for a 3rd pick into top lane, definitely for Lived. Right now, running the Ignite and the Teleport as well. So very curious to see if that remains. And then they've gotten rid of 2 of the tanky champions that may be picked into it. My first thoughts, looking at Gravitas's composition, is as a Kai'Sa. It could be a set support, which is definitely not a big surprise if you see that, but it could also be like a Nautilus or something. And so I was expecting Mammoth to maybe even consider banning those away from Gravitas. But never mind, because Gravitas are going to ban it themselves. If there's one thing I've learned about both of these teams, Skibby, is that in certain aspects of their drafting, you throw convention out the window. They tend to draft a little bit more for just themselves, right, than anything else.
Yeah, no, they certainly do. And, you know, this is a pick that Puma is already very comfortable on. He's played it twice so far, into the Chiefs as well as into Order. Has played it with 2 different supports in the Braum and the Fresh. But has run it into an Ezreal beforehand. And a matchup that we've talked about in past where you might actually have a slight lead at level 6. When the True Shot Barrage is being wound on up, the ability to then jump on in with a Killer Instinct and try and deny and delete him in a heartbeat. They're going to combine it with the Bard, the lockdown, the prevent of the all-in, as Mammoth have now drafted themselves a ton of engage with that Leona.
Yeah, that Bard's actually going to be a very curious pick as the game progresses. There's a lot of risk in that bottom lane of still being taken down, not just in the 2v2, but with any pressure down there. It's not going to be a pure CC tank that's going to get picked with it, that goes with a Kai'Sa nicely to actually proc the plasma stacks. And they are going to go for the Malphite last pick here into top lane. So the set is being flexed to the jungle position, as is pretty standard for most set picks. And Malphite into Wukong is one of those matchups where we have seen the Malphite be perfectly fine. And when you compare them both for team fighting, very similar strengths, just one is a tank, one is a carry.
Yeah, both have a ton of armor, obviously. Both have a ton of ability to impact the fight, and both will be very crucial with their teleports. And there you have it. There you have it to round out week number 7. The pocket pick from Chungy himself, the man that does it all. He is showcasing us the Ahri once again.
Does he do it all, Skibby?
He does it all. He says, you know, throw caution to the wind. Forget about meta. Forget about it. I can pick Ahri into Legacy and Turbo Smurf on them.
I mean, you could say he does it all. I could say that he does 2 champions, Skimmy. It really depends on how you look at it.
I'm trying to build this guy up there, Rusty.
He's been playing well.
Good. I wanted him to feel good because I love it when I see something that's a little bit different.
The last time we saw his Ahri, it was good. I'm not here slighting the player, just the champ pool. You know, he's gone back to his faithful pick in the Ahri. And I say this every time, maybe just as a matter of preference, I would always rather be the opposing champion. If it's an Orianna, if it's a Syndra, I feel like I would always rather be them. But when you look at the composition that Mammoth have gone for, Ahri fits in a very uniquely capable way, right? You've got 2 engaged champions of the Leona, of the Wukong. Wukong with flanks is deadly, and it's a nice combo to work with, you know, an Ezreal throwing spells out and an Ahri throwing spells out. But what Ahri also provides is a form of like pick and engage, where it's not always full committal, because if you get caught, you can just ult yourself to safety. So just the ability to, you know, staunch your opponents, throw charms out. If they connect, follow through. If they don't, run away, is actually a decent thing that exists from the draft of Mammoth here, and particularly the mid lane pick of Chunky.
It's really adding to what is a ton of strength already in Mammoth's composition, which is pick. And if you do catch you out of position, you're most likely going to fall on down. Just as we get ourselves ready in for the final game, we're going to throw to a quick video and get you guys hyped up for Mammoth taking on Gravitas.
think Gravitas on paper should be like an easy win for us this week, but sometimes in OPL, Praylist and Suman just decide to put on a show, so we're definitely not underestimating them going into this week.
So I think the game against Gravitas is probably draft dependent, and if I don't have Suman on a 1v9 champ, I think we're just going to lose.
I think Gravitas is probably the weakest out of all the teams, so I think it'll be a pretty easy win.
So tonight we play against Gravitas. If it's got Soman, should be a decent game. Don't have Soman, that was like FF at 15, I think.
There you have it. A Soe man, apparently. That is their mid lane carry.
Yeah.
He's going to sew you, stitch you, and lock you down, and maybe give you some beautiful socks for Christmas.
He's going to take you down, say, see you, man.
Yeah,
look,
the
point there was, is he going to be on a 1v9 champion? And he's on a Syndra, so it's not a pure 1v9, but it definitely has the capabilities of being a hard carry. So there is still some concern there for the Mammoth Court in terms of the draft itself. And I do think that like the overall composition here of Gravitas is still very scary, right? The ability of a Set and a Malphite to get into team fights, Bard to potentially set it up if he's able to hit his ultimates, is a lot of threat that is there to work with a Kai'Sa dive. The problem for me is when I look at this composition, I do personally feel like the Bard's just a little bit out of place. He picked it into the Leona, and I see this matchup, and I think I would rather be Leona. Like, how scary that 2v2 is going to be if Bass is playing bot side at all. And being on this side of the map as they are, he's definitely going to start down here.
Yeah, no, quite right. As to looking to sort of see how they can not fall victim to the collapse and the explosion of damage that not only Leona and Ezreal can present, but just the ganking ability as well. That Bass on your screen will also be able to utilize in good steeds. Ton of engage potential. I feel like it's really going to be a case of who can find the more desirable collapse upon. Also, you've seen tons of situations where both teams have grouped up very heavily around these objectives, and as comical as it sounds, it's going to be these two on your screen right now between their ultimates to really knock people up, lock them in place, and guarantee a team fight win.
Yeah, definitely going to be very much reliant around the top laners to have a 5v5 team fight success. If we take the top laners out of it, which often is the case, particularly early, besides that one punch that they have, I feel like, Mammoth pre-6 has a lot of strength through their bot lane, but post-6, Gravitas have a lot of capabilities as well with Beat being able to engage from mid-range. Until such a point, you've got a Syndra stun, you've got a flash and presumably Hex Flash from Praylist as well, so they have some options, but it's not going to be as straightforward as the Mammoth side.
It's becoming a little bit more apparent as we get into this one then, that the game plan, whilst maybe not as easy for Beats in that bottom lane, will definitely cater towards a major strength towards those team fights. And yeah, that is Liv taking a ton of punishment, as we're now going to see a very early rotation here for Mammoth. Going to hop in towards the mid-pixel brush. I'd like to say, let's get double scuttle.
Yeah, they're going to go for Scuttle Crab basically on spawn. So they do know now, I should say, where the set is. The question being, will they contest this one? We're looking at Nidalee going for top lane instead, so maybe looking for the kill under nobody. But he's going to concede, not going to be the case. Wastes his sweeper there as well to throw a spear, so not actually going to take down the ward that he swept his way past. So Mammoth with a wave that's bouncing back. Nobody in such a comfortable position in this lane, and knowing that the set's topside, tough life to be lived.
It certainly is. He's not having the dream start, and you mentioned how fun it can really be for both, given the tanky nature that they will both possess, especially with Wukong's passive, building up the armor stacks and getting a ton of health regen back as well. I'm just super curious to see how Boomer can play on this Kai'Sa. He's had a few standout performances on this pick, hasn't been able to find the victory screen, unfortunately, as a result. But in a lot of these matchups, especially into likes of, say, Katsuri, despite being down, we'll still be able to actually find a major CS advantage. As we might now see a potential 1v1 all-in collapse. And, okay. Well, I just choked my words there because that was crazy.
I don't know about that one. Chief, nobody flashes forwards and have his W up. It was not enough damage. He tried to E-auto.
Yeah, that was, that's what I wanted to say, but that is not what came from my brain through my mouth. And, well, that is going to grant Liv with a very big window of success and happiness given the state of that lane. And he can return back this one now with a Tiamat.
Yeah, it's also, like, look at the way this Malphite's going to catch a wave here as well. If he just didn't die, like, the size of this wave, almost GG tier, right? And now there's the kill. Now there's the Tiamat, like you mentioned. I mean, Wukong's going to find himself in a much better position in regards to lane control. And that's one of the things Malphite exploits in this 1v1, right? You step up to try and hit a minion wave, you immediately cop an E on the ground, you get slowed, you get auto-attacked, you get a grass proc on you as well. You've lost a third of your HP just to try and push a wave in. This time, he's just going to step up, insta-clear the wave with the Tiamat. Malphite can't get nearly as much damage down because he's stuck dealing with minions.
Yeah, exactly. And getting closer and closer to level 6 as well. Going to free him up to then be best equipped to use that teleport to impact these other lanes. Assist with the potential heralds that are no doubt going to be looked upon very shortly as well. But 6 minutes into this one, been a bit of a quiet game for the junglers so far, as they've been looking to try and influence the matchup in some form or fashion, but it will be Prayerless taking the objective and starting off the dragon down here. In a situation which is actually quite comfortable for them, given the fact that Mammoth went for a reset.
Beats with the Mega Mind plays. Use the explosive plan to get himself over into the pit to give a magical journey out for Prayerless after the Drake is taken down. So nicely done here by Gravitas. Getting something back their way. I will say right now, though, a 10 CS difference in mid lane hurts. Nobody.
Yeah, he was committing there. He went for R1 and R2 of that ultimate there, and you can see, nobody has copped a major beating. Is he going to go into Cougar form, pounce, and go for the execute? This is disaster. Goes for the ultimate, the all-in onto Wukong. He's going to dash on out, and they're going to share money between the three of them. That's going to be Chungy picking up the kill, and making sure that Azari, when picked, does pop off, but Prayerless is angry. He's had enough. He's going to bring in Lift and say, hello, you're dead, and Haymaker will secure that.
Best no mana, so didn't really want to commit himself to following that through any further than he already had. Nice play there from Prayerless to ensure that it is a trade. Nobody, of course, knew that he was dead in a 1v3 situation, so chooses to just ult in, maybe try and take the wave out with him at the same time, but just a little bit off there. Now finds himself 0-2. As once again, Chungy, the one thing that Mammoth have always got going for them in such a positive way is that when they pick the Ahri, they leave mid lane so often and so successfully to be able to find side lane picks, and it has, I would say, primarily been top lane. Maybe 90% of the time that those roams are successful, so definitely something to keep in mind. You know, nobody did start to burn his own bridge, but the other two here from Mammoth came back to that lane and really hit it home.
He definitely does feel like Chungy at times plays a bit like a Twisted Fate. They're consistently roaming, always looking for opportunities to find success. And that really does still hurt. Despite everything favouring here now Liv with that build and the itemization to try and even out these wave trades, nobody is still going to remind him that he is the rock in the top.
Well, that's it, right? It's evening out the wave. It's definitely not the trades. It's Ninja Tabis against the Tiamat, but Malphite's just one of those champions. It's one of those matchups. There's not a lot you can do besides cop the damage, reset often. And resetting often is a big risk a lot of the time. The fact that you're just not on the map does give a lot of freedom to the opposing jungler of Prayerless to make picks. However, it was Mammoth that were able to find them first and more successfully.
They were indeed, as it is going to be Chungy that has the blue buff, and Artek is there for protection, as the lane flip will happen at 8 minutes in. Sumin does not actually have the blue buff himself just yet, because Predator did go for a reset, so waiting for that to be donated across. Going to see if he's able to find a situation to engage. Bear in mind, doesn't have the solar flare, only level 5 on Leonis, so it's not going to be as easy, and I'm sure he doesn't want to burn the flash to really force that home.
Mentioned this briefly. Last game, we're seeing the byproducts of it again as human cops are beating and an electrocute proc from Chungy. It's the blue buff difference in mid lane, right?
Yeah.
Both players have their lost chapter, and with the mana cost changes to Syndra, you do still really feel it. If you have to use more than a Q to clear waves, then you're going to feel the brunt of those mana cost changes. And the way that Ahri is able to play this one out with blue buff is just throwing spells off cooldown, really keeping the Syndra at bay under turret, and is also now disappearing into Fog of War through control wards that he has placed on the top side of mid. This is also the area that Bass has been sitting. So a lot of freedom for him to move does mean that even though the map flippers come into play here from Gravitas, they should still have the edge, the ability to move first from mid lane, and that makes a significant difference and basically secures the objective.
Certainly does. Teleports were up and available, but they decide not to join in with the fun and games. And 10 minutes in here will be first Herald going in favor here for Mammoth. Now, questions are, how do they decide to use this? Because you can see a ton of vision has been placed topside. 3 control wards by Mammoth, which lights it up. Guarantees they know exactly where Gravitas are at any point in the game.
Yeah, they do need to reset those control wood placements, though. The one particularly in the Herald Pit itself. There's a Drake up in 50 seconds, and it's an Infernal. So most likely want to transition a lot of their control to the bottom side of the map. You can already see that the... Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That is mid laners both flexing their might right now. Ooh, final dash of the Spirit Fox. Tried to connect as he looked to try and get the execution, but Unleashed Power prevents Chungy from doing any more than just that, so both will get dropped down to half and decide to back away. As you say, 30 seconds on the second Dragon of the game. And you start to wonder if that is what Gravitas are looking to play for now, if it is just going to be Dragon control.
That was a full commit from Chungy as well, just with absolute confidence. Flash Ignite and ult used 40 seconds before an objective. I'm not too sure that that was even in any way a good play. What it does give is priority in mid lane. You know, they had a Herald, so perhaps that could have resulted in a lot of turret plates, but Bass isn't even going to summon that one. At the end of the day, it gives a lot of priority before the Drake spawns, but Suman only used his ult for that. Still has the teleport, still has the flash, so if priority was something they were really emphasizing, I mean, they're not too worse off for that by any means. That's still a big cost from that.
Certainly is. We'll have to see if it actually hurts them in the grand scheme of things, because Mammoth will pick up the Dragon. Actually felt a little bit like one of the players we saw in the OCS called Zaita, who was always flashing aggressively. Doesn't matter the situation, he was always in your face, and there would be question mark pings at many times, but the high risk, high reward play usually paid off in that occasion.
I mean, it's the initiative that I like, Skimmy, right? Like I don't hate that someone wants to be hyper aggressive and flash forwards looking for it. I just think that there's a time and a place for a lot of these things. And like that wasn't it, Chief. Yeah, it was an odd one.
So Bass running around the map, backing up the boys so far. Decides against fully committing to this one, and still the story has to be the same here. Yes, you've got the wave clear, but you just can't go blow to blow with this Malphite.
When Malphite uses his slam on the ground and Wukong turns to try auto attack, he literally stands still and just looks at the Malphite. Like that's how much attack speed it takes away. As top lane is at risk of being dove in just the 1v1. If Lived isn't careful, he dies.
Yeah, he doesn't have the flash, he only has his ultimate, but I tell you what, ultimate for ultimate, nobody wins those.
With a Bard in range to throw ult at the turret as well if necessary.
Both teams respecting what was a potential possibility there. As you can see, Beats was just in range to summon his ultimate to guarantee a fight would work in their favor. Now there's the Solar Flare, the Charm, and the Fate! Too little, too late! Mammoth turned their attention towards the mid lane, and near the Spear as well. And are now looking to take as many turret plates as possible.
Yeah, I actually thought Artek might have taken that engage onto Beats there as well as a follow-up, because he has the stopwatch. You know, there was a possibility that... Oh,
okay, Kratos. Okay, nobody. They're all going to come into this one. They've had enough. They press R, and they mean business. That's a two-man double kill wombo slam jam. As Prayless has had enough of the pace of this game. And you mentioned it, set at 6. It's all fun and games. Now, 3-0. He's got a bounty on his head as well.
They hit the combo. They actually do that through vision of Mammoth as well. So Mammoth would have seen that Malphite on the way. Maybe just a little bit of disrespect there. Nice engage overall, however, as Mammoth were trying to threaten the turret using the Rift Herald, baited into their own decisions there. End of the day, you got to give some credit to Gravitas for a good punish.
So in the end, Liv gets off without losing his life, but now he's going to return back to this lane and go for the 1v1 into the mage. He doesn't have his flash, but he does burn out the Syndras.
Lots of little skirmishes happening left, right, and center as well as the opportunities present themselves. Human having a pretty rough go of it in this game, honestly. Every corner he turns, he seems to find someone who wants to just flash or ult him with no hesitation. Even though none of them are actually getting the kills, they are sure as hell trying.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like, you know when you're playing Pokemon, you go to that gym leader and you got to take on like 4 of his associates before you can get to the main one. Anywhere he goes, anywhere he turns, it's just another boss saying, fight me, come at me. And they go for the 1v1.
I get what you're saying there. Feels a little bit like that. It's a bunch of aggressive people trying to squat up on him.
Certainly is. As the first turret goes the way of Mammoth. 15 minutes in, very little separating these two teams. And despite the scoreline here on Nobody, quite content to keep pushing back this Wukong.
What breakpoints are we looking at here? Level 11, pretty close for a lot of the members here. Puma actually, experience-wise, is keeping up with both solo laners. He's been given a lot of resources going into his pockets. Artek, while he has a kill, is also level 7, so very much behind in experience. Has clearly been spending a lot of time working around the jungle, working around the map with his team. And we've got big item spikes finally starting to come across for more than just the mid laner of Mammoth here. So while he has got a lot of items, I would say he's very well equipped to start assassinating people around the rift right now. We're getting closer and closer to points where the rest of Mammoth may be able to work with him, but until such a time, I'm looking at Gravitas's item completions and level breakpoints coming across and saying that's pretty scary. The fight in 20 seconds at the Drake could be very dangerous.
Certainly could be. You can see that is the man I've got my eyes on right now in the set. He's got a fantastic angle so far to execute upon. He's going to slam dunk into free, slow them all down, bring them together, and lock them in place with the Tempered Fate. Now, what is the follow-up? The stun won't connect, but Killer Instinct lands. Beat's actually the one to pick up the kill, and then they lock in place Artek. That isn't clean as it comes. Two-man lockdown. Without a jungle, without a smite, this guarantees the Rift Herald.
Yeah, great punish there from Gravitas, right? Teleport comes in, no hesitation. We spoke about just how powerful they may well be for the upcoming fights, and they find it with very little time between that statement and the fight actually happening. Preventing any kind of trades from Mammoth is the real victory here as well. You know, they're not just going to go for Drake for Rift Herald. They try and actually prevent any objectives from going over to the Mammoth squad as nobody's dead.
He certainly is. Oh, back-to-back charms connect. There's the true shot barrage, and there's the retaliation for Mammoth. You took one objective on the top side of the map, well, Mammoth win on the bottom side. I say you can take the Herald, but we'll take the Dragon.
You just can't compliment anyone, can you?
You certainly can't.
The second you try, things just unwind. They used everything on the top side of the map, Skimmy. And then they go towards the Drake, maybe to try and get both objectives, but they instantly get punished for it. I mean, it's good for Mammoth here as well to be able to get the punish. You know, the Ahri was hardly involved in that Herald play at all, so it's definitely still had everything up. A nice little pick, I suppose.
Yeah, Mammoth will take those. They'll be quite content with it. I mean, moments prior to that, there was so much vision control on this map favoring Gravitas. Take a quick look at Beat's vision score. He's living the dream as a Bard so far, with all this vision, with all this control to catch members out of place.
Yeah, he's been having a good time running around. I always wonder if clearing Nidalee spears, traps count though. Like, vision score is such a disingenuous stat for what's actually happened on the map. Is a stat that you can visibly see though, so a lot of players actually focus on it. But if clearing a Nidalee trap counts as a vision score, yeah.
You're stat padding at that point.
Yeah. Without realizing you are, of course. But hey, Herald's going to be summoned in mid lane. They want to break this turret. They will be able to for free.
So, mid lane is going to be equalized now. A turret apiece. The only two turrets that have fallen down have been in this lane. The protection can be afforded to these two mages. Will not be as apparent now. Nothing really separating these two teams at the 19-minute mark. Equal in turrets, golds, and kills. Mentioned before in terms of item breakpoints. Well, Shrelias is online here for the Bard. Artek still working his way towards that stone plate.
There's a big set on one side of the rift here against what is notably a big Ahri on the opposing side. I feel like the game's starting to come down to more of a battle of vision than anything else. If you want it to be a successful set, I mean, Ayla's already proven it to us what it's capable of if you're able to get engages off that are good. And if you want to get picks as an Ahri, it is often about, do I have the control wards in place or do I have vision control in place before I actually use my abilities? So a lot of the game may well come down to that fact. And that's kind of, like, when you're looking at the teams that are 8th and 7th respectively on the ladder, that is something that may not be perfect, right? So a lot of mistakes could happen here and there, and that could actually be the difference maker.
Certainly could be. And we'll get to see exactly how they try and find an edge over their opponents so far, as both top laners play opposite sides of the map. I think Livs has had enough at this point in the game with the reduction on attack speed and the ability to actually push whilst remaining healthy. Let's see what the game plan is. As it appears, that Beats is just going to get a freebie. You know, say no to that.
Yeah. I mean, you always take 5 if you can as a Bard. You know, I wish there was more carry Bard builds, just in general.
What is it? Halo Blades, all the Meeps, all the farm.
Guardian is too valuable to not have in a competitive game, because if you don't have it, you really don't have a laning phase, right? if you can't shield your AD, your heal's not that valuable early. It costs a whole lot of mana as well. But at this point, you know, because a lot of Bards, now that you can go Relic Shield and have health in your build, you're just so tanky.
Yeah.
What's to stop someone from saying that I'm just going to go for like a proto build? And I'm just going to go for like the 1 slap build, you know? I'd be here for that.
I know you would. You're a big Bard fan.
Yeah, just a little man.
You would take over the Bard commentary. You'd be the play-by-play.
Yeah, I can't control myself. I think you're correct.
Yeah, I'd be quite excited for that one.
It's nice to see it as meta as well. Just like as a champion, design is very volatile in a game state, so big fan of it. A lot of champions that are volatile are just very exciting to watch. And I will say, Mammoth have gone for a couple of those themselves. You know, someone like the Ahri is a very volatile champion. Leona is a one-directional champion.
Yeah.
Where a lot of other tank supports can go a couple of ways. They could be a support that heals, or they could be a support that engages. I'm always a big fan of the ones that they have a style, right? Set's the same, actually, for the opposing jungler here of Prayless. He doesn't really go backwards. He can peel a little bit, but he's designed to just use his fists and just pump people with fists.
He's angry. He's got a lot of frustration to let out.
That's so great.
No, I do agree with you on that point. You know, you've got these hard initiation style champions. They want to get in. They want to secure a kill. They'll fall on down for that act. But they'll most definitely guarantee a ton of CC to set you up with a platform to win out and guarantee that fight. Big evolution, it has taken place between both the AD carries as they hit their 2-item spike. The Muramana is now there and ready to rock and roll. Trinity Falls versus the Rage Blade, and that's the Unstoppable Falls. Goodbye, Chungy! Stunned before he can even press the flash button. Locked down and deleted in a heartbeat, and that is going to prevent Mammoth getting the clean, easy Ocean Soul point to run around with on this map, and that's going to continue to keep this game dead even.
You know, one of those champions that probably should never get caught is an Ahri, right? Has the flash, has the ultimate still up, wasn't even used. And you could see a magical journey coming towards him. And I've no doubt in my mind, he's like, they're pushing me back. There's no way they engage on for just me, right? Like, there's no way. And then he's dead before he could even press a button. So you've got to really look at the aggression and conviction of Gravitas in that little pick to be able to find it successfully. And they do get it with no issues at all. So another Drake going their way. And we're trading objectives pretty constantly here now. There was a top lane outer turret is basically what you would say was a trade for that Drake. But they get the kill with it as well. So you'd be pretty happy if you're Gravitas.
Certainly would be. Because that was a very fed Ahri. Actually going to be turning up to that fight there with a completed Rabadon's cap. So would have had some very solid pick potential. But wasn't to be the case. The pick got picked. If that even makes sense, but we'll have to run around and figure out what's going to go on from this point onwards, as Gravitas are still lagging a little bit in terms of gold. I mean, I say a little bit, it is a very small amount, not enough to really break anything apart at this stage of the game, and you know, it continues to be, you know, I feel like a storyline of waiting until these late stages of the game where respawn times become so high, but then they can look to try and break something open.
Gravitas almost get picked off there, you would have to say. Artek was hunting very aggressively, but with the set ultimate bringing towards the rest of the team, they're just going to choose to disengage. And this is something that you should get pretty used to seeing, honestly, if you're watching this game right now, is Mammoth are just going to throw spells, you know, until one of them really sticks, and then they'll commit to it. Where on the side of Gravitas, they're not going to just throw spells out casually. There's a couple that they'll still throw out there, like your Kai'Sa W's, but they're a little bit more committal when it comes to the main spells in their kits. You see a Malphite ult in, a Kai'Sa to follow as well, set with his big ulti that he's going to throw in there with the showstopper. So the slight difference we'll see between these teams. And the reason that that's important is if we're setting up for objectives and Mammoth get vision control first, they're just going to throw it. They're just going to constantly throw spells out until it connects, and they'll actually hit more. Exhibit A.
Exhibit A and result A2 as Beats falls on down despite using the Magical Journey. Cannot evade just like that. Actually burnt both summoners as well, and that's a bit of a big deal given the nature of the objective control, which has been so paramount to the success of these fights so far.
Yeah, Praylist not on the same side of the map as Beats to be able to help him whatsoever. A nice little Spear and a Leona following up. That's one of the big differences here, right? They have control. They're able to work as a duo. They're able to find some picks, and Boma is going to be hitting the Baron buff. Not fully committing to that one by any means. He does have an ability to heal him as well as Honey Fruit just to the right.
Oh, okay, Arctic. I like the idea. Went for the blind flash in. Sumin's in so much trouble. Might fall down to the Ignite. Yes, he does. Lives had enough. He's going to jump in right now and look for the Cyclone, but gets drawn back in. And may just fall on down, but a stopwatch buys a little bit of time. There goes the Charm. Oh my gosh, he dashes out. He survives the unstoppable falls, but not the missiles to follow on afterwards. Kusha Barrage pats them down. That's a double kill for Boomer. Looking for the triple kill. Can the man show up at the biggest point possible? It seems to be, yes, he can. Give this man the money, and he will punish you. And that seems to be the story here, because 25 minutes in now, we talk about Baron dances. That was a 4-kill affair, and now they can look to play.
That was messy. Skimmy, I don't think they'll be able to do this one with an Ezreal alive. Just a little bit too much poke. And speaking of the Ezreal being alive, he had a very hard go at it in that team fight. His ability to hit people was heavily hindered. We actually have a replay.
There it is.
It's working. We'll get to see how Sumin dies here to kick the fight off. And remember, Gravitas will do this fight without him alive, right? So keep that in mind. It's going to be a 4v5. Wukong goes way too forward looking for an extra pick on a playlist and gets punished. Nobody misses everything with a massive airball. And then you just try and disengage from this point. And Boma's struggling to hit spells because, again, there's a lot of mobility going around and away from him. Even Beats, who steps up in his face, is just going to portal his way over. So just having the numbers advantage consistently, the ability of Gravitas as an overall composition to only go forwards, they'll do it well. They'll do it well enough to be able to win a team fight. Not to get them a Baron, not to win the game or get an objective, but to give them a lot more momentum in this game.
Momentum is what they'll need to try and put daylight between each other to try and find that crucial edge, because that is once again Sumin going into the jungle, burning the flash straight away. R2 and the Cyclone won't connect, but he's looking to land the damage, and there it is. Rocks up there with the spear, but Puma's had enough. He comes in there with the killer instinct, and Artek can only do one thing, and that is go forward. He's overreached, and he's fallen on down as well. He dashed out of the ultimate, and Boma is a king. He's going to get slammed back into the dungeon, into the chaos, and, well, he can't do much when 3 members surround him and his team are unable to assist. Keyword, buzzword of this match has to be chaos.
Yeah, they find them again, and once again, you know, the ability to not disengage. Like, the problem that Mammoth are running into is that a Leona goes forwards and there's no way out, as Chungy once again puts in some serious work. Probably going to just stop them from getting this Baron at all. Nobody in trouble as well here, Skimmy.
Certainly is. You're just not allowed to break. It's just fight after fight. Carnage after carnage, as the Bruisers will finally duke it out. Dashing forward there, trying to land the charm. Key target has to be Puma. Both don't have their flash. It's again Sumin. Questionable angle there, a flank which they just collapse and turn upon. And they say thank you very much for the money, and the Baron is just the biggest bait of all time.
I mean, I want to be nice, but Sumin's having a bit of a grief in this one. He's having he's having a lot of a grief in this game. He's having a pretty hard time. Mammoth now going to hit the Baron well past half HP. Nobody to contest this one as well. You've got Praylist is going to go over towards the Drake and maybe try and get an objective back for them. But just, you know, through the troves of chaos that have happened in this game, Mammoth somehow come out with a Baron after losing a team fight.
Can they get there in time? I don't believe they can, because this is dropping down rapid fire style. They trade the Baron for the Ocean Dragon. That now puts Gravitas on an Ocean Soul to play for. We mentioned at the start of the game whether or not that would be the game plan here for Gravitas to play for the Dragons, and seems to be the go-to now. Summoners don't really stay up online for that long, especially not when you run back to lane and want to have another go at it.
I'm going to have to respectfully ask Liv to stop doing that, because it's terrifying. Every time he dashes forwards and ults the Kai'Sa. Puma's 406, by the way. He's huge. And you've got a 5-0 set as well. So there's so much strength in this Gravitas roster. And they're really just throwing themselves at their opponent.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've got a ton of backline access, a ton of sniping potential. And I think you nailed it on the head when you mentioned that Mammoth have the poking benefits, really, between Ari, Nidalee, and the Ezreal. But Gravitas aren't shy to the full engage. They're definitely finding those moments to collapse upon and rewarded with these kills.
Yeah, I think they're way back into this one. You know, Mammoth are going to try and play probably 2 lanes at once. They seem to be setting themselves up with Chungi in a side lane. Remember, he has no teleport, so the way that you will tend to play this one out if you're Gravitas is the second you see Ari in a side lane and actually dealing with a wave, you're hunting. You're trying to find some kills if you can. You've got the Malphite grouping up. He doesn't have teleport either, so easier said than done, of course. You're going to be looking for those all-in team fights to slow down this Baron push. If you don't slow them down, they will just continue to throw those spells out.
Kralis looking for it. Oh, flashes out from the Facebreaker. They won't set up for the fight here today. Suman drop down to half. Going to receive the True Shot Barrage as well and prevent that recall attempt. And this is Mammoth forcing pressure on the map to best utilize their Baron buff. They actually forced out the Malphite ultimate as well. And this is a big win.
Yeah, I mean, Malphite ultimate gone's huge because that's a lot of their engage. And Suman once again being forced back to base. He's having an all-you-can-eat buffet right now in this game, just eating all the spells. And they're going to continue to push forwards. Spears, Ari's Qs and charms, Ezreal throwing out his Qs as well. If Mystic shots connect on anyone other than Prayerless and nobody, you will feel it.
See that the side lanes are passively pushing in their favor. Now Mammoth are going to disperse around and continue to use their Baron buff to escort those in to try and crash them at the exact same time. But no, going to be a lot of patience and discipline showed here. Not going to overreach despite those key ultimates being down.
They can't overreach, you know? I still think, Puma's having a good game. Prayerless very much equipped to be a tank in this one now that he's completed his Gargoyle Stoneplate too. There is a world where you make one positional error and then everybody is running you down. They're super dangerous. You have to respect them for sure. And, you know, respect a Mammoth for being able to disengage and say, we'll take the small win there. You know, the Baron was useful. It wasn't going to win us the game, but definitely useful. What can we do after that, right? You've got Drake in 1 minute that you'll need to take. The risk here, of course, is that Gravitas weathered the storm without losing inhibitors, and they're on Soul Point for an Ocean Soul with 3 Ocean Drakes.
Yeah, it's the best case scenario, absolutely. And, you know, you mentioned Prayerless, and I think it's worth highlighting the build he's gone for, right? Phase Rush into the Chilling Smite, as well as the Dead Man's Play, and actually has picked up the Elixir of the Iron as well. So, very, very quick. He's going to be a speedy boy on the Rift here, as you can see. Some very strong sticking potential to assist in the overall theme for Gravitas of locking down a key target. Question is, though, despite them having these insane KDAs on their phase or on their side of the map, it is still Mammoth that are pushing them out with a 5k lead as a whole.
Yeah, Mammoth still definitely have control of Summoner's Rift. Still not going to be the easiest thing here for Gravitas to get into areas. You know, being the Syndra has proven to be very difficult, and right now clearing his wards. Again, at risk of dying at every moment. And it's a Bard to protect you. Again, it's not going to be something that is infinitely useful for protecting a teammate or a carry.
Both AD carries, farming ahead of the clock. At least 10 CS per minute. A ton of kills to the name as well, so they are extremely fed, as you'd imagine. With 4 items soon to be completed on Mbomo. Spear has a slight advantage and in very good timing as well. With 20 seconds, he's not going to find that reset, but he will see that his support falls on down because Chungi is just a monster when he plays Ari.
Oh god, again.
Charm after charm, Solar Flare locks him in place, assuming that's the Killer Instinct, jumps on in! It's all a bait! Mammoth thought they'd won that team fight, now Liv goes in 1v4, locks them all up in the air, says, team please! Team, where you at? It turns around just like that. The story of this game has been fight after fight, carnage after carnage action, which gives you question marks galore. And what you thought was a turnaround there from Gravitas, in the end pays off big time with Mammoth getting the ace.
I mean, Chungi Diff's huge in this game, you know? Liv still gets the kills, he's able to get the team fight, but everything used prior to that one complements of a massive Ari. And it looks good from Gravitas, right? They throw the real big uppercut play, but now it's just going to be enough time for Mammoth here with the ace basically to try and end this game. Big ultimate from Beats to buy time. I don't think it'll be enough though.
It's going to delay the inevitable, but he goes flashing forward with that charm and guarantees that there is no member left surviving to defend the Nexus. 34 minutes in, a close game. But Mammoth will take the victory here. They're going to dance in front of that fountain. A victory on multiple different fronts for them, but victory nonetheless.
Ari is a specimen, isn't it? You know, you don't often see Ari running around, being picked at all in competitive League of Legends. Chungy has his set champion pool. He's very set in his ways. And for what it's worth, it's all working right now. He has found success twice in a row now, I believe, on this Ari pick, and he's proving that he can play his own way and that Mammoth can play around him in that style and find their wins.
Certainly can. A sketchy game at a few different occasions there, but a clutch ultimate from what looked like a bit of an end there from Liv, but jumps in 1v4, knocks them all up, and just turns the fight on its head. A crazy occurrence there, Spawn. I mean, do you sort of agree here that Chungy just continues to go against the grain of what the meta is, picks what works for him, and sort of showcases that, yeah, you could play this, you could go as Syndra, but I can just make Ari look, tier S.
Had relatively good matchups into Syndra and LeBlanc historically. So, like, if you're going to pick those two champions into Chungy, you should expect that that's going to be the champion he plays. If you're going to take something like a Zoe, he's definitely going to take something like a Yasuo as well. So I think he has a fairly telegraphed champion pool, and you can kind of pick your poison. If you were going to, go with that pickup, I think I would rather play Syndra into Yasuo because you can still at least bully the Yasuo during laning phase. Obviously, team fights become a little bit more difficult and you can't side lane against him. But I think Mammoth overall really played like they didn't want to lose that game, not like they wanted to win it. You didn't see like the risk-taking that they were willing to take against Chiefs and the risk-taking that they took against Order and Legacy, right, when they were looking to upset the top of the table. This game looked like they were just waiting for Gravitas to make the mistake, and the game really slowed down again. And I mean, it's just a recurrent theme in the OPL. As the pressure rises, the game will slow down, and these teams will look less proactive as the tournament goes on, I think.
What is proactive, though, is me and my standing for Mammoth. It is an exciting time to be Mammoth's #1 fan. Get me a big Mammoth pointy finger. So congratulations to them for their victory. And let's take a look back at all the victories we've seen today, day 2 of week 7 here on the OPL. It started off with a real wiping, I would say, Legacy over Chiefs for game 1, and then Order versus Direwolves hammering it out there for game 2, Pentanet.gg dominating AV Gaming for game 3, and then Mammoth and Gravitas trading blows throughout the entire game before Mammoth finally eke out the win there for game number 4. Let's take
what happened to left side?
The standings. Yeah, I know. What's happened there?
Yeah, left side really sucked it up today, eh?
The graphics guy clearly heard our suspicions yesterday. In the standings for the OPL at the moment, at the top of the table, Legacy still dominant there at #1, though with a few more losses to their name than they may have been expecting. Coming in second place, Order very comfortably there. Pentanet.gg are third, then it's Chiefs, Direwolves, Avant, Mammoth, and Gravitas down there at the bottom. So that is look, that is not the standings, I would say, Rusty, that I would have expected as we headed into Split 2.
You also don't want to finish last in playoffs. Like, obviously you want to make playoffs, but God, look at the run you have to make.
I know. That is insane.
Are playoffs locked? Like, are you willing to call it? There's only 7 games left.
I don't think anyone can beat the current 5 that isn't in the current 5.
Because you have to think, with 7 games left, Avant would have to sweep the round robin, you feel, to make it in.
Yeah.
You don't feel like Direwolves are going to, like, lose to Mammoth Gravitas. Oh, that is such a hard run.
That is an insane run. It will be a bloodbath, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to next week. Let's take a look at the schedule as we barrel towards those playoffs and that grand final. Next week, Friday the 24th of July at 4 p.m. Sydney time, we have Chiefs versus PGG for game number 1. It's then AV versus Mammoth for game 2, Order versus Gravitas for game 3, and Legacy versus Direwolves game number 4.
That is a banger day. 3 of those games are red hot.
Absolutely. There's particularly game number 2, there's a lot in it for, like we said, Avant. If they want to make it into playoffs, they're going to have to start winning some games as of Friday. So, yeah, please join us for Friday the 24th, because we're excited to be back then. We're excited to have you then as well. We're also excited for our sponsors, Macca's, EPOS, and Neosurf. Thank you very much to our wonderful sponsors for helping make the OPL happen. And a quick reminder about both competitions, Neosurf and EPOS are running. You can find more details about that on all of our socials and at watch.lollysports.com. But there is cash, dollary doos, and headsets galore to give away, and we're excited to do it. So thank you very much, Neosurf and EPOS. We'll be hanging around for the MPL coming up. I think we're jumping into some ARAMs, which is always a contentious issue. But after the slow, devilish shellacking of particularly that second game of TFT yesterday, I feel like we need a different kind of shellacking. So that's why we're going to be heading into ARAMs. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed your weekend.
Of course.
Always, mate.
Nothing from Rusty.
Rusty's
he hated
like,
the
get
whole
me
time.
out.
Yeah, Rusty's just like, I'm done, man. My food still hasn't arrived.
Yeah.
I think Rusty's going to scoff something down in the break before the MPL. We hope that you guys can stick around and potentially play some ARAMs with us. Big thank you to the crew as well for making this week happen. We couldn't do it without you, and so thank you very much for all the hard work you're doing from all of the homes you're in at the moment. If you're in Melbourne and Sydney in particular, I hope you guys are staying safe and well. Spawn?
I was just like, I've been waiting for you to close out. I thought that was it. I was blowing kisses to everyone as we were leaving, and you're just still going, and I was like, this is really...
Well, I
3 kisses into a stop.
3 kisses into a stop, and then I just saw the hand, and I was like, he clearly has something to say. Spawn sending out kisses. We're sending kisses out to all of you. Everyone stay safe. We hope to see you in the MPL. We are done. Kiss him out, Spawn.
Mwah.
Today is the Neosurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
Neosurf is simple, safe, and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe, and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Target inside.
Who stole my Penta?
Oh, baby, that's what I needed.
9 hours in this building with these morons.
Good work!
Let's go, boys!
Thought I was going to sneeze. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the MPL. We are back. We are excited. Well, I'm excited. Rusty's happy. Spawn. What's going on with Spawn? Is he having a seizure?
I
He's
just
fine?
leaned in to speak to look at sport for some reason just then.
I'm just... Get us in game, Nick. Hurry
He's
up.
done. He's done. I mean, I don't know if the rest of you guys know this, but Spawn is running a very complex tournament right now, and the last thing he wants is to be part of this trash tournament that we're about to run.
Do you know, not that I'm supposed to talk about, I think, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it or not, so I'll talk about it, and then if I need to be muted, production staff, feel free to mute me. But we had some audio issues, so I've got a whole team waiting for me to get off MPL so I can actually fix the audio issues that we had on stream today.
Am I starting a game?
I mean, I just invited you. I just hijacked Skimmy's lobby. I don't even know if he's here.
Good.
Yeah, I've got an IT crew fixing things right now, so we'll do what we did yesterday, mate. You can cycle through those icons.
I'm gonna drag someone in.
Was that an invite?
DMG here has already jumped in.
We get lobby hijacked again?
I think we did. Skimmy lives a dangerous life.
It's an open party.
Oh,
it's an open party.
Everything open all the time.
Oh.
And Intersaurus really wanted the game as well.
Do you want to give him a left-right good night, Skibby?
Yeah, well in 2 seconds,
give him a 1-2, how do you do?
Once I've got the old mouse working in me favour, because I ain't pressing buttons right now. Look, Mum.
Just hijack it.
No
Victor,
hands.
Get rid of it.
With the whim of IT again.
What is actually, like, Skimmy?
Yeah.
Just a skerrick of professionalism. Why can you fix Nick's problems pre-broadcast, but you can't fix your problems during broadcast?
Fact.
Because there's always got to be a problem every week.
That's true. That is so true. My God.
It has to be a problem each week.
And you know we're doing this for the next 3 years.
Yeah, mate.
No one's going anywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah, we die in these chairs.
Okay.
In these chairs.
I want a new chair though. Like,
I 100% am I'm buying a new game.
Jake needs one.
As soon as I get paid, there is no lumbar support left in this thing. I thought I used to spend a lot of time in my computer chair, and then COVID hit, and now I work from here, and now this chair is just. I mean, it's a beast. It's lived for 10 years, but the chair needs to really. Now I see calcium tax just insulting me in chat.
Yeah, Cal knows what's up.
Like what? I'm not allowed to buy nice things.
Yeah, exactly. Are we losing Damage Hero? Is that what's happening?
We're waiting on Skimmy.
I don't know what's happening right now.
I'm waiting to add Intersaurus, who was so polite about asking.
Okay, let me.
Who is actually Aussie Unicorn 79 in the chat.
Let me take control of my
calcium
mouse for 2
tax.
seconds.
Let me explain something to you. I am loaded. I don't need
There
to
you go.
prioritize anything.
There you go.
I will buy whatever I want, whenever I want, because Oceanic Esports. Here's a secret for you people in chat.
Yes,
Oceanic Esports pays mad bank.
A mutza.
We're all rich.
Filthy rich.
This jacket, it looks like a World's jacket that costs €200. Actually, it's a limited edition one. It costs way more than that. I can't think of a bigger number than 200 off the top of my head, so we're just going to go much higher. At least 10 times higher.
We're good, let's go.
It costs way more than that.
But you're always harassing Nick
Costs
for
so
being
much,
rich.
he doesn't even know how much it costs. It's
But
priceless.
let's just think of this for a second. I live in a chateau. Nick lives in IKEA. That's how much richer Nick is than I am. He owns IKEA.
The whole thing.
True.
And not just one IKEA. He is IKEA. Little do you know that boy is short is actually Australian. IKEA is actually Swedish for boy. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I just want to go home.
Spawn is gone. My God.
Tell me more about your chateau sport.
I want to hear Spawn with a French accent. That would be a sight to behold.
So some people may have seen over the last week or so, I've been looking for a standing desk, and I think that
What
where
a
I'm landing
wanker.
is that the standing desk?
Yes.
Oh god, I spent my entire life sitting in this goddamn room. Where I've landed is
Look at
I
me,
hate
I'm
them
big.
all.
I stared when I worked.
I hate all the tops of the desks, so I'm gonna buy the legs with the motor and everything, and then I'm gonna get a tabletop.
And then I'm going to cut down a tree from a national forest, and I'm going to use that as a desk. I'm actually going to get such a big tree that I can't get it inside a room, so I'm going to build a new room around my new standing
right
desk.
now. I'm here for it though.
So I was then contacted by one Bryce Jim Paul, who said that he had done exactly the same thing and found a tabletop. He and his I think he was doing it with his dad.
Bryce would
restored
cut down a tree.
this tabletop. It is the most gorgeous wooden desk I've ever seen in my entire life. It is a stunner. So that is my plan. So if anyone has the hookup on like a really nice wooden tabletop, please let me know.
All I'm saying is if Bryce made the nicest one of it, it can't be that nice.
First of its kind.
It's so nice. I feel like he's probably okay with me showing this picture. He's probably okay showing this picture.
Has it got him and his family in it, or is it just the desk?
No,
Okay.
it's just the desk. I'm sure he would be fine with this. Look how nice that wood is, that varnish job. That is a good varnish job. He varnished that job really nice. That's really nice. That's a very lovely desk. And then I was thinking I could install some sort of like wireless power charging, blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm gonna tech the shit out of this thing. So much so that I forgot to buy items this one, so I'm gonna have to die early.
Nice. Oh,
there's this flash. Oh!
Ow. Cable trays? Yeah, cable trays are a good recommendation, just full stop, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Cable trays.
Just have full wireless.
I'm going to have built-in power supply. I'm going to have one of those little like hook things that keeps my PC there. I'm going to kit this thing out.
We really don't want to win today, Hunter. Nick too busy talking about his desk. Everyone else just sitting there reading chat, apparently. That's okay.
Let me tell you more about my desk.
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't. I'd rather you focus up, buy some items.
Oh, please. If I made you a desk, you would be so...
I
could make you a desk with a built-in coffee machine. How do you feel about that?
Well, I wouldn't have someone to make my coffee, so you would have to make me a desk with a person that's built into my desk.
I reckon I could do it.
Why don't we build desks for the OPL whenever we're back?
Why don't we? I mean, look, my question is, why aren't the OPL providing us with lovely desks?
I agree. They haven't provided us with nothing since we went on
good chairs. Send some of those gaming chairs that aren't doing anything in the studio right now.
There it is.
To save our poor backs. You could even brand it.
Oh, it doesn't miss. Oh, he's trapped. Yeah. What was that? Trying to open chat.
Is there anything apart from desks people want to talk about?
No. I think it's just desks.
Well, we definitely don't want to follow that up. That's good.
I mean, desks are a pretty big passion, you know?
I just hit another hook chat, and my team was apparently looking at some desks online.
Cheese?
Apparently
Cheese is... Do you think cheese is even an interesting enough conversation to discuss?
Fromage? Do you know what the best thing about cheese is? That
lactose-free?
The cheese shop from, was it Monty Python that did it?
Yes.
That's the best thing about cheese.
God, actually just giga.
So
mega
literally
turbo
nothing
smurfing.
about cheese.
Well, that's about cheese.
Nick, tell us everything about your desk. Nick, please explain more about your desk.
No one's saying this.
Multiple people saying this.
Hey. Oh no, I missed the heal.
Sorry, I should have saved you there. I was really busy reading chat.
It's okay, so was I. I should have lived there if I was. They heal, Nick. They heal.
Bomb.
The spaceships on the ground are my healing shrines.
Oh, I should have run over the spaceships, mate.
Yeah.
Look, guys, if you're not going to take the game seriously, I'm just going to go fix my tech problems now.
Not Hakeem wants to know more about this desk. So I think it'll, yeah, like I said, it'll have a cable tray. It'll have built-in probably 8 to 12 power slots. It'll have a data connection built into it. Motorized, obviously. The hook for the PC. A wireless charging pad built in so I can just sit my phone in a specific area of the desk and it'll charge up. What else can I add to a standing desk that could be helpful? Oh, maybe some sort of... Oh, a bar. Yes, Rusty. And you know what else I should add to it? Some sort of like little built-in chair so that I can stand while sitting.
Oh, good one.
I get all the height advantage of the standing desk.
So you want a
none of the
standing
exhaustion.
seated chair.
I basically just want a high table.
We call that a high chair in my house. We have one for Jasper.
Touche, sir.
I also want to be fed when I'm at my table.
Yes, yeah.
Bib would be fine.
And when I'm too busy doing work to do poopies, someone can just come and change me.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Oh,
isn't that how you know
there's
you've really
the flash.
made it in life?
I mean, it all comes back to how easily I could poo in life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Am I wearing a suit? Nope. Just a jacket, mate.
It's a big ultimate. Get in there, Nicholas boy. You could hold everyone.
I should have.
Oh,
Oh,
the
God.
entire enemy team.
That'll do.
Nice one, Evelyn.
We take
now I
the...
can buy.
Take
now
the
I
portal.
can buy.
No.
Headphone hooks, yes.
Why am I not
thank you
wearing
very
a
much.
suit on stream?
Why do you need
That'd be kind of
hole.
insane.
A cup hole is an excellent choice, but that does mean that I'm forced to put my cup in one specific area all the time.
Yeah, it's not
I don't know how I
ideal.
feel about that. And because it removes any utility. What about a cup hook? So I can move it around. Now that's an idea.
Let's go, let's go.
Are you
Now
guys-
that's thinking with portals.
Does anyone have Death Pony on their friends list?
Nope. Wait, we had him in TFT.
Yeah, because we played with
Yeah,
them
yeah.
yesterday, so they're obviously
True.
a fan of the show. Because I was just wondering, like, how good of friends you guys are with them. That every time I hook them, no one else on the team seems to want to hit him at all. Like, I just wondered, like, whether it was like a personal thing, whether it was a professional thing. But
Nice.
That fiddle couldn't do anything. Big. I got no follow-up to
I have
this.
no stun.
No, we'll take that.
Leave stun.
We'll take that.
Okay.
Oh, I just didn't even move. Okay.
Loki, you stop talking. You cut that out.
What's Loki saying?
He's just calling Bard bad, and I take personal offense. Because he's directing it personally at me. It's mainly the
That
reason.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Do it.
Come on.
good job, Skimmy.
I got you, bro. Ooh, Nick.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
That was clean.
Probably Q's here. Ooh.
Come grab this, bro.
Green.
Are you ready for me to ult? I'm not ready for me to ult. Throwing it.
Oh.
Ah!
Run away! See you, man.
Nice, nice, nice.
I'm just gonna max out CDR. Make an ult tons. He's silenced.
I missed.
He's flashed away, okay.
Ooh. Oh.
Okay. Oh, ow.
Oh, let the UFO charge. Unacceptable.
Ooh, that's no good.
Run.
I had like a lot of money to spend. Let's buy it up.
It's back.
That's good, Ozzy.
Oh! Yeah, see you, Jinx map.
That one.
This scoreline, though. This is a
21.
Gravitas Mammoth game.
Yeah, true.
Interesting choice.
Indosaurus. Definitely namesake that
Living
one.
up to their name.
Yeah.
Guy got slapped.
That was a
Honestly,
big one.
still not the worst play I've seen our team make this game. So,
all right, calm down, you little martyr.
ooh, the bard does some damage, team.
You reckon he has flash?
Nah.
Haha,
me
get dotted.
Martha?
Get dotted. Oh! Oh, range!
Oh, well, that's just awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, take my dot and run away, mate. See ya, bro.
Don't you do it. Alright, we have to do it.
Oh.
Jesus.
We're both like, what?
Whew.
I got ulti in 20. Dots.
Me too.
Nice. Nice.
I'm dead again.
Yes, you are.
How does this happen to me? I made my mistake. Got nowhere to run. As life goes on and I'm fading away.
Damn. Damn.
I'm sick of this life. I just wanna scream.
Nice.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'll go.
Oh, how?
Nice.
I'm dead again. I've just spent this whole game dead. How are we doing, chat?
They call me Zappy Man.
Spawn should audition for The Voice.
Nah, I don't want to win. There's someone else out there that needs the money more than me.
Do you get money for winning The Voice?
I don't know.
I feel like you get
I
a
think
lock-in
you- I think-
contract and ruin the next 10 years of your life, but you do
I was
win.
about to say. I think you end up owing money at the end of that record deal.
Wouldn't it be better, like, to come second and just get more notoriety?
It
through that?
always is.
Yeah.
It like so much so.
Ah, no.
You get exposure, but not locked in.
I cannot get past the 6 traps in front of me.
Suck.
At least Skimmy went in.
I literally cannot move.
I see you, mate. I'll dot and hope for the best.
Well, our best wasn't good enough. Go next.
No, our best is terrible. Shannon Knoll was robbed. Oh god, we wanted Nosey to win so bad. Guy Sebastian's done very well for himself though. It looked like he wasn't there for a while, but then he's really come back.
Stop throwing stuff at me!
Oh!
Okay, do we win this?
I've got ulti in 20.
No, we don't win.
Or do we?
I'm just dead again.
This feels like your mistake now, not ours.
I've died so much, chat. I've died 12 times.
I'm trying.
Alright, I need to actually int now that I can.
I believe!
Can we get the turret? No.
Is Guy Sebastian the only
absolutely.
local, like Australian winner that has really popped off after?
Yes, I believe so. Guy Sebastian and I think Kelly Clarkson, who's not Australian, who's American, but who also has done
definitely on that
well
list
for herself.
Who?
Kelly Clarkson? You know Kelly Clarkson.
You'd know her if you heard her.
She the country western person?
No.
Don't know.
That's Slim Dusty.
Alright. Here we go. Ulti in 10. I'll wave clear.
Yeah, Since You Be Gone, that's one of the songs.
Since You Be Gone!
Yeah.
Okay, I know that one. I can't breathe.
I can't remember if I've told this story before, but I wanted to steal. So Late Night with Seth Meyers has this great segment called Day Drinking, where they go out with. He goes out with like a singer or a celebrity and has a lot of juice, and then just records what happens. And I wanted to steal it for the OPL, but there are all sorts of dumb rules that I have to adhere to. But there's a great episode of that where he goes out with Kelly Clarkson, and then he wants to impress her. So at the end of the day, he puts on a pair of headphones and wants to just sing the song to her, and sings that song. It's just a phenomenal. It's definitely worth watching. But yeah, Riot put the kibosh on that pretty hard. Thanks, Riot.
And they don't want us to be day drinking.
And your rules
We'll
to
get a
protect
little
children.
day drunk. I like that song. Sing a bunch of all songs, get the words wrong. Who cares? I think the irony is I just got the words of that song wrong.
Lady Dubsy says Kelly Clarkson had her hit single Miss Independent on the So Fresh Winter 2003 album. 2003? Was Kelly Clarkson around in 2003?
It feels like old school X Factor.
Well,
Like
Guy
last time I ever
Sebastian was
watched the show.
2002 Australian Idol.
God! Yes!
How do I do
Oh
no
my-
damage? This doesn't make sense. That's a fiddle ulti.
That's a good point, Loki Cat.
Get in there, Skimmy. Kill someone.
Go, Skimmy. I'm coming.
Skimmy's entered.
Oh.
I'm the only one doing anything.
Yeah.
Yep. Just keep telling yourself that, mate. I've died 14 times.
Yeah, nice int.
What do you mean int?
Nice big int.
You're the. Everyone just takes glory champions, and I'm left playing like the actually only utility on our whole team.
Yep.
Oh, these traps. So annoying.
Okay. Okay. Root, stun, damage. Knock up. Okay. They're all zoned away, surely.
Currently
Surely.
running a Pantheon.
0 damage.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Nice.
There it
That's
is.
not bad. That's
don't
not
you
bad.
see? Don't you worry.
I need to die.
Alright, he went and grabbed the healer.
We need a turret. I refuse to lose an ARAM without getting a turret.
Okay, that went well.
We can't get the turret. We just lost the game.
We lose, boys.
Well, we tried. I refuse to lose the game without it. We lost the game.
I guess the lesson is never try. Intersaurus has really just entered.
Yeah, it's been a roughie.
Well, he's just healing nothing and stuff. I think he actually is like trying to int and thinks it's funny.
That's Aussie Unicorn. Aussie Unicorn's a fan. A fan wouldn't do that to us.
I don't actually agree anymore, Nick. after having a look at his behaviour in this game.
I tried.
Oh, you won, Skimmy.
Oh, it's such a hard game.
You won. What are you talking about, bro?
Huh? I am smurfing.
This feels like we're playing like a zombie game. We're like running away from the hordes, the invasions.
Whoa.
Fate. I'm telling you.
What's that arrow going for?
Yeah, I mean, it's going,
What's that jigsaw going for?
it's going for a report. That's what it's going for.
Don't waste my time. I have audio issues. Don't waste my time. Nah, I feel that. That's a vibe.
Alright, where's the Fiddle's ult? Is he this push?
No, you want me to face check?
Yeah, there he is. You going? Ah.
You want me to go?
I'll just wave clear this. Oh! He cleansed, okay.
Pantheon's in. Kill Pantheon. Kill Pantheon.
Okay, okay.
I tried my best, team. I really tried my best. Yeah, Rusty.
It's just tough to do anything. Well, you know what they say. You do get that sometimes. We go next.
We certainly do.
Oh, how humiliating to have it happen on broadcast as well.
Yep.
What
Agree.
a dumb segment.
I mean, at the end of the day, what did I get from that game, right? Is I'm just really good at Bard. You know?
You to play Bard, mate.
And that's the one game you'll ever see me on Bard with, probably.
Let's have a look at the damage. Look at the damage charts. Can we get that on screen right now? This is what we had to deal with.
Team Staldion, do you have me as a friend?
What was that?
Skimmy, you're playing literally the Affliction Warlock of the game.
Where's my team's damage? Where's my team's damage?
You don't have to stand still to use any ability.
Me and Bard were trying to 2v5.
You actually,
I'm just doing what you do.
I'm literally muting Discord.
There it is. Alright, he's out. Who's in?
Oh my god, Intersaurus readies up like a butt. So, Team Stalden, Rusty, I believe you have on their list.
Do I? Yeah, I should.
That's what they say. Or,
Staldy.
who is the other person who...
Yeah, I got Staldy.
Yeah, add. They promise they don't run it down mid.
Alright, we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Let's get it. Club Swips as well for Mr. Staldy.
Oh, surely.
Surely what?
Surely a big performance. Surely a big hard carry.
Oosa.
Let's go. Let's hope we get a draft kingdom. Carthus, Udia, Wukong.
I like our comp, as far as ARAM comps are concerned.
Yeah, me too.
Ha ha.
What are we doing? Here we go. That one. Presence of mind is broken. Taste of
Sure
blood.
is.
Report player.
Do it.
Skimmy. Other. Reported.
One Skimmy.
Ah, okay, I'll report I was going to call you Swiper. Report order spawn for hostage taking. There you go. There you have it, team.
It's just an abuse of the new report system, Skimmy.
Yeah,
That's what that
why
is.
not? We'll get it done. What are we versing? Zillion and Mumu. Okay.
Oof, they've got a scary team, actually.
Holy shit. Did I just totally miss Champ Select?
Were you AFK the whole time?
You're not there.
I was just looking at my phone.
Oh, you're Aatrox.
You were just looking at your phone.
No, Nick!
Literally 60 seconds. Oh, no.
To be fair, I was replying to some OPL viewers who tweeted me. But but I also quickly checked Instagram and then
made a work call.
Yeah,
bought some wood for a new desk.
Made a coffee.
Maybe looked at my emails.
Made some new IKEA buildings. Yeah. Let's go, mate.
After that game, I needed to eat a banana just so everyone was wondering what I was eating.
Also known as a boon.
Boon, yeah, boon.
Sorry, guys, I have failed you. Aussie Unicorn, that was Intersaurus.
No, you're okay, man. Just don't do it again, you know? That's how that works.
And by it, he means play with us.
Oh.
No, I joke. I love Aussie Unicorn. Dash.
Whatever, Mumu. Mumu's Zillion.
Oh, he flashed me! Ooh! I live!
Oh god, this...
That was huge!
Oh my god, how are they all still alive with their HP? Alright, we're doing it. We're doing it. Nice. Front to back, front to back.
Bomb. We take those. Go, Nick! Go, Nick! Slap the ground!
Yep,
Bang!
3 Qs in a row, Nick.
Yes.
Just in case you were wondering.
I am learning.
So you can use Q1, then Q2, then Q3. So Q1 is just like the straight line one. Q2 is like an arch. Q3 is the slam on top of you.
Okay, nice.
You can use your E during your Q, which is a mini dash, and your W is Infernal Chains if it hits them. Is a slow and then drags them back to the target location afterwards.
What is this?
That's a bit of an Intersaurus.
Yeah,
So,
true.
I'm sorry,
True.
Intersaurus, that your name has taken on this. I mean, it's your fault for choosing.
Yeah, with
that
all
name.
due respect, your name is Intersaurus. It's actually subconsciously happening right now.
That's true. We didn't say it was an Aussie Unicorn 79. Oh, that's a big death.
I actually respect how aggressive the man is.
After everything we just said, Aussie Unicorn 79 said, "I so love you guys." So they're clearly a masochist. We can say whatever we want.
We'll get a little day drunk.
Alright, level 6. That's when the fun really begins.
tanky build, Skimmy.
Yeah, mate.
Not enough rejuve beads in there, though.
Yes, true.
Well, there's no
That
half
is
measures
true.
with health regen.
I did half-ass it, you're right.
Ooh, good damage coming. He doesn't, does he? Oh.
I was considering, bro. I really was.
Who's that? Oh.
There it is. Surely. Surely? Oh, there it is. Well done, boys. Well done.
Nice, nice, nice. Huge. Huge.
Well done.
Nice.
We're gonna get a turret.
Ah!
Finally.
Oh, Zillion.
Oh, dearie me. Ooh. Mid diff? Yeah, dude. This is a mid diff game. Remember's going from here.
Ulti in 30.
Oh, I need to drag you off the screen again. This guy just keeps going forward.
Does.
I was like waiting for him to go backwards to be able to just, you know, cue him a bit, but he just never did.
Ulti in 10.
Problem is how scary they're going to be once they get items. Moo Moo and
Yeah.
I'm going.
I respect that.
Yep. Got you. Oh wow, the cooldown of this ulti is huge.
Zillion ult.
I thought the other one was going to die. Yeah, that one that has literally 0 health left. That's alright, Rusty killed him.
Go Rusty, go Rusty.
Alright. Well,
look at this guy, clutch your kick, 80 HP.
What do I do from this position? Alright, I do that.
You just
what
do
I
that.
do now?
Oh.
That was almost really good. OQ just came back up.
Oh, man. Okay.
Alright, let's do it. Let's get this turret.
How could we
the
made a
night was
mistake?
worth it.
Oh my god. Just getting zerged. The man who can't go backwards. There's Rusty and Nick point of view. Where is stable internet connection?
Yeah.
Is the answer to that one?
Oof, that arrow did so much damage.
Quinny's a bit of a unit.
Yeah, she certainly is. Scary. I'm just literally an alt bot at this stage. Okay.
Nice cleanup. What is your 24-hour review of Ghost of Tsushima? I did not actually.
You didn't play it, did you?
No, I didn't play it yet. But my reason is that my Sony just haven't sent me the code yet.
It's a valid reason.
Did you just hear what he said, chat? Sony haven't sent him a code yet. He's an influencer.
I'm
Unlike
not
you.
an influencer.
He doesn't buy games. Sony gives them to him.
I'm fairly certain that that is pretty rich talk coming from someone whose jacket is a lot more expensive than you think it is.
But I paid for this.
Did you really?
Yeah, 100%.
Why?
When you go to Worlds, they don't give you stuff for free anymore. You have to pay for it.
We need to have a conversation, right? That's not going to fly when I'm hosting Worlds.
I'm sure that's really what's holding you back from it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm just waiting for that call.
I was insinuating that you'd already been called, and that the reason that it didn't happen was because they didn't give you the merch.
The only two things I'm waiting to happen is, for one, them to reverse their stance on free merch, and two, I just need to learn everything about the game.
Easy clap. TBH.
But I now know what Aatrox's Q does, so that's stuff. Only, how many champions are there? 140?
50. I think there's like 150 now.
Okay, so we're going to say only 600 abilities to go.
Ready, team? Oh, I didn't land it.
Yes.
Big.
Oh, I'm too dead? What? I thought I could actually ult off that, but apparently I can't. You can't buy Dark Seal in this, can you? That sucks.
Nah.
Nick Worlds 2020, make it happen.
Ah, easy clap. If Nick wanted it, he could have it. Let's be real.
If Nick wanted it, he would bring all of you along. I mean, if Nick had it, he would bring all of you along. Not if I wanted it. It's not that powerful. I would actually say that I am probably the League of Legends esports host in all of the world that Riot would least hire to host Worlds 2020. I think you combine a fundamental lack of understanding about the complex mechanics of the game with a complete unpredictability about what they're actually going to get would just mean it never happens.
Yes, Nick.
You're getting it done, bro.
Looks like complex understanding of me.
I know what that Q does, baby.
Yes, bro. I'm coming in. I've got ulti back. Can try and make a wombo.
55 seconds on my ult. Do I wait? Yeah, there's nothing else to do. Let's have a look, chat. Alright, a Mumu. Trying to int. Not successfully inting.
Yeah, I should have actually let him hit me. I didn't think he would go for that.
Nick's gone in. Nick's trading blows.
Nice.
He's popped the ulti.
I've popped the ulti and I've completely whiffed it.
I like it. It's about sending a message. Message
It is
received.
about sending a message. I can win by doing this at any time. Can we get a CJ and Nick Boy instead of a dragon this year? Done. We did do a good showing at the 24-hour charity, 36-hour charity thing, however long it was. Lots of charity. We did great. They actually repeated our segment. They liked it so much. That was a nice thing to do.
Oh! So low! Boom! There's the damage!
They all have some form of MR.
Yeah.
That's why I hate this game mode.
They're so tanky. Let's get some Healy Gobs.
What? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Why did I just teleport with my Is that a thing? Like, is that a known issue, or... Did I just teleport?
Yeah, I guess you do get that sometimes.
What was that?
Do I have armor? Let's have a look. Just a Mumu, otherwise they're squishy.
Echo is persistent and dead.
We can build you.
Alright, on my way.
Yeah, required death. Let's see, go. That one, that one, that one.
Get him, Stoldy, Swips. Oh yeah, punch him. Get him, Skimmy. I got ulti if you get him low.
Okay.
Nice, dude.
Oh, damn. I interrupted on my second.
Not long
Hey,
enough.
Nick, the guy that I was telling you about that stole my display picture on Instagram.
Yeah.
He just replied to me.
Good.
My question was, why have you stolen my display picture? He wrote, get lady and win on Bloon Tower defense.
That's
What
that's
is
a good
that?
reason. Amazing. Amazing.
What has Bloons got to do with it?
What does it even mean?
Right, I'm just going to ult again and see if it bugs.
My ult's super low cooldown now, which is nice. Okay, that's Zillion ult gone.
Oof. That was spicy.
God, there is so much MR on that team. Someone go in. Go in right now. Trust me.
Beefy boys.
Go in
Okay.
there.
He really wants to.
Okay. Yes. This is the one. This is the fight. Boom. He's got no mana.
Oh, that was big. This is the Penta. This is the
Penty.
Penta. If he
I
wants
believe-
it. He doesn't want
Oh,
it.
come on.
Oh, Penta!
I can't
Get
see.
the
Did I get it? Oh, I got a blind. Let's go.
claps
I
in
literally
chat.
flashed blind. Did the flash work?
Done.
Claps in chat. Rusty.
I think you live because of the flash, but I don't think it
Back again.
Damn.
Big Penta.
Amazing. Oh, that's a redemption.
That's
That is
a
a redemption.
hexa.
Whew, thank God. Well done.
There we have it.
Mwah. Rusty, I'll tell you what. You
Yeah.
should try Balloon Tower Defense. I reckon you'd be great at it. Oh, there you go. I'm glad we ended on a win. We needed that.
And on a big note.
Emotionally, I feel like
As a team.
as a team, as people who live in 2020.2, we needed that. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out and watching the MPL. Thank you for watching the OPL. Thank you for just hanging out in general. We're going to be back next week with more action. Anyone doing anything interesting this week?
Yep. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Valorant Ignition series.
There you go. That seems like a very
We'll be
big
there.
week. That's so the finals are on Sunday, you said?
Yep. Next Sunday.
Very exciting.
Cool.
So go check that out. And then we got OCS Super Week on Wednesday as well. Skimmy, what tournament are you running?
Nothing than the ones you let me run there next. So yeah, OCS as well. I'll be at. Jubes will be there if you're a big Jubes fan. It'll be us two back at it again with a ton of OCS action. A little bit messier, just a little bit more carnage in the OCS teams. Like to fight, so tune in.
Tune in. And Rusty, your exam is this week?
Yeah, I'm running something as well, Nick, and that's away from my problems. That's about
Good.
it this week.
All right. Well, good luck with that as well. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. We're going to see you next week. We are out.
Wow.
And that's a beautiful Hemo Plague onto multiple members. A shutdown all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm
look at
excited.
that. It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this. That's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely. Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine. So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. These some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,